Asia. And then to the north of China are the grasslands of Mongolia, and a little bit to the northeast, the forests and mountains of what today we call Manchuria. That's what surrounds. That's what sort of defines China as what China isn't. What China is, what we refer to historically as China proper, is the core, the area where the Chinese people, in their hundreds of millions today, have always lived. This area we can think of as containing sort of four subregions. The north is the North China Plain. The North China Plain is a fairly vast expanse of flat, level farmland, relatively easy to travel back and forth across it. Historically, pretty well watered. It used to be 2,000 years ago, wetter than today. It's a long-term process of drying out effective ecology. But the North China Plain is the agricultural heartland of Chinese civilization, where Chinese civilization first begins to historically emerge, and it is still where a huge proportion of the Chinese population is concentrated. South of the North China Plain, hello, I'm Ken Hammond. I'm Associate Professor of History at Mexico State University, and Welcome, Jim.
Rabbi,
How you
morning, man.
How you living?
Hey, somebody's in my chat saying morning to you, man.
What up? What up? Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
He said good morning to you.
Excellent. Hope he's living like a pimp. Dog, I got the. I know. I got the worst fucking. I had the worst wake up ever. Somebody just comes in here. They think it's funny to just come in and fucking play like loud sounds and then leave, and I can't find out who the fuck they are. It's very, very smart of them.
How'd you get up, man?
Like 20 minutes ago. You gonna play some games today?
Yeah. Now I'm waiting on this game to finish installing. I downloaded Halo last night.
That's what's up.
Some competitive gameplay with that. Is the other laptop in range, Rabbi?
What other laptop?
The one where you're in my server.
Yeah, it's over there.
I'm gonna tell you to mute your mic if you can.
In that one?
Yeah.
Sure.
He's gonna unmute his mic now. Ask him.
There you go. Oh, I won't be able to hear him in that one though. The only one I communicate to.
Oh, you won't be able to hear him.
Right. That's the only one I communicate to. James, how are you?
Okay. Well, we can hear you.
Excellent. Just one moment. Hey, what's going on, James? What's new? ATH. What are we at right now? How do you like that? Can you retire yet? That's what I like to hear. Excellent. Well, man, that's phenomenal. Living the dream. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. I just had a rude awakening. Some asshole thinks it's funny to come in here in an anonymous account and play really loud, loud sounds and awake me. So that sucks. But aside from that, can't complain, my friend. It's whatever. I mean, I should expect it. I'm the ultimate spammer, so why not get the ultimate spam? I get it. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Dude, absolutely. We're going to be able to essentially pay our own way. We'll be able to write our own checks. It'll be very exciting.
That does sound exciting as shit.
Excellent. Well, where do you predict it's going to plateau? What'd you say? You're just riding away and enjoying it. I understand. All right, my friend. Well, that's phenomenal. I hope you're doing well. I hope you have a phenomenal day. Let's see this bitch pump, baby. Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Eni to the moon. James, I love you, my friend. You take care. Peace, Brody.
Why is Rush so complicated, bro? You can't just force join the server. It doesn't even let you. It doesn't even. Why does it do that? Bro, what? I can't even play Rush, bro. Alright, so fuck this game. It's not like I can play it either. Bro, I'm just trying to have fun. You play a different game? Yeah, I might as well, but it's like I'm gonna figure out what's up. I don't get it. Like, how do I fix this? What is this? Disconnected Steam authentication failed. What does that mean? Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask somebody in this chat. I don't know. I can't rush. Rush is stupid. So I just took up 30 gigabytes of storage for no reason. I could just delete this dumbass shit and leave the server. That just made me mad. Because I really wanted to play the game. I'm leaving the server too. Like, that is so I don't cheat, I don't do anything. And, like, I'm permanent. Bro, come on, bro. That's fucked up. Every server I'm permanent. Yeah, all my files, Steam setup, load and tank, install, which is a game. Discord setup and Rockstar game launcher. The only stuff I have installed. What other games do you play? You can download this game. What game is it? Looking at my screen, I can show you some shit. Huh? I really play a lot of shit. Elden Ring, Smash Bros. I play everything. This is a good game here. I like this one. It's pretty fun. It's only like 20 gigabytes. No, not anymore. Do you want it? Do I want to? I don't know. I may return to it. But this is like a battle royale right here. This is one of my favorite ones right now. What's his name? I fuck with PUBG. Yeah, I used to play it. What else? Halo Infinite is pretty good. I like it. Finals is okay. Counter-Strike is okay. And that's pretty much it. But I'll play this shit right now. This game is pretty fun as hell. I'm gonna go play I'm gonna go play Apex. Alright. Okay, join the server. Have a good day, man. I'm excited. Let's talk and see cheap pussy fish. I will do that.
Electric, 5,000 years. Before the actual course of Chinese history, I want to take a few moments to suggest some of the general themes that we're going to be with how the Chinese organize their society. We'll be concerned with how social elites, the ruling groups that emerged and flourished at different times, what the bases for their power has been, how they've sustained and supported themselves, and how they've legitimated that, how they've made their rule acceptable to people over time. We're going to be talking about how the Chinese have thought about their own society, how they've seen the world around them. We'll consider the relationship between China and the outside world. First of all, the matter of Chinese civilization itself, how it emerges, the relationship between China as a civilization, as a culture, people immediately surrounding it, by the Chinese as barbarians. We'll be talking about how China's been involved in larger regional systems, global economy over time. And in later lectures, we'll look at how influences coming into China from the outside world have affected the development of Chinese history and interaction with China's with that larger world, the modern Western. We'll explore the connections between economic and social life and the worlds of art, literature, philosophy. Cultural influence people life in China have always been linked in ways that are sometimes very different from how we normally think of things in the West. We don't usually have the situation in the West where we have a poet who's also the president. But in Chinese history, the poet, the painter, the artist were often also the high political officials of the time. So we'll be looking at some of the ways that has been built. And then we'll investigate the question of whether development in China, development of Chinese history, parallels the history of other parts of the world, or whether it sort of runs along on its own track. We'll see that in some instances there are connections, parallels between what develops in China, while in other ways the Chinese experience is unique to itself. Sometimes it seems that China has taken a developmental path quite different from that of the West. But in other ways, I think we can approach the history of China as a set of alternative responses, alternative choices in response to common challenges, common problems that people anywhere in history have faced. Well, in embarking on our exploration of Chinese history, let's begin by establishing just where and what is and what. China is located in East Asia. It's defined by several significant geographic features. East of China is the Pacific Ocean. China has a long coast on the Pacific, running from fairly far in the north to the tropics in the south. In the south, beyond the area settled by Chinese people, Southeast Asia, countries like Vietnam, Burma, Thailand. The heartland of China is bounded on the west by mountains, high mountains that go up to the Tibetan Plateau, Burma, and also further north by the Gobi Desert, vast inner expanse of Asia. And then to the north of China are the grasslands of Mongolia, and a little bit northeast, forests and mountains of what today we call Manchuria. That's what surrounds China. That's what sort of defines China as what China isn't. What China is, what we refer to historically as China proper, is the core, the area where the Chinese people, in their hundreds of millions today, have always lived. This area we can think of as containing sort of four subregions. The north is the North China Plain. The North China Plain is a fairly vast expanse of flat, level farmland, relatively easy to travel back and forth across it. Historically, pretty well watered. It used to be a few thousand years ago even wetter than today. There's been a long-term process of drying out effective ecology. But the North China Plain is the agricultural heartland of Chinese civilization, where Chinese civilization first begins to historically emerge, and it is still where a huge portion of the Chinese population is concentrated. South of the North China Plain is a region of hills and valleys, mostly south of the Yangtze River. We'll talk about the river in a minute. And this is quite a contrast to the North China Plain, where in North China you can go for days and days on foot or horseback across open land. In the south, settlements are divided off from one another by these mountain valleys. The lowlands along the river valleys tend to be where agricultural settlement developed. The highlands or rugged land serve as barriers between these areas of Chinese population. Well, now to the southwest is the Sichuan Basin. The Sichuan Basin is itself a fairly extensive agricultural plain, but it's cut off all around by high mountains. Major way to get there, its major point of accessibility, is up the Yangtze River through famous gorges of the Yangtze River. Very beautiful, stark, but also very challenging terrain. Sichuan has been, because of these mountains, somewhat isolated from some of the mainstream development. Sometimes it's been protected from the chaos and warfare that's plagued other parts of China. In other ways, it has sometimes served as a kind of refuge. We'll see some instances of as we go along. Finally, in the northwest, there's a large area of highland, of plateaus and fairly deeply cut river valleys that's very dry, very different from South China Plain, high, dry west. Chinese civilization, Chinese culture has been shaped by this landscape, and most particularly by two great rivers that flow from west to east. In the north, Yellow River rises on the Tibetan Plateau and makes this long sort of loop. I tell my students often that on the map it looks sort of like a pilgrim path, and that's called the Ordos. And after making that long loop, it then flows east across the North China Plain, reaching the sea on one side or another of the Shandong Peninsula. Over time in history, the mouth of the Yellow River has shifted north, south, back north, back south, many, many times. Often a major disaster when this happens, flooding the scale, but it has a constant also of renewal for the land that silt brought down from the highlands, deposited during these periods of flooding. It's called the Yellow River, so full of silt. It carries a lot of dirt as it flows out and flows down across the plain. Controlling the Yellow River, dealing with the flooding, the challenges of hydraulic management, one of the concerns, one of the institutional problems that Chinese civilization has faced for a very long time. The southern of the two great rivers that flows across China is called the Yangtze, or in Chinese they call it the Changjiang, which just means the long river. Generally referred to in English as the Yangtze. It also originates up on the Tibetan Plateau, but it flows down through the Sichuan Basin, flat area surrounded by mountains in the southwest, and then out through the narrow gorges of the winding its way through central China, a very wet area, lots of lakes, lots of, again, efforts to control the flooding of the river historically, and then finally makes a long arc through China and emerges in the Pacific, just north of where today the city of Shanghai is. Now, I mentioned that Chinese civilization, the earliest Chinese cultures, appeared in the north, on the North China Plain, in the valley of the Yellow River, a couple of alternative centers that we'll talk about in the next lecture, further south in the Yangtze River Valley. But over time, the area that the Chinese people have lived in, the area that Chinese civilization has controlled, has expanded. And areas that were peripheral to the original zone of Chinese civilization have become part of China's territory. This has largely been a process of the expansion of agriculture. Chinese farmers south and southwest into the highlands of what are now Guizhou and Yunnan provinces. Tibet, further to the west, up on the high, very high plateau of Central Asia, has been linked to Chinese civilization since about the 7th century of the present era. And Chinese power has been extended into Central Asia, projected out along the ancient trade route that we call the Silk Road, off to the northwest, eventually extended to Persia, down to India, and over to the Mediterranean. The Mongolian steppes, which are very different from the agricultural heartland of China, have been linked to Chinese civilization, partly by the fact that tribes out in the grasslands have raided the Chinese frontier historically, and also because from time to time China, particularly strong dynasties in Chinese history, have been able to project Chinese power out into the grasslands, incorporate Mongolia into Chinese control. Finally, in the northeast, what today we call Manchuria, an area of rugged mountains, woodlands, and very lush river valleys, has become part of today's China, only really in the last 400 years or so. We'll be talking about the Manchus, which people this territory now gets the name Manchuria later on in our lectures. The population of China itself has evolved in complex ways. The earliest people to call themselves Chinese or to use a term to refer to themselves that see as referring to what we call the Chinese. They call themselves the people of the black hair. Lived on the North China Plain. And the earliest state, the earliest fairly complex political entity, emerged on the North China Plain as sort of as confederations of numerous tribal groups who defined themselves in contrast to people who were not Chinese, people who were not civilized, and with writing, possession of writing. The system of Chinese writing, of course, is very different. It's ideographic, it's based on characters, alphabet, and it seems to have emerged fairly quickly. We don't have a lot of transitional evidence about the emergence of writing. When it's there, it shows up as a fairly fully developed system. So we don't know a lot about it early stages of development. But at some point, 3,500 years ago, there it is. And that's the time at which we can begin to see the Chinese as a self-defined community. And this possession of a writing system to record their own history, to record their activities, is one of the key elements of the process. As Chinese civilization was expanding, neighboring peoples, particularly in the south, were either displaced or assimilated. That is to say, Chinese farmers who were moving largely south drove the indigenous population either out or up, or intermarried with them and brought them into the community of Chinese civilization. When we talk about moving them out or up, some people in the south, when Chinese farmers began to come in and take over good land in the valleys, just packed up and left. The people who today we call the Vietnamese people are an example of this. They formerly lived on the southeast coast of China, and as Chinese population migrated south or moved south, these people traveled further down to now in Southeast Asia. The Thai people, the Thailand, Laos, had lived further inland in southern China. And again, as Chinese settlers filled up the river valleys, the people who today we call the Thai migrated off to the south and the west and settled eventually in their present territory. Other populations moved up out of the river valleys into marginal highland territory. And they've remained in place so that today, all across South, there are non-Chinese ethnic communities living at higher elevation, up in what are generally called hill tribe communities. Many of these groups maintain their distinctive identities, they retain their own languages, they retain their own cultural practices, and today they constitute about 5% of the population of China as a whole. The vast majority of the Chinese people, 95%, are what we call the Han people, who derived that name from the great dynasties that we talked about, the Han dynasty. But about 54 officially recognized ethnic minorities, culturally not Chinese, not officially designated, are scattered across the territory of China today. And most of these in the south, most of these are populations that originally lived down in the agricultural lowlands 2,000, 2,500 years ago, were displaced to higher elevation. Well, let's return to the story of the emergence of Chinese civilization and its origin. Most of what we know about this process, we know from archaeology, we know from excavation of the material remains of people who occupied the territory that was in China, that was dug up largely in the last 100 years. We know, for example, that ancestors, hominid ancestors, lived in various parts of China more than 500,000 years ago. Very famous remains of a Peking man found in caves located southwest of the modern capital of China. dug up back in the 20s and 30s, and these were dated to about 500 to 600,000 years ago. Similar fossils have been found in the far west of China and southwest China, so that it's clear that there were very early ancestors all around each other at this time. More recently, about 4,000 fossils of Homo sapiens present begin to be found in China. And this is roughly the same time when we see Homo sapiens in other parts of the world, suggesting that the expansion of modern human population was fairly rapid. The emergence of Homo sapiens took place all across the Eurasian landmass shortly after the first appearance of people coming out of Africa. There's a series of stages of cultural development wherein more and more sophisticated stone tools are deployed, and stages of civilization are defined in terms of the tool complexes used. Now, about 10,000 years, about 10,000, actually 12,000, about 10,000, very important set of developments takes place. This has to do with domestication.
Yo, dog. We're glad you're here. Dude, Jin, did I tell you what happened? Why I woke up? I was so pissed off. This motherfucker comes in with like a leaf blower and just wakes my shit up. 100%. Shout out to that motherfucker because he got my ass out of bed. Oh, dude, this motherfucker is brilliant. This motherfucker is brilliant. What he does is he just waits till I'm asleep. He pops in, plays the fucking thing, and then leaves the Discord. So I don't have proof that he was here, and I have really bad vision, and so I have to get to my glasses and then look at my screen, and I just can't do it in time. So he leaves every time. So there are ways for me to battle this. I can just mute myself or mute the computer when I'm going to bed, which I might do. The other thing is I really want to get this fucker. I'm going to just screen record my phone. I'm going to screen record my phone all fucking night. And then when he pops in, I'll know his fucking name and I'll be able to ban him. I'm going to get him though. Fuck. He got me good. This motherfucker got me good, son. I have a Twitter account that's like was my main Twitter account that I lost use of like almost a year ago because I created just type Rabbi Rothschild, the viral rabbi, into Twitter. You'll see huge screenshots that people have posted like, who is this? Have this person stop. Elon Musk, can't you stop this? At Twitter support, can't you stop this? And I don't really have a good thing to say except I was impersonated. But here's the thing. I have been impersonated by people on the internet before. A lot. It happens. But I mean, it happened that somebody sent a famous video to one of the admin team of Kick of a candle that I sent him that's shaped like a middle finger. I did not send that. Now I'm on camera. I don't have the money to just be sending prank middle finger candles to people. And that's also creepy. I wouldn't look up your home address and send you anything. That's creepy to me. But that's just how I am. Anyway, so somebody did that. So I don't know, but I know in this case at least, Twitter needs to give me that fucking account back. So here's what I did. I created a robot for Twitter support. They're not giving me back. Like they told me now 50 times they are not gonna give it back to me. But I figure, why not 51? Why not just keep trying? I'm doing all this other shit. Why not just keep that one going? Why? Why not? I mean, it's like it's an opportunity that maybe someday I'll be able to break them down. And here's how. They're like, motherfucker, this guy was annoying when we were having to ban all his accounts or whatever, but he's even more annoying now that he just keeps sending in all these help tickets. And to get me out of their help desk, basically, I could see them saying, you know what, just give him his fucking account back. That's like the opposite what anyone would do, but I don't really have a choice. I mean, I'm on Twitter, but I just can't go on Twitter under my own name or else I get banned. It's fucking stupid. Dude, this coin, dude, okay, so you know this shirt that I wear all the time that says let's accidentally get rich? This cryptocurrency that I'm in, I've seen this cryptocurrency start from less than a penny and it's at 22 cents right now. That's 22x. That's huge. That's fucking massive return. So you heard my friends, like, I don't know if you heard them, but like, they're not, some of them, I heard somebody made $1 million recently just on it. But, other people, they don't have bags that big, but they're doing pretty well. Um, a 22x is all you need from something to, you know, you put $1,000 in it, now it's worth 22 grand and just going up. That's cool. Anyway, it's been around for more than a year, and I really like it because of the community. The community is absolutely really supportive. I mean, what other communities? I mean, actually, you do, but uh, just let you stream their whole life in there. Like, that's a really cool community. I think it's a smart thing from the community.
Fuck yeah, bro. I don't ever really see nothing wrong with it. Like, some people prefer to the life. Some people don't. It's them.
Absolutely, I'm not hurting anybody.
Really, look at it as if others.
I think though.
Sooner or later, I might become the same way.
100%.
Once I start giving up my man, I want to start living my life.
100%, and you should. The more content that you create, the wealthier you're going to be in the future. It's like this. If you look right now, people are cool. But who are the coolest people? The people with like old film, old hard, like people who were in movies, actors. But basically, they can go back to their work, their art, and you can also go back to people with home videos or people with like Instagram accounts and stuff. People who have recorded shit. That is important. I don't care if you were good looking or bad looking. The fact that you recorded it is what is important and what will be important to people in the future. When we look at some people, look, I'm big time Redditor, even though I've been banned from like Reddit 1,000 times. Uh, I am in some of the most fascinating Reddit like Reddit subreddits, like what? I don't know, shit like metalworking or thassophobia. That's fear of deep water, like, or what? Like just animals being cool, or just like fascinating shit about fashion. Like I'm in all kinds of fashion ones too. Why? Because I want my pulse on everything. When anybody comes in here and they're like, I'm like, hey, what do you like? Do you like sports? Like I could fucking talk sports to you all day. But if you don't, I don't want to force the conversation. What do you like? Oh, you like cello? Let's talk about cello. And whatever. Do you like hamburgers? Okay, we can talk hamburgers. You like cooking? You like decks? You like hot tubs? You like pools? Do you like the weather? Like whatever it is, we're gonna talk about it, and that allows me to be a well-versed person, I think, as well, because then I don't have to pull from people. When you're with people, I've learned this in management. There's something called the token philosophy, basically. Um, you go into work or you go into your day, and let's say you have 100 tokens. What does that mean? It means like you have 100 things that you can give out. So maybe, I don't know, you don't have kids, but like maybe you have a friend who comes to you and you give them, they need your help. And so that's like 20 tokens. You had to go look up an email address for them, or send a link to them. Okay, that's 20 tokens. Then what? Then you're going to play a game, but you got to overcome some challenges in the game, and that's 35 tokens. All right. And then what happened? You stub your toe, that's 5 tokens. Okay. Then what? You've got 40 tokens left. But then there's some things that brighten your day, that add to your token. You get somebody who comes in and teaches you something, or you get a really good game that you play that raises your morale. Then you can get 10, 20, 40, 100 tokens. You can sometimes walk out of a day with 400, 500 tokens. It's a fabulous day. There are other days that you're coming in to bed with 1 or 2 tokens left, or perhaps no tokens left, because the day is just taking it out of you. It's essentially a management principle, but I think of it uh, similarly in life. I think it's a positive thing. And when I am in here streaming my life, I feel as if I'm just quiet, I'll be neutral, and that's fine. I'll be able to do my stuff. But if somebody wants to talk, let's talk. Let's exchange tokens. And I always think that that's an interesting thing. If people want to learn, I'm here to give out, but also I want to hear what people have to say as well.
The excavated, there were independent ceramic traditions down there, forms of pottery that differed both in terms of their design and their decoration from any of the three Yangshan.
One thing I'll tell you, Jin, is you will always get random things in here, and I like it. It's like absolutely random. Like what? We're watching the history of the Chinese people for the last 5,000 years for the third time in a row. But then I'm gonna watch Kill Tony in a little bit and fucking laugh our dicks off about people trying to do stand up. And then we're listening to AM Talk Radio. We're talking about, like I just said, fashion, all kinds of other things. Um, Whatever. I want this to be a place where people feel comfortable talking about whatever they wish, generally. And that's, I think, the cool thing. All right, back to China.
Talking about the emergence of previous threshold to what we sometimes call the Neolithic change from patterns of culture, economic life that were based on gathering to emergence of settled agricultural systems. In China, this takes place beginning about 12,000 years ago, domestication of grain, and then with higher and higher development of village cultures and series of uh, early civilizations, particularly in North China, the Yangshao and Longshan culture, and some other centers, the Yangzhou culture in the southeast and the Sichuan Basin area in the southwest. By about 4,000 years ago, this process of change has brought us to a point where we really move into a different kind of historical time, a time that we can know not only from the archaeological record, although archaeology certainly still remains very important, but where we begin to also have textual tradition, writing about Chinese history by the Chinese people themselves. Um, Critical to this transition, critical to the emergence of a new stage in Chinese history, is the emergence of bronze, the emergence of metallurgical industry, the mining of copper and tin and other metals, and the development of a technology which allows people to refine and smelt and then produce metals like bronze that are very useful, very strong, and give to both the tools, the implements of war, and objects of both beauty and spiritual significance a more enduring quality. The ceramics, pottery that have preceded this, that have been characteristic of the early cultures, certainly remains in place, but is now supplemented by the emergence of bronze and the adoption of bronze for a variety of purposes. This brings us to the real first historical state in Chinese history, which is called the Xia. That's spelled Xia in modern Western romanization. pinyin system of spelling words. The Shah. The Shah is referred to as a dynasty by the Chinese. In their traditional historiography, the Shah dynasty is where Chinese history really begins. The Shah itself is actually sort of a transitional period. We don't possess actual written text from the Shah itself. We do have a lot of texts that talk about the Shah from the next period, but we don't have items that come directly from the Shah itself of a written nature. There is, however, clearly a sharp demarcation that takes place in the archaeological record that indicates the emergence of a very different order of political entity. And this is what we conventionally now refer to as the Shah period. And the Shah period begins roughly 2200 BCE, 2200 years before the current era, a little over 4,000 ago. The archaeological record of the Shah consists of a number of significant features. Perhaps most imposing, most striking is the emergence of what are called palace forms of architecture. Large structures, large buildings built up on rammed earth platforms. That is to say, rammed earth technology is very important, not only in building platforms, but in building walls around settlements. And this is a technology that involves putting up wooden frames, filling them with dirt, and then using flat stones to ram, to pound down the soil to create a very compressed and firm layer. And you put in more dirt on top, ram that down, and you build up layer after layer after layer of this very, very tough, resilient material. So building these rammed earth platforms and then walls made of rammed earth surrounding either particular complexes of buildings or entire settlements. This becomes characteristic of urban places in Chinese history, and its emergence at the beginning of what we call the Shah period marks a real shift in settlement. Most people, ordinary farmers, ordinary peoples, continued to live in the partially excavated structures that had been characteristic of earlier times. The palace architecture that emerges is exactly that, or at least apparently that. Buildings which were used for the ruling elite, buildings that were used for ritual or ceremonial purposes, for sort of public functions, not as the dwellings for the vast majority of people. Nonetheless, the appearance of these buildings suggests that there's a further development in the degree of social hierarchy, degree of social differentiation. The domestication of grain, the development of an agricultural society, of settled communities, what that gives rise to, one of the things that gives rise to, is the development of a surplus. That is to say, more grain, more food is produced than is necessary to sustain the farming population. What this allows for is the emergence of groups within society who don't engage in farming, who can devote their time and their energies to other activities. Some of these people become artisans, craftsmen, specialists in different kinds of handicraft production. Others perhaps become warriors, military specialists. Some become political leaders, initially probably ritual or spiritual leaders, but eventually, as time goes by, they become more and more purely state-oriented, more political in their nature. The large-scale buildings, sort of ritual centers that we see in early Shah archaeological sites were probably used by these newly emerging political elites for the performance of public activities that cemented and legitimized their rule. The performance of public rituals probably was a way for them to display their power, but also for them to sort of perform actions which made people believe in their power, made people accept their power, accept their leadership in society. And it seems that the central feature of this was worship, was spiritual practice. Early cultures, early communities in China participated in what we sometimes call totemism, a form of shamanism, where animal spirits are associated with particular tribal or clan groups of families. The Shah state, if we can call it that, the Shah dynasty, seems to have been a period where the worship of the totems of one particular family is transformed into a sort of royal ancestral cult. That is to say, the spirits not only of nature, but of the ancestors of the present day rulers came to be seen as divine powers who could affect life in the present world. Okay? The leaders of the Shah appear to have performed public sacrifices in the memory of their ancestors, and perhaps, we don't know this for sure about the Shah, but we'll see how it develops in the next period, the Shah, perhaps engaged in a ritual interaction with the ancestors in which they asked the ancestors for help or for advice in terms of how to deal with the problems of the day-to-day world. One of the centers where this seems to have taken place is a site called Arlito, which is in the west of modern-day Hunan province, and possesses one of the most elaborate of the early palace complexes. A number of buildings. These buildings are built with what we call a post and beam system of construction. That is to say, up on the rammed earth platform, a series of upright posts would be erected, and then beams laid along the top of those posts, and then a roof built up on the surface or on the top of that. This is a very useful form of architecture for North China. It uses a relatively minimal amount of timber. Timber was not in great abundance, so you couldn't build big elaborate structures out of wood. But by using this post and beam system, you could create a framework which then could be filled in, often with what's called wattle daub, a kind of woven organic fibers plastered with mud. And that allowed the walls to be very light, not to have to carry a lot of weight. All the structural weight was borne by the posts. And it allowed you to enclose a fairly extensive interior space. And that allowed space where people could be assembled inside to observe and perhaps participate in some of these ritual activities. Now, a lot of what we think about the Shah period is based upon a sort of projection back in time from what we know much more concretely about the Shah. There are a lot of features of the Shah and the Shang civilizations that look pretty consistent. The difference being that when we get to the Shang, we have written records. So we have a much more detailed understanding of what goes on during the Shang period. The Shang begins roughly about 1500 BCE. The traditional date, the Chinese have a very elaborate and precise traditional chronology, which says that the Shang begins in 1766. But that has not been borne out by archaeological investigations. So now we use a somewhat vaguer chronology. If we say around 1500, that's probably good enough in terms of a starting point for the Shang. What's interesting is that we get fairly quickly with the Shang a historical documentary record. And this is in the form of what we call oracle bones. Now, oracle bones are a really interesting phenomenon. Some of them are literally bones. There's two kinds of objects that are involved in what we call oracle bones. One are the shoulder blades of oxen, which are fairly good-sized bones. The other are the plastron, the underside shells of turtles, which are also these big river turtles in North China at that time. They could also be fairly good size. These shoulder blades of oxen or plastrons of turtles were dried out until they became very brittle, and then they would have little indentations carved in. and then at the appropriate moment, a sharp, very, very hot object, perhaps a bronze poker. Some scholars believe these may have been thorn branches that were burned and then blown out and used. But a sharp object is pushed into this carved pit or crater on the surface of the bone, and that causes the dry bone to crack. And they cracked in a very specific way that either pointed up or pointed down. And based on the way that the crack pointed, the bones, the ancestors were believed to have spoken, to have communicated. The oracle bones were produced as part of a royal ritual cult of the Shah, in which they asked questions of the ancestors. They would ask questions of very specific ancestors. They would ask King Chung, who had reigned 200 years earlier, about a very specific problem. And they asked all kinds of questions. This kind of divination has gone on almost on a daily basis, usually early in the morning. The king would go to a ceremonial hall, and there would be lots of officials, and then it would be the official diviners. And the diviners were the people who could read and write. They were the people who seemed to have deployed written language. As I said earlier in the last lecture, when we get a written language, it's fully developed. As soon as we have it in the historical record, it's a fully developed language. We don't have transitional sort of intermediate stages of development in the record. We just have now full text. And what these texts consist of are questions posed to the ancestors, the answers, which are read from the cracks, and then, because already the Chinese are emerging as good historians, they write down what actually happened. I'll give you an example of what I mean by this. A particular morning, they might ask, is the harvest going to be good this year? Okay. So they would ask this question. They would write this down. They would carve this into the bone. Will the harvest be good this year? And then they would crack the bone. The diviner would read the crack, and he would say, yes, the harvest is going to be good. And they would write that down. And then later, after the harvest came in, if the harvest was good, they'd write down, and it was good. If the harvest wasn't good, they'd write down, but it wasn't good. And so they kept a record of questions, answers, and actual outcomes.
Word.
Sort of like they were keeping track of how
like
the
science.
were doing.
It's cool. It's like they were like, well, we don't fucking know. So we're going to ask our ancestors, but we're going to keep track and see if they're right or not, because who the fuck knows anyway?
Well, that wasn't a very clear outcome. But if they got 8 good answers, 2 bad answers, then it was probably going to be good. So they kept these records. They recorded all kinds of information, and they asked about whether the queen would have an easy delivery of a child, whether a toothache would go away, whether it was an auspicious time to send off a military expedition. They just asked all kinds of questions. Now, the function of this seems to have been, again, to legitimize, to authenticate the power of the present-day kings. They were not the kings merely because they had control over certain resources, because they were the scary guys around. They had power. They were the leaders because they could consult with the ancestors, because they had access via this process of divination to the spiritual world. And they could use that access to guide the affairs of the state. Okay? We know a lot about these oracle bones because they've been dug up in huge quantities in the 20th century. Back in the 1890s, peasants living in the area where these were buried in the ground had been digging them up. They knew there was something important about them, powerful about them, but they didn't understand. They couldn't read the text. They didn't even know they were there. And they ground them up and used them for medicine. And it was in a marketplace at a traditional medicine shop that an archaeologist saw one of these and said, oh my gosh, this is really important, and found out where they had come from, and then began the process of excavating them. And now there have been tens of thousands of them dug up. They've become a tremendous source of information about the Shang period. Now, the royal cult, which was at the center of this process of divination, was also maintained in other ways. The divination was very important, but there were other ways in which the ancestors could be worshipped that were perhaps equally important. And this is where, to a great extent, the bronze culture comes into play. Ritual bronze objects of very great beauty were produced for a whole variety of particular ceremonial functions. Um, Wine cups that were used to offer libations to the ancestors, which would then be poured out on the ground. Particular kinds of cooking vessels that could be used
Like
for
pouring out a 40.
grain, other kinds that were used for cooking meat. All these kinds of offerings were prepared and presented to the ancestors. Again, these things, all these activities taking place in large monumental halls. The sacrifices would be made, the offerings presented, and the ancestors would come, the spirits of the ancestors would come, and they would take the essence, if you will, of the offering. And then the food that was left, the empty, sort of non-spiritual remains of the food that were left, would be consumed in great feasts. This was a way in which the royal family also displayed its wealth and power by hosting great banquets. Well, the king, the central players in all this were the Shang king. And probably the Shah had operated in the same way, but again, we know very concretely for the Shah, the monarch was the central institution in this political system. Now, in those days, life expectancy was not very long. Most people, probably even in the wealthier, better off parts of society, most people didn't live much past about 30. As a result of this, it was often the case that ruling king died before his children were old enough to succeed him, before his son, his eldest son even, would be old enough to succeed him. And apparently because of this, the Shang monarchy was not organized on a basis of the kingship passing from father to son. Instead, the kingship passed within a given generation from the older to younger brothers. So in the first generation, or in a given generation, the eldest son would be the king, the eldest brother would be the king. And then if he died, his younger brother, his next younger brother would become king. And when he died, perhaps even his younger brother might become king. Sometimes 3 kings in a single generation. When the last died, the eldest son of the eldest brother would become the king. So it would sort of go parallel for a while and then kick back over to the eldest line. And this went on for a number of generations. There, I think, something like 26 kings in the course of the Shang period. The Shang also built royal capital. The Shah model, the city of, or the settlement at Arlito, where the early palaces emerge in the Shah archaeological record, were continued under the Shang. The Shang built fairly large capital cities, but they didn't seem to stay in them a very long time. The Shang period lasts 5 or 6 centuries, and in the course of that time, they had 9 capitals. So they seemed to move them with a fair degree of regularity, although the last of the Shang capitals had a city, a small town, a small city today called Anyang in Henan province, seems to have remained the center of the Shang state for the last 200 years of its existence. So perhaps they were settling into a more permanent capital center. The Shang was a federation of people. That is to say, there were the people formerly known as the Shang, who were the ruling family, and people who were linked to them by various ties of blood, people from the same clan, the same tribal grouping. But there were other peoples who were not blood relations of the Shang, not members of the same tribal order as the Shang, who were part of the Shang state, part of the Shang, I suppose we could say, empire. And these people formed a sort of periphery around the central territory of the Shang. What united them, what they had in common, was their participation in the royal cult, their participation in a literate civilization. Reports would be sent in from various parts of the territory that were written down. Communications from the king to his subordinate leaders were written down. So it's a state which now operates on the basis of written communication, not only the oracle bones and the maintenance of divination records, but the day-to-day operations of government were carried out using a writing system. It was a fairly elaborate system, and perhaps the best way to get a sense of the high degree of sophistication of the Shan state is to think about the metallurgical industry. The bronze objects that were used in divination, that were used in the ritual cult, were, as I say, very elaborate, very beautiful objects. They were cast objects, that is to say, molds were made, and then molten bronze was poured in. It's a very sophisticated kind of technology. The whole metallurgical industry involved mining, smelting, refining, blending different metals together to produce the right kind of bronze, the design of the objects, making of the molds, pouring of the objects, finishing them. All this was organized by the Shang state. It was officially run. And that involved the organization of large numbers of people. It involved activities at a number of sites. Mines were not in the same place as the centers of Shang civilization. We know from the excavation of the last Shang capital in Anyang that there were huge workshops, forges, places where the metal was cast, all kinds of settlement areas where the craftsmen, the artisans who worked in the different phases of the metallurgical industry were housed. A very elaborate system, clearly organized, and administered very effectively by the royal state. To do that required both managerial skills, but it also required capacity to feed people, to clothe people, to house people, which meant that all these things had to be paid for. And this is how we know that the Shan had an elaborate taxation. We know from divination records and other inscriptions from the time that so-called tribute payments were made by various subordinate peoples who were part of the Shan polity. And these, in effect, were taxes, ways in which the royal center drew from the peripheral settlements the wealth that it needed to sustain its military infrastructure and the metallurgical industry. And of course, the metallurgical industry was critical to its maintenance of its own legitimacy, its own public authority. All right. Now, this system functioned pretty smoothly for a long time. We know, again, from the divination records that the peoples outside of Shang civilization, the so-called barbarians, who lived north, south, east, west, all around the Shang, were a constant concern. The diviners are frequently asking the ancestors for advice. Should we launch an expedition to punish the people in the east? Should we expect that the barbarians from the north will raid at harvest time? All kinds of concerns, all kinds of anxiety are in evidence in the questions that are asked. And we know from the answers and from the outcome statements that there were frequent devastating raids, that non-Chinese peoples intruded into the settled areas, into the agricultural heartland, and carried off not only food and other kinds of supplies, but people as well, were taken away and enslaved in these non-Chinese areas, or non-Shang areas. So the maintenance of security was one of the critical functions of the Shang as well. In that function, they ran into some problems as time went by. And these problems had to do with mobilizing resources and deploying force to secure the state, to secure the territory. But that generated tensions and unrest within the Shang territory itself. What seems to have happened is that subordinate peoples, and there were many of them, became resentful as time went on of the tribute that they paid to the Shang ruler, particularly as security around the perimeter of the Shang territory seemed to be breaking down. If they were going to be paying tribute, if they were going to be offering up wealth to the Shang kings, then they expected to live in secure and stable conditions. But increasingly, as we get down to about the 11th century BC, those conditions were not being maintained. That led to unrest, frustration among the people, among many of the subordinate people who constituted the Shang polity. And that unrest eventually led to efforts by some of those people to overthrow the Shang and to establish their own in succession, just as the Shang had emerged as the successors to the Shah. We'll turn our attention to the overthrow of the Shang and the emergence of the next dynasty, the Zhou dynasty, in the next lecture. We've been talking about the emergence of Chinese civilization. We've traced this down thus far from its origins back in prehistoric Neolithic times to the first dynasty in the traditional Chinese historiography, Shang, which emerged in North China, built up largely around bronze civilization, developed royal monarchical systems, worship of the ancestors of the rulers being a critical component of their early states. We've learned a lot about these early periods in Chinese history from archaeology, excavation of the oracle bones that we talked about last time, records of divination, the records of consultation with the Shang ancestors. And what's interesting in some ways about this is the degree to which the archaeological record and the information recorded in texts like the oracle book has confirmed, has agreed with the traditional mythological accounts of Chinese history. And before I go on to talk a little about the next dynastic period, the rise of the Zhou dynasty, I want to just mention briefly some of the contrasts between the mythological record and the archaeological record, or the textual tradition that we've had emerge about the Shah and the Shang. The Chinese have a very elaborate account of their own origin. They don't have a creation myth in exactly the same way that many Western civilizations do. But instead, their traditions begin with what we sometimes call the sage king, the sage emperors, figures of high antiquity, posited to be long before the emergence even of the Shah. Perhaps the most notable, a pair of early kings or early emperors, Yao and Shun. Yao being the first man to pass the throne on to a successor. Prior to that, there had been a number of critical leaders. But it's Yao who begins the process of continuous rule, of having a regular succession from one king. So he searches around in the kingdom, the empire, for a worthy successor. And Shun is brought to his attention, picked out, is given the honor of inheriting the throne. It's interesting because it's a contrast with the actual practice of all the historical dynasties that we know of, where succession was a matter of keeping the throne within, keeping power within a particular family. But it's important. It highlights another aspect of Chinese political culture, which is the centrality of moral quality. We'll be looking at the more elaborate discourse of morality, the way in which morality is articulated in early Chinese thought, when we come to talk about people like Confucius and Mencius and Lao Tzu in the next lecture. But when we turn to the Zhou, we see the emergence, really for the first time in the written record, of a moralization of political events. And that really follows on very nicely from the allegories or early mythical accounts of rulers like Yao Shun, who made the state, made political power something that was not just the property of a family, but involved the moral character, the moral quality of the ruler. That kind of moral critique is at the heart of the story of the transition from the Shang to the Zhou. The Zhou people, the people who found the dynasty that we call the Zhou, were one of these subordinate communities within the Shang Empire. They were located on the western side of the territory that the Shang controlled, and they had a very interesting mythological history of their own. Their early history involved a change from a hunting and gathering society to an agricultural society, and then a reversion to a hunting and gathering period before they finally settled down and became farmers on a more permanent basis. This probably reflects the unsettled environmental conditions in the northwest of China 4,000 or so years ago, when the environment was wetter than it is now, sometimes cooler, sometimes warmer, but things had not stabilized, or at least had not reached the condition which we've come to think of as characteristic during historical times. The Zhou people did eventually settle and become an agricultural community, and they became affiliated with the Shang order. But they were resentful of the power of the Shang. They were resentful of the dominance and leadership of the Shang. And they began somewhere around the late 12th century or the beginning of the 11th century BCE to conceive the ambition of overthrowing the Shang and of establishing their own leadership. They felt that they were in a better position, that they were at least more deserving of the power which the Shang rulers were not exercising as well as they should, were not performing the leadership roles as well as the Zhou leaders thought that they should. A leader of the Zhou people, a man named Kai, articulates
how you
this
doing,
ambition
big dog?
quite explicitly and puts in place a plan
Cobra, how do you
for
like
the next 3 generations.
this going to the moon? Absolutely, just like Cobra and Rabbi. How's life, baby? I'm in agreement with you. So, are we hitting $69.42? In the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu community, one of the goals in the fantasy football league, somebody's got a fantasy football team that's named the Sproto 69ers 69.42 to the moon, so it's like 69.420. Well, a bunch of people become millionaires in here when Bitcoin hits $1. I know, isn't that funny? I mean, I just think it's wonderful. And we're just going to continue. Keep that pump going and keep going viral. That's all we can do. Oh, hell yeah. So this is a sleep mask that I use all the time. And then I've got I've got my Sprotos. And yeah, all is good, man. How are things with you? Excellent. I appreciate it, Cobra. Anytime, man. Excellent. Well, hey, come back whenever you have time, and let's keep this point pumping. Excellent. Take care, Cobra. Peace, baby. Shout out to Cobra, everybody. We got Cobra here, and we got Cobra Commander.
Eclipses and things like that, and correlating them with events that are described in the historical record.
Hell yeah, making people millionaires. We're making people millionaires.
Based on references to certain things like the range of possible dates for when the Zhou war with the Shang took place to within a few years around 1045. So we can't select amongst a few dates, but we have a pretty good idea right around 1045 that these events took place. What happens is that the Zhou army and their allies march to the area of the last Shang capital, which is by the modern day settlement of Anya, and draw themselves up on the west side of a river. The river is still there, although its course seems to have changed at the time of the battle. And in the morning of the day when the battle takes place, King Wu, although he's rather a young boy, not a mature individual yet, gives a speech calling for the overthrow of the Shang, and then leads his armies forward into the Shang capital. There are a number of ancient documents that describe this conflict, describe the conquest of power by the Zhou. In one of the most sacred texts in China, a book called the Classic of Documents, there are several texts that relate to this. There's a purported transcript of the speech that King Wu gives. There's a number of other texts that relate to the political rationale for the conquest. We'll be returning to those in just a minute. And then there's a description of the battle itself, which is really quite graphic. It talks about the wailing and screaming of combatants, and the idea that in the streets of the Shang capital, the blood flowed so deeply that blocks of wood floated. It was a very violent battle, being fought, of course, with bronze weapons, lots of swords and axes being wielded. And at the end of the day, the Shang king had been killed, the Shang state had been destroyed, and the Zhou were in control. The Zhou were in command. Now, King Wu, as I say, was the leader, was the ruler of the Zhou people at this time, but he was still rather a young boy. And in fact, probably the most important individual in this process is his uncle, who we know simply by his formal title, which is the Duke of Zhou. The Duke of Zhou was the younger brother of King Wen, but unlike the Shang, the Zhou people passed the monarchy, passed their leadership along from father to son. They did not pass it from elder to younger brother. The Duke of Zhou has always been seen as a sort of virtuous leader, a paragon of restraint, because he did not usurp the throne. He did not take power when he probably could have in a moment of great political turmoil and great political crisis, but instead simply acted as a sort of sagely advisor to his nephew, King Wu. The Duke of Zhou becomes a prototype for the sagely advisor in later Chinese political culture. Now, I mentioned the idea of the Zhou conquest, transition from Shang rule to Zhou rule, as being the first instance where we have an elaborate moral context or moral rationale involved, and how this in some ways links back to the mythological traditions of figures like Yao and Shun. The rationale that is deployed for the Zhou conquest comes to be one of the central doctrines, central ideas in Chinese political culture ever after, all the way down, indeed, to the present day. You still hear it talked about in Chinese political rhetoric and discourse today. And this is what we call the idea of the mandate of heaven. The mandate of heaven. Now, To understand the mandate of heaven, we have to think a little bit about the Chinese concept of heaven. The Zhou people worshipped what we translate as heaven. In Chinese, the word is tian, and it's a difficult concept to translate, as many Chinese spiritual and philosophical concepts are when we put them in English. But if we think of tian not as a heaven, as a place, as a sort of spiritual realm, the way that often I think we use the term heaven in Western religion, but rather as a sort of natural operating system. It's sort of the overarching mechanism that governs the functioning, the operation of everything in humanity. Okay, so it's an organic system rather than it's not a divinity or a deity. It's not an all-powerful God, but it's an all-encompassing system. However, it does have the capacity for action. And perhaps the most significant action that heaven performs from a human perspective is what we call bestowing the mandate, or conversely, withdrawing. Now, the mandate of heaven, the doctrine that the Zhou developed to justify their conquest of power, said that there is a proper way for society to be organized. There's a proper way for people to live together in human community. And central to that proper way, central to a well-ordered community, is a good ruler. The king is the focal point of society, the focal point of the state, of the community. And the king has to be a good king. Heaven bestows upon someone the right, the power to rule. Okay? And once that is done, that right, that authority, that legitimacy remains with that individual and with his descendants. Okay, so a king can pass the throne on to his son, and it goes to the grandson and the great-grand. You can just continue. This is how we get the phenomenon of dynasty. Dynasty is a ruling family, a ruling house, which maintains a succession of power from generation to generation. And a dynasty is legitimized based in the fact that it possesses the mandate of heaven. Heaven has bestowed the mandate on a particular ruling family. But the mandate is not just a grant. It's not like the Western doctrine of the divine right of kings. In the doctrine of the divine right of kings, the king rules by divine right, and whatever the king does is basically okay. The mandate of heaven is more like a performative contract between heaven and the rulers. The rulers must be good rulers. The rulers must create and maintain conditions of peace and prosperity for the people so that the people can pursue their livelihood without fear of external invasion, without fear of domestic unrest, and also without fear of cruelty or exploitation by the rulers. Okay, the kings have to tax people, they have to levy various kinds of duties on people, they have to mobilize military resources, they have to organize the metallurgical industry, but they have to do all these things in a way which maintains the livelihood of the community. They can't just make people do whatever they say and take everything from them and crush them with exploitation. If the rulers do that, if the rulers become cruel and exploitive to excess, then heaven will withdraw the mandate. Heaven will take the mandate away from the current rulers. And then heaven looks around, basically, and bestows the mandate somewhere else. Okay? Now, what the Zhou say, what King Wu says in his speech before the battle at Anyan, is that this is exactly what has happened. He says, this is not something I choose. We're not here today because I want to overthrow Shang, because I want to increase my power. We're here today because heaven has withdrawn the mandate from the Shah and bestowed it on us, on the Zhou people. And I, as your leader, have to guide you in this effort. Okay? The Shang, he says, were legitimate. The Shang received the mandate of heaven. And at first, the Shang ruled well. They guided the affairs of the country. They guided the affairs of the people in a proper way. But then, as time went on, they became corrupt. They became decadent. The last ruler of the Shang, he's sort of tyrant. He's cruel. He stays in his palace. He indulges his decadent passions, and he doesn't care about the safety of the people. He exploits the people to enrich himself. Heaven has withdrawn the mandate, and it has bestowed the mandate upon us. Now, the doctrine of the mandate of heaven is really a lovely system for justifying political transition. It's a system that validates success. Okay? If you challenge the power of a ruling dynasty, and this becomes the pattern throughout the rest of Chinese history, as we'll see, if you challenge the power of a ruling dynasty, a ruling house, and you system, it's got perfect feedback, because if you win, then you have the mandate. If you lose, then you didn't have the mandate. So it's a very nice self-validating rationale for the transference of political power. Now, in the historical records, in the texts that we have about Chinese history, the doctrine of the mandate of heaven is used, it's projected backwards. And there's actually, in some sources, there's discussion of the Shang overthrow of the Shah, or the replacement of Shah rule by the Shang period, as an earlier instance of this. But those are clearly later reconstructions. Those are texts that are written during the Zhou as a way of legitimizing their own actions on the basis of historical precedent, as well as on the merits of the doctrine of the mandate of heaven itself. So the mandate of heaven becomes the fundamental explanatory mechanism for political change. And as I said, it remains a powerful concept all down through later Chinese history. You'll see references to it in talking about the revolutions of the 20th century, talking about the death of Mao Zedong, we'll be getting to much later. It's still an idea that's very powerful in China today. It comes directly from these experiences around 1045 BCE when the Zhou overthrow the Shang. Well, they successfully carry out this transition. They successfully destroy the power of the Shang state and replace it with their own. And then they set about creating a new order. Now, one interesting aspect of this is that although the Shang people have been defeated, the Zhou people continue to sort of respect them. The Shang are moved away from the capital area at Anyang, their final capital at Anyang. They're moved off to the south and east a bit, and they're given a territory of their own. They are, in effect, made now a subordinate people within a political order dominated by the Zhou. But they are allowed to retain their own customs. They are allowed, for example, to continue the ancestral worship of the Shang royal family. And indeed, there are territories in southeast China today, what's called Anhui province today, where certain families trace their ancestry all the way back to the Shang period. So they're not wiped out and destroyed, but they are incorporated into the new order that the Zhou set about building. The Zhou shift the center of the state away from Anyang, away from the old heartland of the Shang territory, off to the west, off to their own ancestral homeland, into the valley of the Wei River. And they build a new capital at a place, they call it Shenyang. It has a number of names in history. Today it is the city of Xi'an, which is the capital of Shanxi province, and is one of the great historical sites. We'll be talking a lot about this particular location because it serves as a capital for a number of later dynasties. But it is the Zhou who make it the first capital city. And the Zhou establish a pattern for the building of capital cities, which itself becomes the standard for all later dynasties, just as the mandate of heaven becomes the ideological standard for the assumption of power in later dynasties. The design, the physical design of a capital city laid out by the Zhou becomes the standard. And it becomes such because it has cosmological significance. The city is designed to be a physical representation of a well-ordered world. For one thing, it's laid out as a square or rectangular space surrounded by a wall. It's oriented on a north-south axis. It has a compound in the northern part of the city along the central axis, which is the residence of the ruler. And then in the southern part of the city are residential areas for ordinary people, markets, activity centers of daily life. Surrounding the city at the four cardinal directions are ritual complexes, altars, where the emperor comes out from time to time in the course of the calendar year and performs sacrifices or other ceremonies to regulate the agricultural cycle. Okay? So the city, the capital city, becomes a model of order in human society and the connections between a well-ordered human society and the natural world around it. And this concept of rulership, this concept of the emperor as the link between human order and natural order, becomes a much more sort of rationalized and abstracted phenomenon with the Zhou, but it's clearly a continuance, a refinement of the ways in which spiritual power, the ability to communicate with the natural and spiritual world, has been linked to political authority going back to the Shang and the Shah before them. Now, I mentioned in talking about the doctrine of the mandate of heaven that the Zhou people worship heaven. And this is a little different from the spirituality of the Shang, who worshipped the royal ancestors. The Zhou people also worship their ancestors, and indeed, ancestor worship becomes, perhaps the most characteristic feature of Chinese civilization overall. It spreads from the political elite out into ordinary society, and as time goes by, certainly over the last 3,000 years or so, most Chinese participate in the cult of ancestor worship to one degree or another, usually to quite extensive degrees. The Zhou people also worship their ancestors, and royal ancestor worship is part of their state cult as well. But they worship heaven as a transcendent power, as a system, an all-encompassing system. And this is important because it's part, again, of their political legitimization. They are not merely one family exercising power over all others. They are them. And there's no way to get around that. That's what a dynasty is. But they exercise that power in the name of a larger, more all-encompassing order. And that order is what is, in a sense, characterized by their worship of heaven. Heaven covers everything. One way to translate the term heaven, one very concrete way to translate the term heaven, is the blue vault of the sky. That's one of the meanings that the character has, to specifically refer to the sky. And the way in which the sky extends over everything is the way in which Zhou rule is to extend over everything. The realm of the state, the territory that the ruler governs, is referred to as all under heaven, Tianxia, everything that's under the sky. And so it's that all-encompassing order which the Zhou set out to create. They do this very successfully. The first 2 or 3 centuries of Zhou rule are a period of expansion, a period of population growth, territorial expansion, particularly in the south and the southeast. The Zhou state, by, say, the 8th century BCE, is perhaps 4 times as large as the territory controlled by the Shang at the time of the conquest. The success of the Zhou in expanding their territory and increasing their population leads to new challenges in terms of administration. Zhou kings cannot govern the entire realm themselves from their capital, and instead they have to create new mechanisms of administration. They do this by appointing local rulers, local power holders. Those local power holders are initially quite closely bonded to the king, but as time goes by, those bonds weaken, and local strongmen start to emerge, pursuing their own interests, pursuing their own power, in distinction from that of the Zhou court. The tensions that creates within the Zhou system lead to a period of breakdown and fragmentation, and that is what we will turn to in the next lecture. The Zhou dynasty was founded when the Zhou people overthrew the around 1045 BCE. And as we talked about last time, they set about then creating a new order, a new empire. The Zhou dynasty lasts a long time from its founding, 11th century BCE, finally extinguished only around the year 253 BCE. So it has a very long run. In simple chronological terms, the longest lasting of the historical Chinese dynasty. But as a really effective state, as a state that actually controlled and administered a integrated empire, its reign is considerably shorter. The formal extent of the Zhou dynasty and the actual rule of the Zhou king are two very different things. What I want to talk about in this lecture is the process of breakdown, the process of fragmentation, which really brings to an end the period when the Zhou kings were the real rulers over China, and takes us into a period of chaos and confusion and turmoil, which lasts a long time, but becomes also one of the most fertile and creative periods in China's intellectual and cultural history. We'll be looking at those intellectual and cultural developments more in the next couple of lectures. This time I want to really concentrate on what happens to the Zhou state and how it winds up becoming what we might today call a dysfunctional empire. The Zhou faced the challenge of administering China, of administering the territory they had seized from the Shang, and they performed quite well in the early centuries of their rule. As we talked about a little bit last time, they were able to expand the territory under their control, particularly by expanding to the south and the southeast. They brought Chinese rule, or their own rule, to the Yangtze River Valley and even beyond that, and to the very rich rice growing areas of the southeast coast. As they did so, they also presided over a period of population growth. In part, of course, that's a result of geographic expansion. More territory, more control brought more and more people into the Zhou Empire. But they also were successful in creating a stable and peaceful domestic order, which allowed for the economy to develop and allowed for the population to grow. So they fulfilled the terms of the mandate of heaven. They fulfilled the requisite provision of conditions of peace and prosperity, which were embodied in their own ideological justification for seizing power by creating conditions in which people could pursue their livelihood, in which the agricultural cycle could move along, and harvests were brought in regularly, and all this. They successfully lived out their own political ideas, their own political rationalization. But they also, in the success that they achieved, they also faced problems. There were things they had to do, which the old order, the way that they had, the way of governing that they had seen under the Shang and that they had used in the early days of their rule, were no longer adequate. The empire became so long, so extensive, that they couldn't administer it, the Zhou right from their royal court. They could exercise pretty direct, effective control within a certain geographic range, but once the empire got larger and larger, simply the time it took to communicate with people out there in various parts of the territory made it less functional, less possible to make all the decisions and monitor and manage all the affairs from the royal court. So they had to appoint local. Um, they initially began to delegate power to members of the royal family. The royal family, a large, extensive clan group, and so initially they were able to sort of delegate power to brothers, cousins, nephews, sons, and share the administrative burden. Right? When that sort of reservoir was fully used up, and they still had no territory, they appointed a lot of military individuals who had proven their loyalty to the Zhou in battle, in the process of conquering new territories. Often it became the practice that the military commander of forces who brought new territory into Zhou control would be appointed to be the political supervisor of those territories as well. In the first 3 or 4 reigns of kings, this system worked very well. The personal relationships between the kings and the individuals that they were appointing to administer local territories were quite close. But as time went by, changes took place both at court and out in local circumstances. At court, the monarchy became an established thing. The dynamism, the charismatic leadership of the early Zhou king gives way to a more routinized political center. The kings who come along after the first century or so of Zhou rule have grown up in conditions of power and prestige. They've grown up in the palace, in the capital. They accept the leading role that they have and that the Zhou have almost without question, and they become perhaps a bit complacent about that. At the same time, out in local society, in local communities around the empire, the power holders there are the descendants now of the individuals who were initially appointed by the early Zhou. Often these positions of local leadership became hereditary. And they begin to ask themselves why they're acting as subordinates, why they are forwarding, for example, large amounts of wealth to the royal court. Particularly in the south and the southeast, the territories that are now being brought under Zhou rule are very productive, very rich agricultural areas, and yet most of the agricultural surplus that's being generated is being shipped off as tribute payments to the royal court. And local administrators now start to question, now start to say, why we're doing the work, we're out here on site in location. Why are we sending all this wealth off to the capital? Why don't we retain more of it here in our local environment and actually subvert the order of hierarchy that had been in place up till this time? And what we can see most clearly, or perhaps the way we can see this most clearly, is in the use of terminology, the way that they referred to themselves. These individuals, these local strongmen, were appointees of the Zhou ruler. The Zhou ruler at this time, the term for the chief leader in China at this time was the king. In Chinese, the term is Wang. What we see beginning in the 8th century BCE is that certain local administrators, certain individuals exercising power theoretically on behalf of the Zhou begin to refer to themselves as Wang, as kings. Okay? In their writing, particularly in the documents that they're using in their local context. They may still refer to themselves in appropriate terms when they send reports or messages to the court, but in their own local setting, they start to call themselves kings. Okay? Now, what should have happened in some sort of theoretical model is that the first time somebody did this, the Joe King should have said, if he heard about it, the Joe King should have said, you're not allowed to do that. You can't call yourself a king. I'm the king. There's only one king. There can't be two kings. So stop it. And then sent out sufficient force to compel whoever was doing this to stop. But that doesn't happen. It doesn't happen because the Joe, right at this time, early in the 8th century BCE, suddenly have to face a different kind of problem, a different kind of challenge. And this is the beginning of insecurity, the beginning of unrest on their own western frontier, actually in the very territory where the Zhou people themselves had first originated, out in the far west of the Wei River Valley, what's now southwestern Shanxi province. A new people begins to emerge in that area, new historical identity, people called the Qin, which in the pinyin system is spelled Qin, the Qin people. Now, we'll hear a lot more about the Qin people in about 3 lectures from now, because the Qin will become one of the most powerful people to rise up during a period of great chaos and warfare, and we'll follow their story later. But for right now, what's important is that in the early stirrings of the Qin back in the 8th century BCE, they began to pose a threat to sort of the rear guard of the Zhou people. And in fact, the Qin began to raid into Zhou territory, and around the middle of the 8th century, the Zhou decided that they needed to move their capital. So they abandoned the capital that they had built at the beginning of the dynasty, where the modern city of Xi'an, and they moved east down the Wei River Valley into the Yellow River Valley, and out onto the very edge of the North China Plain at the site of what is today the city of Luoyang. Now, Luoyang, they also built as a great imperial capital on the model they had developed back at Shenyang of a square city with a north-south axis and all the other attributes of sort of the cosmic diagram that the Chinese capital is meant to embody. And Luoyang becomes a capital city for the Zhou. It's a subordinate capital, a secondary capital in a number of later dynasties. It remains a very, very important political and cultural center in later times. But in the 8th century, its significance is that it represents a shift in the center of Zhou rule. And it represents a weakening of the Zhou state, because they're forced to abandon what had been their capital and what had been their ancestral homeland, and move into a more secure area in the heart of the agricultural core of China. Because of this, because of the attention that they're spending on these the rise of the Qin people and move of the capital and trying to stabilize their system at the center, they're unable to attend to some of these developments taking place out in more peripheral areas where local strongmen are arrogating to themselves, are usurping for themselves the terminology of royalty. Now, in some ways, this change in rhetoric, change in terminology might not seem to be particularly significant, but what's important is that it constitutes a challenge to the authority of the Zhou. It constitutes an erosion, a subversion of the proper order. Okay? So this begins to call into question the legitimacy of Zhou power itself, the legitimacy of the Zhou kings. Now, for the next few hundred years, China becomes a sort of schizophrenic political culture, because throughout the ensuing centuries, the Zhou rulers remain in place. They remain in Luoyang. One king follows another upon the throne. There's a legitimate succession of power and authority. And most local strongmen, most rulers, as they emerge around China, continue to pay some sort of formal lip service to the supreme position of the Zhou king. But the political reality that the Zhou do not control territory beyond maybe 30 or 40 miles outside their capital, and all the rest of China begins to break down into small local states ruled by independent kings. Okay? What we get here is a period from the middle of the 8th century down to about the year 500 or so, 480, somewhere in there. You see different chronologies used for this, that we call the Spring and Autumn period. The name comes from a particular text, a book called the Spring and Autumn Annals. The annals are records that are kept describing the events that take place year to year in one of these little local states that emerges. The particular one that we're concerned with when we talk about the Spring and Autumn Annals is a state called Lu, the state of Lu. The state of Lu is very important. It's very significant in a number of ways. For one thing, it is rule, the ruling house in the state of Lu claims that it is descended from the Duke of Zhou. Now, you remember we talked about the Duke of Zhou at the time of the Zhou conquest. He was the younger brother of King Wen, who had planned the overthrow of the Shang, and he was the uncle of the young King Wu, who was actually on the throne at the time, or takes the throne at the time of the Zhou conquest. The Duke of Zhou was the archetype or the sagely advisor, the wise counselor, the individual who exercised restraint. He didn't seize power for himself, but instead served the greater interests of his people. Well, the rulers of the state of Lu trace their descent from the Duke of Zhou. So they are, while not the royal line in Luoyang, they are sort of as close to legitimate as any of these minor states can be. The other thing that's important about the state of Lu is that it is the home state of Confucius. Now, we'll be talking about Confucius in the next lecture, and his ideas and political philosophy, and how those develop. One thing that's interesting about the Spring and Autumn Annals is that the Chinese traditionally believe that Confucius himself had edited this book, that he selected the particular entries from the historical records of the state of Lu and compiled them into this book form. The Spring and Autumn Annals is a quirky text. The entries in it are very short. They're often rather ambivalent as to why they're even in there, what they mean, what their significance is. And that is believed, or was believed traditionally by the Chinese, to be an indication of Confucius' thinking. He selected particular events, particular incidents to illustrate his moral philosophy. We'll make more sense of that when we talk about that moral philosophy next time. But the Spring and Autumn Annals is a record, year by year, of how the state of Lu in particular was governed and how it interacted with other states around it. And it's just one of a number of similar texts, others coming from other states, but it's exemplary of this kind of record. And what it describes, and what the other Spring and Autumn type annals from other states describe, is the process of breakdown, process of fragmentation, where the unified, integrated order which Zhou had worked so hard to create at the beginning of the rule simply falls apart. Local rulers call themselves kings, even though officially they should be referred to as dukes. The whole hierarchy of nomenclature that is formally used in the official records of the Zhou king, but which everybody else starts to ignore. And as they assume these titles, they basically set up in their local administrative centers sort of mini royal courts. They begin to perform rituals, certain kinds of rituals, which are really only appropriate for the king. But now that they're calling themselves king, they feel it's appropriate for them to perform these rituals. So they start to perform the kinds of royal ancestor worship using bronzes and sacrifices and all this, which really only the king should do. But now we have lots of kings. So we have lots of royal courts and lots of individuals performing these different rituals and adapting them to their own particular needs or sentiments or particular tastes. They start to wear the clothing that's appropriate to a king. They start to sit in court and have their subordinate officials come to them and perform the kinds of ritual gestures that are appropriate for a king. There's a whole emulation, a whole appropriation of royal regalia and royal ceremonial in these local courts. Well, not only do they go their own way in adopting the trappings of royal power, that would be bad enough in its own right. But what makes this period so problematic is that with the breakdown of a single authority centered on the Zhou king and embodying, in a sense, that all-encompassing system that we talked about as being everything under heaven, the Zhou worship of heaven as symbolic representation of their all-encompassing rule. Without that, order begins to break down. One king in one territory says to himself, well, I like what I've got, but I'd like a little more. And he looks around, and maybe one of his neighbors isn't quite as powerful, isn't quite as wealthy, or maybe one of his neighbors has some particular resource or asset that he covets. And so he launches military attack and he conquers his neighbor. And once that starts, once you get violence becoming a legitimate means of political activism, then things break down quite rapidly. And you get the emergence of a phenomenon that we call the hegemon. In Chinese, the term is the ba. And when you read Chinese accounts of this period, when they talk about these so-called kings, they consistently use the phrase, the term ba wang, which means a king in power but not in right. Okay? Kings who rule because they have the power to do so, but not because they have the legitimate authority. There's only one king who really has legitimate authority. That's the Zhou king. So these other individuals we refer to as hegemons, people who have power but don't have legitimate power. Well, the hegemons begin to fight amongst themselves, and for a couple of hundred years, we have a process where the number of states constantly increases, and you go from a state of one, single Zhou empire. By the time we get down to around the year 500, there are perhaps 250 small states scattered all over the territory of China. Obviously, some of these are quite small. Some of them consist of perhaps only a single fortified town and the agricultural fields necessary to support it. Others are larger and more extensive. But each of them claim the power and legitimacy of being a sovereign government. Again, they may continue to acknowledge on some level the overlordship, the supreme position of the Zhou king, but it's merely a ritual exercise. The Zhou kings exercise no substantive power, no real political authority outside of their royal domain. Now, while all this is going on, while power is fragmenting and kings are popping up all over the place and royal courts are proliferating, there's a very significant development that takes place, I suppose we could say, in the political society. This is the emergence of an elite strata in society that we call the Shi. The Shi become the class of professional political administrators. Okay? Now, they develop, in a sense, out of what we saw back in the Shang period, the royal diviners. The royal diviners in the Shang period were the people who were literate. They were the ones who knew how to read and write Chinese language. They were the ones who recorded the questions and the answers and the outcomes on the oracle bones. They were the ones who maintained the records of state administration. When we get to the Zhou, there are at the royal court similar individuals, ritual specialists, people who know the traditions, who can read the texts of the past. But as the number of royal courts proliferate, the number of individuals required to perform these functions, not in one single royal center, but in some 250 different sort of mini courts all over China, grows accordingly. And so we have the Shi now as a much larger class, perhaps something like 4 or 5% of the Chinese population eventually becomes involved in the social group, in the social formation. And the Shi are, as I say, the professional administrators. They are literate. Their command of the written language is perhaps their single most identifying feature. They act as advisors. They know history. They know the texts of the past, the classics that we refer to in later times as the Confucian classics, books of documents that record the events of early history, books of poetry in which the folk songs of ordinary people were written down, which were believed to be a way of understanding the sentiments of the people. And if you're concerned about maintaining the mandate of heaven, you want to know what the people are feeling. You know, if people are content or if they're unhappy, so that you can regulate your government. Other kinds of documents, other kinds of texts, ritual texts about what the proper way to conduct sacrifices to the ancestors, what kind of music, what kind of movements and organization should be used. All kinds of written material embodying knowledge about the past, embodying the records of present administration. These come to be the province of the Shi, professional administrators. The Shi at first are simply, in a sense, the courtiers of these various local strongmen. As time goes by and the ranks of local strongmen grow in number, the Shi become sort of a free entity in their own right. And indeed, we see as the number of courts proliferates and as they compete with one another, they compete not only militarily, but they compete politically. And we see certain rulers trying to recruit the best and the brightest amongst the Shi to come and serve them, to come and work at their court. So the Shi now become sort of a mobile. They're not fixed and attached all the time to one particular place, born in a particular place, spending their whole lives there. Now, at least some of the Shi become truly professional in the sense that they can market their services to a variety of strongmen, a variety of hegemons. Certain individuals may serve 3 or 4 or more different lords, different rulers in the course of their career. This is a very important development because the Shi, as an administrative elite, come to embody political values, political ideas, which are in some ways independent from the power of particular rulers, particular kings or strongmen. And that leads them to have a sort of independent critical perspective on questions of government, questions of what the good life is, what the good society is. And this gives rise, particularly after about the 6th century BCE, to a very creative period in Chinese thought, because what we see as this fragmentation, this era of disorder, this era of chaos and conflict in China continues year after year, decade after decade, century after century. We see people begin to question the fundamental order of China. After the turn of about the year 500 or 480 BC, the process of fragmentation starts to, in a sense, reverse itself in that stronger states begin to emerge, which start to eat up the weaker states. And the number of states goes from perhaps 250 or so rapidly down, maybe to 100, then maybe to 50, until by the time you get down to the 3rd century, there's only perhaps a dozen or so states still contending amongst themselves. As that process goes on, thinkers emerge amongst the Shi to ask themselves, what went wrong How did things get so messed up? How did such chaos and violence and conflict come to China when we had a well-ordered society in the early Zhou? What went wrong? And as a corollary of how can we fix it? How can we seek to create and maintain a well-ordered society? These are the fundamental questions that structure Chinese political thinking and political culture, and we'll turn to the individuals who begin to answer them in the next lectures.
Oh, I'm going with this motherfucker. Oh, dude, I'm so happy. I just found a fucking logger bot that tells me everything that I need to know when this fucker who comes in to wake me up every single day comes in. It'll tell me how long he's here, at what time he comes in, and I'll be able to ban his ass. That's wonderful. I'm so happy. Fuck you, man. Fuck that guy. I mean, look, you can't hustle a hustler and game respect game. I understand. I'm doing this to everybody on every platform, so I get it. But I'm happy I'm gonna be able to end that motherfucker. Oh, that's great.
250 down to smaller and smaller numbers, 150. By the time we get down to the 3rd century, there's perhaps only a dozen fairly large states still fighting it out amongst themselves. We'll see the culmination of that process in the next lecture. But today, I want to take a little time to talk about the philosophical response, the questions that people ask, the way that people tried to make sense of the chaos that was taking place around them during this period. We talked before about the rise of the Shur, the class of professional political administrators who emerged during the spring and autumn period as the number of local courts, local royal establishments grew, and people were needed to carry on the administrative activities of government. The literate class, the group of individuals who read the records, wrote the records, used the historical precedents, the knowledge of the past to advise their rulers on government policy. These individuals reflected on the problems that were confronting China, confronting the many states now that constituted China. And they asked questions about why things had gotten to be as difficult as they were. What had gone wrong with the order that had existed? The Zhou, the early Zhou dynasty, a period of great success, great expansion, growth. Why had that gone wrong? Why had that broken down? And as a corollary of that, what could be done to put the world back into order? What could be done to gain Chinese intellectual or philosophical? And that is in Chinese intellectual or philosophical. And that is Confucius. There are two important schools that remain linked to one another throughout Chinese history from this period on. Confucianism and Taoism emerge about the same time. They in some ways represent a polarity of thought about government, good society, and a properly ordered world. Confucianism is the one that I'm going to start with, not because it's more important or because it's right and Taoism is wrong or anything like that, but simply because you have to start with one of them, and I'm going to start with Confucianism. We don't know a lot about the historical individuals who started these schools of thought. Confucius lived between about 550 BC and 480 BC. Exact dates are hard to determine. There aren't really contemporary records of him, but we do have information about him written down by his students and their students in later generations. We know, for example, that he spent a fair amount of time traveling around in Eastern China, essentially offering his services to the rulers of different states. As we mentioned in a previous lecture, Confucius was from the state of Lu in what is today Shandong province. It's a very successful state, one of the more prosperous states. It was a state that was ruled by a family which traced its descent back to the Duke of Zhou, so a very prestigious ruling house in the state of Lu. And that was where Confucius grew up. That's where he learned his craft, if you will, of politics. He was, of course, a member of this elite professional administrative class. And as we talked about previously, by this time it was possible for members of the class to not simply serve in the place where they were born, but to offer their services and travel around to different locations. And this is what Confucius did. But he wasn't very successful at it. He never seems to have achieved the kind of position that he was looking for, to really be an influential advisor, to guide the affairs of state, to guide the actions of a ruler. He had a number of relatively minor positions, and eventually he gave up this effort to try to achieve political success through serving in administration. He went back to his home state of and he settled into a longer career as a teacher. And it's from his role as a teacher that we really know about his ideas. His students and later individuals that they passed their knowledge on to wrote down many of the things that he said, many of the talks that he gave. And that's the information that we have about Confucius. Confucius' teachings, the core of his ideas, are about human relationships. When he looked at the world around him, when he looked at the problems facing China, and he asked these questions about what went wrong, why are things so messed up, what can we do to put things back in proper order, his response was to say, people need to understand the relationships between human beings in society. We want a well-ordered society. We want a society in which people can live together peacefully and in prosperity, then we need to recognize that society is a network of human relationships. He saw the family as sort of a microcosm of this. Relationships within the family served for Confucius to represent the kinds of relationships that were desirable in society as a whole. They were relationships that involved, on the one hand, obligations, duties, responsibilities, and on the other hand, bonds of affection and compassion and caring. Confucius defined a set of what we call the 5 great relationships, which were not meant to be an exhaustive catalog of all possible relationships, but were sort of archetypical. They represented how human relations work in general. But he defined 5 concrete examples which serve to represent this. And these are the relationship between the ruler and the subject, the relationship between father and son, the relationship between husband and wife, elder brother and younger brother, and the relationship between friend and friend. Now, 3 of these are family relationships, father and son, husband and wife, elder and younger brother. And this reflects the centrality of the family in Confucian thought. It's not just a coincidence that he chose these as part of the overall bond. All of these relationships have certain characteristics. They're all what we might call hierarchical. That is to say, in each pair, one side plays a leading role and the other side plays the following role. One side is dominant, one side is subordinate. The ruler is dominant over the subject. The father has a leading role in guiding the development and training of his son, and subordinate learning. The husband and the wife, the elder and younger brother, even in the relationship between friend and friend. This sounds like a more egalitarian relationship. People are just friends. But in Confucius' vision, even in the relationship between friends, there will always be, in any given set of circumstances, one of the two will be older, wiser, more sophisticated, a better baseball player, and there'll be some way in which one of the two plays a more leading role and the other plays the role of sort of second fiddle, of following along. That isn't to say that given 2 individuals, they will always be in the same relationship. It may be that in one circumstance, friend A is the leader and friend B the follower. In another set of circumstances, maybe particular traits of friend B might put him in the leading role and friend A in the following. But in any particular situation, there will be a hierarchical relationship. So these relationships have a hierarchical dimension. But that's not the totality of it. They also have an aspect of reciprocity, which is to say that they're not just top down. It isn't the ruler is the ruler and the subject is the subject, and therefore the ruler can do whatever they want, and the subject is uniformly obligated to obey, or the father and the son, or the husband and the wife, any of the relations. The ruler, or the father, or the husband, must be a good ruler, or father, or husband. They must fulfill their role in a proper way. They have to do the right thing. If they abuse their role, if they are cruel, if they are exploited, if they are negligent, then the subject, the son, the wife, is released from the bond of obligation. The reciprocity of these relationships is what makes them, in many ways, really work. Because otherwise, it's just a power thing. It's just a dictatorial thing. And top-down power may be effective in certain circumstances, but it's not the basis for building a long, living, functional society. It's not the basis for viable relationships. So for Confucius, the dual nature of human relationships is central to his ideas. They're hierarchical. People should, in normal circumstances, understand their role, whether they're leading or following, and they should fulfill that role. They should act that role out appropriately. But it's based upon the necessary fulfillment of these reciprocal obligations. The subject has an obligation to the ruler, but the ruler has obligations to the subject. If both sides are fulfilling their roles properly, then society will function smoothly. Everything will be as it should be. Now, these relationships structure society, but to make them work, obviously, people need to know where they stand. People need to understand the system of relationships as they encounter it, as it actually exists out there in the world around them. To do that, to make it easier to enact relationships properly, Confucius relies on ritual. He sees ritual as central to the operation, sort of day-to-day operation, the implementation, if you will, of this order of relationships. Ritual it can be anything. It can be something very simple. When two people meet on the street in our society, they shake hands. And that action of shaking hands is a ritual gesture, a gesture which in our system indicates, hi, we're on a level of equality. We're on a level of mutual interaction. But it's a ritual gesture. Or a ritual can be something very elaborate, a college graduation or a presidential inauguration, something like that, which involves large numbers of people performing certain actions in certain ways, music, colorful uniforms or costumes or something like that. Ritual can be very elaborate, very simple, anywhere in between. But ritual serves to facilitate the enactment of the relationships that Confucius suggests are central to a well-functioning society. Now, in looking back at history and looking at the condition of China during the Warring States period, what Confucius says is, this is the key. This is where things went wrong. Things went wrong in China when people violated the proper ritual order. Ritual structures the way that we interact. Ritual marks the relationships of a properly ordered society. So he looks back and he says, as we talked about before, back there in the 8th century BC, when people started taking for themselves the title of king, when people started performing at their local courts the rituals of royalty, when people started wearing the garments of the Zhou king, they violated the proper ritual. They broke with the right way of ordering society. All the chaos, all the warfare, all the suffering that has been afflicting China stems from that violation of the ritual order. And so for Confucius, the initial action, the basic program, what Confucius advocates as how to fix it, he talks about returning to the right, returning to the ritual order of the early Zhou. Not necessarily in terms of going back and figuring out exactly what color robes they wore in the year 1000 BC or something like that. But returning to the properly ordered ritual system, which was characteristic of the early Joe, rather than chaotic order or lack of order, chaotic disorder of the Warring States period. He also advocates something called the rectification of names. At one point, Confucius is asked, what would you do if you were given power? He had, of course, gone around looking to be an advisor to the ruler. One of his students says, what would you do if you were given power? He says, well, the first thing I would do would be to rectify names, to make the names fit reality. And this is a reference, of course, to the usurpation of the title of king by the first of the hegemons back in the 8th century. They should have stuck with their proper titles. If everyone used the proper terminology, then the world would be a properly ordered place. So ritual order, linguistic order, human relationships understood, properly defined, everyone acting out the role in which they belong. This would lead to the restoration of a properly ordered system, properly ordered society in China. A critical individual in this process is what Confucius calls the gentleman. In Chinese, it's the junzi. The gentleman is the individual who acts sort of as a model. He models the correct behavior. He models the proper ritual order in himself. He engages in learning. He learns about the past. Obviously, he's an educated gentleman, a member of this sure elite. And he seeks to approach what we call the proper way. A very important term here, the Tao. The Tao means the way. The word literally means a path, a walkway. But it means the way of proper order, the way that we should live in the world about us. By promoting and seeking to manifest a proper order, by seeking to embody the way, the gentleman provides an ideal role model that everyone else can learn from and emulate. Well, Confucius died around 480 BC. About 150 years later, a man named Mencius came along who picked up on many of the teachings of Confucius and further developed his ideas. He elaborated more fully the doctrine of the great relationships, and he specifically turned his attention to the relationship between ruler and subject, and developed these concepts in a way that emphasized the performative obligation of rulership. He talked about the necessity of the ruler to do the right thing, and that when the ruler violated people had a right to overthrow him, to change the government that they had. And of course, in some ways, this is a Confucian expression of the old doctrine of the mandate of heaven. Mencius talks about it in terms of the human relationship between ruler and subject, but it is deeply embedded in the conceptual order of the mandate of heaven. If the ruler abuses his relationship, his role, he's going to lose the mandate. And we can tell he loses the mandate, and people have the right to overthrow him. Well, Confucianism, as you can tell from the way I've just described it, has a fairly positive vision of individual, particularly the gentleman. To see is rather in contrast. Taoism takes a position or a set of positions that form sort of the opposite end of a polarity with Confucianism. Where Confucianism is very proactive, Taoism is very skeptical. Taoism, you can say this, Taoism advocates inaction. Okay? Now, Taoism emerges from the thought of an individual that's called Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu, the term just means old master. We know even less about the life of Lao Tzu than we know about the life of Confucius. Indeed, it's not 100% sure that there ever was a historical individual who was Lao Tzu. We have a text which is called Lao Tzu, which is purportedly written by this individual. He supposedly lived about the same time as Confucius. He was reportedly from one of the other minor states. There are legends that at one point Confucius and Lao Tzu actually met. had a debate in which Lao Tzu made Confucius look like something of a chump. These stories, obviously, mostly told by the Tao. The text that we have by Lao Tzu, and then just as Mencius developed the ideas of Confucius at a later time, Lao Tzu has a later follower, a man called Zhuangzi. His writings as well develop a perspective on society, on government, on morality, which is radically at odds with that of Confucianism, in that it is based on a skepticism about knowledge, a skepticism about epistemology, our ability to know things. For Confucius, yes, we know things. We know a proper order. We know how to go about achieving it. We should do that. For the Taoists, all knowledge is arbitrary and partial. When we think about knowledge, when we talk about knowledge, what we're really talking about is language, is our ability to communicate. How do we know things? We know things by talking about them, by giving them names. We've seen that for Confucius, giving things names was very important. The rectification of names was just the place where he would start in putting the world back to order. But for the Taoists, names are just made up. Names are just arbitrary. How do we know that an orange is an orange? It's just a word. It's just something that we make up to describe something in reality. But to mistake the language for the reality is a problem. We can never know things in their entirety. We can never know everything about any particular subject or situation. So our knowledge, the basis for our actions, is always partial. It's always limited. There's always a lot of stuff that we can't take into account because we simply can't know it all. The capacity of the mind to comprehend things is finite, it's limited. So our knowledge is always partial. When we act on the basis of partial knowledge, there are going to be consequences which we can't anticipate. And of course, in Western thought, we have this common sort of common sense idea about the law of unintended consequences. When you do things, there's always consequences that weren't what you meant. Well, this is in some ways, a very Taoist idea that when we act, we don't know what the result of our actions is going to be. And indeed, often, in trying to make things better, we simply wind up confusing things or making things worse. Zhuangzi, the follower of Lao Tzu, who develops these concepts down around the 3rd century, spends a lot of time. Zhuangzi likes to tell fables. He likes to tell stories. And he spends a lot of time playing with the idea of knowledge. He writes about a great bird that soars so high in the sky that when it looks down on the ground, it just sees sort of patterns of colors. It doesn't see individual trees, or rocks, or animals, or anything like that. And by contrast, a little sparrow that hops around on the ground and never gets up very high above the tops of the trees, sees everything up close. Sees all the little grains and stalks and leaves. Sees all the little ants and bugs around on the ground. Who's right? Well, neither one is right and neither one is wrong. It's simply a matter of your perspective, where you're looking. Zhuangzi also has the very famous story of a dream. He dreams that he's a butterfly. But then maybe he's a butterfly dreaming that he's Zhuangzi. And when he wakes up, he's not sure whether he's the Zhuangzi who was dreaming of a butterfly or whether he's now the Zhuangzi that's the butterfly's dream. So he's this questioning of knowledge, this questioning of our ability to know things. This is fundamental to the Taoist position. This has further implications for politics or for government. I don't want to suggest that Taoists aren't concerned with the problems facing China, because they are. In fact, Lao Tzu in one of the final chapters of the book that has his name, of a well-ordered society, which in some ways resonates quite nicely with that of Confucianism, but in other ways it's very different. Lao Tzu writes that The ideal society, the ideal life, in some way, is one in which you live in a village. It's a small village. It's just a regular Chinese village. And you can hear the dogs barking, the roosters crowing in the next village. But in your whole life, you never go there. Right? And the reason you never go there is because everything you need, everything you desire, is right where you are. It's right in your own village. Why go to the village next door where you hear the dogs barking and the roosters crowing? You have dogs and roosters in your own village. Okay? All the things that you should want, all the things that you need, food, shelter, human relationships, are to be found in your immediate, in the place where you already live. To want to go to the next village is just like wanting to conquer the world. It doesn't lead you anywhere. All it does is take you out of the proper order, the proper environment where you belong. So Taoism presents a view of things which undermines, which negates the positivism of Confucianism. One of the critical terms or concepts in Taoism, in Chinese, is Wu Wei. And Wu Wei is really hard to translate. Again, it's one of these situations where we're taking terms out of Chinese and plugging them into the whole problem. But what it basically means is don't do it. It means it's generally translated as inaction. But that's a little misleading. It doesn't mean don't do anything. It doesn't mean, you shouldn't get up in the morning and have breakfast and go out in the field to do those things. What it means instead is don't act in a way which goes against sort of the natural flow of things. Okay? There is a natural order. There's a sort of natural community, a way of being, a way of living, which exists by itself, sort of functions by itself, the way that your village does, the way that a naturally occurring community of human activity does. People in the village live their lives, raise their crops, have their dogs and their roosters. That's a natural order of things. Doing that is just being. Okay, the term in way, the term way, means acting in a conscious way, acting in a making sort of way, a way that goes out and seeks to make new things. That's what you don't want to do. You want to act in a way that's just in harmony with the natural order. Okay? So, for the Taoists, the point isn't to make the world a better place. When you set out to make the world a better place, you're just going to mess it up. Because you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know all the necessary information. The skepticism, aversion to a vision of a positive world, this is what comes to characterize Taoism. And that's just a polar contrast with the positive that Confucius articulates. Now, these two systems, well, it may be a little early to call them systems, but these two sets of ideas emerge during this Warring States period, and they represent a polarity of response, one very positive, one very negative, or not negative, but skeptical, two ways of thinking about restoring a proper order and what the nature of that order would be. They share a lot. They share a lot of ideas about the order. In fact, I mentioned for Confucius that he's concerned with the Tao, the way, the proper way of being. And that's exactly what the Taoists talk about. It's called Taoism, the same word, the Tao, because they're also concerned with the way, the proper order of being. The difference between them simply being that for the Confucianists, the Tao is something that we go out and actively seek to foster and create and develop. Whereas for the Taoists, per se, the followers of Lao Tzu, the Tao is simply something which we have to let be in and of itself. We have to let it sort of go with the flow and do its own thing, be in actual order. That polarity remained deep in Chinese political culture ever after. It's not the totality of the range of ideas that emerge in the warring states, but we'll turn to some others in our next lecture. We've been talking about a period in Chinese history of great intellectual ferment. This era is sometimes referred to as the 100 Schools. It takes place during the Warring States period, which is the second half of the long age of fragmentation, the breakdown of the order of the Zhou dynasty. The first half, the spring and autumn period, an era where the number of states grows and proliferates, and the second half from around 500 BC on down, the period where stronger states start to eat up and absorb the weaker states, and the number of overall states begins. Because of this chronic conflict, warring state era is an appropriate name for it. A period of great instability, of great uncertainty, a time when people were very disturbed, very agitated about what was going on around them. Many people, particularly individuals from SURE, the elite professional administrators that we've talked about, asked questions about the order of the world, about how things had gone so wrong, how they could be put right. Last time we talked about two of the most important responses to these questions, the ideas of Confucius and Mencius, the ideas of Laozi and Zhuangzi, schools of Confucianism and Taoism. While those schools persist and become very, very important and long-lasting in China, there were many other schools of thought, many other individuals who put out ideas during this period, which perhaps didn't become as dominant, didn't become as obviously a characteristic feature of Chinese culture, but contributed in various ways to the development of Chinese political life, of Chinese philosophical discourse. And I want in this lecture to look at a couple of the other schools in particular, but first just reflect a little bit about the range of ideas, many of the different schools that were around at this time. Some were very concerned with issues of knowledge and language. We've talked already about the Confucians and the Taoists, how knowledge and ability to know things, the way that language affects that and shapes that was important for them. There were other thinkers, other philosophers at this time who really focused on language, on linguistic issues as questions in themselves. They would speculate on, for example, whether when we talked about a white horse, we were talking about something which was essentially white or was essentially horse. Which linguistic term was the primary determinant? Were they describing reality? How were they creating reality? Playing around with words and language and the way that structures our understanding. This was important for a number of thinkers during this period. Other individuals, particularly a fellow that we call Sun Tzu, were concerned with military strategy. Obviously, in a period of chronic warfare, ideas about how to wage war, how to organize for war, strategy and combat, these were critical concerns, and rulers were very interested in this. Sun Tzu was somebody who had no problem finding employment. Was unsuccessful in his efforts to really achieve great influence at various courts. Sun Tzu, on the other hand, his ideas were very much in demand because he was concerned with the practicalities of waging warfare. And Sun Tzu's ideas relied a lot upon concepts of outwitting your enemy, of defeating your enemy through the cleverness of your stratagems rather than simply the application of superior force. These became characteristics of Chinese strategic thinking in later times as well. Still other thinkers during this period explored cosmological ideas, ideas about metaphysics, ideas about how the unseen world, phenomena in the universe around us that were not immediately perceptible, might affect or shape the experience, the lives that people live. We'll see some implications of that in later time. But I want to focus right now on two schools that were quite influential during the Warring States period. but which later, although their texts survive and we know about them, they remain part of intellectual discourse. They cease to be as significant in terms of what people are actually doing, in terms of practical activity of Chinese times. These are the schools of what's called Moism, after a thinker that we simply call Mozi, and the doctrines of legalism. Legalism will prove to be a practical philosophy, the practical aspects of which remain with us, while the philosophical side tends to be sort of suppressed or put aside. Mozi and the Moists, people who followed his ideas, are remembered for basically two aspects of their thought and activity. First was that they advocated a doctrine of universal love. They advocated the idea that we should love everyone equally, that you should treat everyone essentially in the way in which you would like to be treated yourself, emphasizing, again, we can see certain commonalities of rhetoric, Confucianism and Taoism, emphasizing the relationships among people and how those should be properly ordered and regulated. But the emphasis on units of relationships, but within which some relationships were more important than others. And in particular, we've talked about how Confucius was very concerned with the primacy of the family. Indeed, in some texts of Confucius, there are situations where Confucius actually puts the interests of the family above those of the state. It's a very famous anecdote in which Confucius is told about a situation where a young man testifies in court that his father had stolen a sheep. And Confucius sort of shakes his head and says, where I come from, a son does not testify against his father. Implying that although it certainly wasn't right to steal a sheep, it was more wrong for the son to testify to betray his father. So Confucius emphasized the primacy of the family. Moists, the followers of Buddhism, said that sort of division, that sort of priority given to one's immediate family was part of what divided society, was part of what made one royal house want to fight against another royal house, because the royal houses were families, were clans themselves. And so unless you had a doctrine which said that you needed to treat everyone, you needed to love everyone equally, you would always have these kinds of divisions and conflicts. The Moists were interesting because not only did they have a philosophical position which said, which advocated these doctrines of universal love, but they also took a very practical response to the conditions of chronic warfare in the Warring States period, and this was that they became experts in defensive warfare. Their thinking was that if you could build up the defenses of smaller and weaker states so that they could effectively resist the aggression of the larger, stronger states, then aggression would cease to be a profitable course of action for the stronger states, and they would stop fighting. They would seek probably still to pursue their interests, but through peaceable means, perhaps through diplomatic or economic or other means. So the Moists trained themselves in the techniques of defensive warfare, and then basically went around and offered their services as consultants or advisors to states which were at risk. Now, obviously, they did not succeed in completely eliminating the practice of aggressive warfare. The Warring States period continues on down, and it is brought to a close through the aggressive acts of various states. But the idea of using the practical approach of defensive warfare to make aggression unprofitable was quite engaging at the time. There were a lot of people who did apply this, and there were certain instances in which it actually proved to be quite effective. Once the Warring States period came to an end, the ideas of Mozi would have faded away, remained as a part of the textual tradition. But in the absence of this kind of chronic conflict, his teachings and his practical activity were no longer quite so relevant. Legalists, on the other hand, had an approach to the questions of social order, the questions of good government and politics, which was rather different from any of the ones that we've talked about so far. The doctrines of legalism are associated particularly with one state of all the world, and that's the state of Qin. Now, we mentioned the state of Qin earlier because it was the beginning of the rise of the Qin people back in the 8th century, which caused problems for the Zhou court and forced the Zhou to move their royal capital from Shenyang, around the modern city of Xi'an, out in Turkey, to Luoyang, to their secondary capital, moving east into the heartland of China. The Qin people continued to rise in power, to develop their state out there on the sort of northwest periphery of China. And they, as the Warring States era developed and conflict became more endemic, they developed a very effective military state. They developed a system in which the whole society was mobilized and directed towards the objective of expanding Qin power and taking over and conquering other states. These ideas, the system, the method that the Qin used, began to be formulated, articulated in a more self-conscious way back during the 4th century by an individual called Shanyang, who was the chief minister of the state of Qin at that time. And the key to legalism, the key to the practice of legalism, and later to its theoretical elaboration, is very simple. And it's the idea of rewards and punishments. Rewards and punishments. What Shanyang did was to begin a process that goes on over more than a century and a half of promulgating laws, promulgating codes, regulations, which were meant to give people, first the officials of the Qin state, and then all the people of Qin society, a clear understanding of what their obligations were, what their duties were, what their responsibilities were, what the law was, and of what the consequences of failing to perform their duties, failing to observe their obligations, and failing to obey the law would be. The idea is that if you have clear law, clear rules that everybody knows, and if everybody understands the consequences of not obeying them, then people will behave properly. People will behave according to the will of the ruler. Now, of course, in order for this to be effective, it has to be applied equally to everyone. You can't have some people who are privileged and some people who can escape punishment. It has to be applied to everyone. And this was where the Qin proved to be truly effective, because they were very diligent about this. They made sure that if a high government official broke the law, he was punished. If an ordinary farmer broke the law, he was punished. It didn't matter what your status was, what kind of prestige you had, what kind of wealth you had. The law had to be enforced absolutely equally to everyone. And the laws were fairly harsh. Punishments were severe. They often involved the amputation of body parts, death, banishment, things which were meant to be very, very serious deterrents, even simply for relatively minor offenses. So it was a harsh system, but the harshness, at least in theory, the way that the Qin thought about it, the harshness was mitigated by the fact that everybody knew in advance what was going on. You knew that if you stole a sheep, if you go back to the execution story, that you would be severely punished. So you couldn't say, well, I really needed the wool. There's no mitigating circumstances. The law was very black and white, very cut and dry. A system that proved to be a very effective technique for motivating people. Now, as I say, this began to be developed more consciously, more elaborately by Shanyang, who was chief minister back in the 4th century BC. In the 3rd century, it gets a sort of philosophical rationale developed by a thinker called Han Fei. Now, Han Fei was, sure, a member of this sort of professional elite. He had worked in a number of states before coming to Qin. He's recruited by the leaders of Qin because of his ideas, and he then lives out his life, the rest of his life, as a servant of the Qin king. And Han Fei gives a philosophical gloss, if you will, to the doctrine. Han Fei develops a theory of human nature which says that basically people are selfish and greedy, that left to themselves, they will pursue their own self-interest. They will always seek to maximize their own personal gain and to minimize their personal pain, personal discomfort. And so if you use that natural feeling of a desire for good things and an aversion to bad things, then you can motivate people. You can get people to do basically what you want them to do. This is a very modern sounding concept in some ways. It's linked in the Qin state to an idea of rulership, an idea of the nature of the political order, though. That's a little different from what we see in most other circumstances in China, because in Confucianism, in Taoism, in Moism, and many of the other doctrines, there's a sense that there's a natural order, a proper order to the world, that everyone has a place, everyone should be in their place, we should all be performing our various roles. In the Qin state and in the doctrines of legalism, the state exists for the ruler. The ruler is essentially the owner of the state. The state is like his private property, and he can do with it as he pleases. There's none of this sense of reciprocity, none of this sense that the ruler has to behave according to certain standards or guidelines. The ruler is absolute. This is a doctrine of absolute power, and it's one in which the state is used then as a mechanism to motivate people not to achieve the greater good, but to do what the ruler wishes. If you have a good ruler, this may be a perfectly reasonable system. But if you have a bad ruler, then obviously you're going to have a very unpleasant condition for people. Now, so long as the Warring States period persisted, so long as Qin was one of a number of states fighting amongst themselves, contending for power, the doctrines of legalism served it very, very well. Indeed, it's not surprising that when we get down to the 3rd century BCE, we see in the final decades of the Warring States period that it is the state of Qin that one by one takes on, defeats, and absorbs its enemies, its final remaining foes. This process reaches its conclusion in the year 221 BCE, when the state of Qin defeats the last remaining other state, which is a state called Chu, a large state in South China centered in the Yangtze River Valley. And the state of Chu is defeated, is conquered, is absorbed by Qin in 221. Now, the leader of Qin at this time is a very famous king, and we call him Qin Shi Huangdi. Qin Shi Huangdi. Qin, the state of Qin. Shi is a word that means the beginning, the first. And Huangdi is a word which now enters into the Chinese vocabulary in this meaning for the first time, and it means emperor. So Qin Shi Huangdi is the fellow that we identify as the first emperor of the Qin. And the adoption of the term Huangdi to mean emperor is a very significant act. Up until this time, the leader, the ruler, the head of a dynasty was called the king, and the term in Chinese is Wang. Huangdi was a very ancient mythological figure back there in the age of Yao and Shun that we talked about earlier, who was not necessarily even a fully human figure, a sort of spiritual being who guided certain of the affairs of mankind. For the king of Qin to, in 221, now adopt the title of Huangdi was a claim to a kind of rulership that had not been seen in China previously. It was a claim to total power over all of China. Now that the last of the other states had been eliminated, the entire territory of China was under a single rule. Qin Shi Huangdi proclaimed himself essentially to be the Lord of all. And it's a pretty grandiose claim. It's ironic, too, because as history plays out, the Qin dynasty only lasts 14 years. It lasts 221 just down to 207 BCE. In that time, and in particular in the early years after unification, the Qin undertake dramatic transformation. They have established a single state controlling vast territory from the mountains in the north, on the north side of the plain in North China, all the way down into almost the tropics, almost into what is today Vietnam, out into the west a little bit, not quite down into the southwest too far. Sichuan is part of China at this point, but the highlands further southwest have not quite been brought in yet. But it's a very extensive territory, larger than the Zhou state had been in at its height, bringing in some areas that go beyond territories traditionally controlled by the Chinese. Qin Shi Huangdi continues to pursue expansive warfare on the frontiers. Within China, he sets about to create a single administrative system. And he pursues a number of policies, a number of campaigns, which are very significant because they create the conditions for an integrated empire to persist even after the Qin dynasty itself collapses. In the first place, this has to do with what we might call standardization. Standardization, 50 different states scattered all over China. Local circumstances had diverged quite a bit. Early in the Zhou, with a single royal system, China had been fairly coherent. But during these long centuries of fragmentation, different parts of the country had sort of gone their own way in some very mundane and practical things. For example, wagons and carts had axles of different lengths. In one state, in the state of Lu, we've talked about, for example, your axle might be one length, and the wheels, when you run the carts down the road, of course, the wheels would carve ruts in the dirt road. When you get to the border between the state of Lu and say, the state of Qi next door, the state of Qi might have carts with axles that were a different length. So the ruts in the road would be a different width. So you'd have to, when you got to the border, take stuff out of one cart, put it in another cart, and go on your way. This was very effective for the warring states, for the different small states, because it meant that they could control trade across their borders. It was, in fact, desirable in some ways from the point of view of these many different rulers. When you're presiding over a unified empire and you want an integrated system of commerce all over your territory, it's a bad thing. So, Qin Shi Huangdi decrees a proper length for axles. Of course, it's the axle length of the state of Qin. So all carts, all wagons throughout China have to now have the same width of axles. And this makes, after a certain amount of time, for an integrated transportation and communication. Coinage was another example. States had made their own coins, and they differed in shape. Some were shaped, there's some that they call spade-shaped. Some were made like little knife blades. Some just use sort of lumps of copper. In the Qin state, the coins were round with a square hole in the middle so that they could be strung on string or rawhide. And the Qin coins were made standard for the whole empire. Writing. The Chinese writing system, individual states sort of developed their own particular techniques for producing written characters. Characters were essentially the same, but they were written a little bit differently. The style of the strokes composing the characters. Now, the characters of the state of Qin are prescribed as the national norm. So standardization is imposed from the center as a way of bringing the whole system into consistency. But it was not simply a matter of material, cards, coins, writing. It was also important from the Qin point of view to establish a standardized ideological. The Qin were not particularly enamored of the ideas of Confucius or Lao Tzu or Mozi or other people like that. For Qin Shi Huangdi, it was his idea that counted. The doctrines of legalism counted. And this led, in the year 214, to one of the great traumatic events in Chinese history, which was the burning of books and the burying of scholars. Basically, any books that were not either teachings of legalism or practical texts, books about how to build agricultural equipment or certain mathematical texts, things like that. Books that were of purely practical utility or books that reflected the teachings of legalism were allowed. All other books were banished. And banished meaning if you own the copy, you needed to turn it in. You needed to take it to your local government official and turn it in. And then they were all assembled and they were burned. Thousands and thousands of copies of books were burned. And of course, this is at a time when it's before the invention of printing in China. It's at a time when books were hand copied. And the destruction of these manuscripts was very, very thorough. The penalties were severe. If you were caught with a proscribed book, not only was the book burned, but so were you. So it was a system that meant to eradicate ideas other than those which were officially authorized by the Qin. Now, given that it was a time before printing, books, written texts were only part of the way in which knowledge was transmitted. Perhaps even more significant was the oral, the verbal teaching by scholars of their students. And so, to ensure that these doctrines were eradicated, Qin Shi Huangdi ordered that the scholars, the teachers, who knew these texts by heart, be rounded up, and they were buried alive. So, a very, very severe effort to eliminate non-orthodox ideas and teaching from the state and from society. And it was very effective. We have very few texts which date from before the fall of the Qin dynasty. Most of the books that are older than this, which we have today, are versions that were written down after the fall of the Qin. There's a very, very active period once the Qin collapses and a new dynasty replaces it. There's a very, very intense period of trying to recover these texts. And of course, sometimes that results in alternate versions. One guy remembers it one way, another guy remembers it a different way. So there's alternate versions of text sometimes emerge. This trauma was so severe that it led to a renewal. Ironically, I don't think this is what the Qin had in mind, but it led to a renewal of thinking about the problems of society and government in the next century. We'll be talking about it a bit later. Well, the Qin state, very powerful, very ruthless, very effective. The Qin system was a perfect mechanism for gaining.
I said, what's good? No, what's good? It's right like here. I was thinking about you. Dog, interesting thing happened.
Hey, is that my brother?
Hell yeah, it is.
Man, not much. Telling man.
Dog, Jin is going to be a Chinese history expert by the time I'm done with him. We're watching this 35-part series on the 5,000 years of Chinese history, and we know all kinds of shit. How's Caspian Sea? What's good in your neck of the woods?
Oh, so I'm more about saw the dragon.
Dog. We're learning about Taoism right now and the difference with Confucianism and feng. We're learning about feng shui.
You know what's always outside of our country? History and yeah. Java.
Very cool. So, we were learning about this. We were learning about this aspect of ancestor worship, like how 5,000 years ago in China, they didn't know how to predict the future, not like we currently do, but they didn't have any way to forecast things. So they would ask their ancestors through a process called uh, a what do you call it when you or it's something like oracle boning or something like that. Basically where you break the bones, and whatever way the bones break, it's supposed to essentially guide the future or tell you the future. And it was just like fascinating. But here's the thing. This is the cool part, I thought. And well, actually, Jim is the one who brought it up. Okay, so they would look at the way that a bone broke, and then they'd be like, okay, the bone broke such way. That means we have to do A, B, and C. And they're like, okay, but they would keep track of how often the ancestors were right and wrong, so they know that it was like, well, even though we are gonna do what they say, we recognize these motherfuckers aren't always right either, and for some reason we don't understand why. Eventually, they would.
They might have ascended, but they're still human.
Yeah, I mean, they would talk like, if it was like a 4-5 decision, they might keep going, but if it was like 8-2, it was pretty clear what they were gonna do. But even the fact that they were like keeping track of it was very interesting. That not even they knew. They just did what they could. Okay, so I awoke this morning. Oh man, this pissed me off so much, and it's always been an issue that I've had, and it's when somebody comes in here and does something bad. I don't know. Okay, really, I'm not always so quick to be able to ban someone, and a lot of times if I'm asleep and I have my glasses off, I'm legally blind. I have very bad cataracts. That's why the lighting is so dark in here, is because my cataracts are really bad. It's even hard for me to use a computer. So when I do have to very quickly get out of bed, put on my glasses, and see who it was to ban, that person's long gone. And what will they have done? Played a lawnmower, played a leaf blower, played like really loud music, just said N word a whole bunch, and they didn't have a way to track that. And so finally, I got this logger. You can even probably see it since you're a mod. Um, it's in the moderator chat. It tells you everything that everybody does, basically, like how long they're in here, what if they post anything. And I don't really give a shit about that. All I want is when these assholes come in who are like just awake. Literally, there's one guy. Shout out to this guy because he's gotten me 2 days in a row where I've been in a deep sleep. I think so. Where I've been in a deep sleep, this motherfucker has come in and awakened me 2 days in a row, and I'm gonna let him do it for 3 days. I'm gonna let him do it this next time. Why? Because that's the last time this motherfucker's gonna do it, and I'll be happy to awake to be able to ban his ass. And that's the only way I can do it. It's not like unless somebody else caught him, but nah. I think I know what his name was, but um yeah, I worked all fucking day to get a good logger like that tells you every fucking thing that you want. And I think that's a good one. If you see it, It tells you how long someone's been in here, if they joined, how long they all that. And then also, so I know I talk about these bots all the time, but they're really important to me, and obviously they're the bread and butter of this battleship. And um, I am running into the issue, which I think is an interesting issue, is that basically how do I want to put it? And Caspian Sea, you understand. It's like you'll get it, but there are little things that go wrong, and you have to find where they would go wrong and troubleshoot them. Like extend the time, or make it click in a different spot, or make it see a different image, or whatever. And I'm at the point with these things where they're getting to the point where they're running pretty smoothly. It takes me like a month to really fine tune them, and I mean, they're like because they've changed the whole kick um user interface, and that I had bots that were working really really well, but then when they changed the interface, it fucked me. But these bots are much better. They're much more efficient. What I didn't realize previously is I was having these bots search the whole page for like an image instead of saying, hey, look in this small little image, and it does it much faster that way if you just tell it a limited area. So yeah, I'm excited to see what these bots can do, and then I'm starting to get them on a phone. Now, here's the thing on the phone. There's a program that I want to use, but it's like $7 a month, and I just hate paying for stuff that I know I can hack and get. So, I got it on one phone, but it doesn't work that well. Anyway, I may have to just shell out and do it, but I know if I need these for like 2 or 3 months, that's going to add up to 21 and 28, and I just don't want that. So, what I'm going to do is try to get it in other ways. And what this thing does is it's an image detector for a phone, and so it will just walk through everything that I needed to press on a phone. So I can create one to create an account. Then I think I can also do it to like follow and spam and do all the other shit. As of right now, I do have accounts on these phones that are spamming, but they're just spamming clips because it's easier to do. So that's what we've got going, which I think is phenomenal. Just really, really fucking sexy. All right, back to China, baby.
Like for another with the new dynasty. So that by 589,
Let me see.
I don't know if just but in parties
Yeah, what's that?
I think I'm gonna
Cool. I'll take it.
been they just changed now again. Yeah, oh,
Excellent.
the biggest longest time, or I just everyone's
Oh, it's phenomenal. I am
dude after that guy I went uh,
a flash life.
yeah, I was actually just on television fucking Apollo.
Oh, shout to Apollo.
Yeah, yeah, we should.
Oh no, you're good. I appreciate it. Well, I am gonna make myself at home in there, and for as long as possible. I like that there are people in there, so that's good. Right. Dude, Jin had to come from there.
I actually just joined this because I actually met Rabbi. So I didn't really that I came across it.
Oh, that
I
no
was
no
like,
no
what
no.
the hell
That's
is
right.
this guy?
That's what it
I was
was.
like, what the hell does this guy have so many displays in the background? I was just sitting in the chat for a minute. Then I clicked on his profile, added him, and then I seen he had like multiple links in the bio. So I followed him basically all his platforms. And I seen he had a server. I said, he must be in here talking. And I came in that one night.
Jinno's is smart.
And then
Jin, you're so smart.
what the fuck happened? I was just kind of curious.
Yeah,
And
dude.
we are where we are now.
Exactly. That's 100% right.
That's exactly how it happened. But instead of a channel, it was a
Yeah.
instead of an IRL stream, I got it by now he's on the troll server. On the troll server, half of them are saying, "Hey, don't you talk shit on that."
Right. I'm nice to the people there. Well, I'll tell you this. Music Biz Marty has only ever been nice to me. Even though I know he tried to troll me, but that's fine. I mean, I give people shit too. I understand how they. And I've watched a lot. Oh yeah, definitely. I would say Music Biz Marty, his content is a lot of. I'll just say a lot of it can be like lowbrow. What I've seen, where he maybe goes after some people who either maybe they deserve it, but he just needs content. He's always looking for content. That's so. While I don't always appreciate maybe the people after whom he goes, I appreciate his hustle and I appreciate his drive. And I understand he's looking for content. And, exactly. Well, I would say to him though, whatever he's doing is working. At least it worked with me because it was like the second most amount of people I've ever had in my channel at once, and it was just a huge amount of um, really excitement that he brought. And I met a lot of really great people there, and not including Caspian Sea. The Caspian Sea certainly has been the largest addition. Now, can I name those people right now off the top of my head? I don't remember all their names and stuff, but I can tell you this: we would like text. I texted with those people. Um, we would play all kinds of trivia. We'd play all kinds of games together, and they were really smart and they were really fun. And so we had like a little like group going. And so I know if ever Music is Marty and those people are watching his stuff, they'd still certainly be aware. The thing is, I didn't have a Discord. So at the time, we were just playing through the YouTube chat. And the reason why I didn't have a Discord was I was afraid no one would come here. And that would still be true. And I would still feel that way. But for the fact that I have Kick to promote the Discord. So, like, instead of me being in here, looking at how many people were in here and like organically maybe like 300 or 400, it would be like 8. It'd be like 9. Like, oh, I would be begging people, please join my Discord, like going to individuals and like that. They would get so annoyed with you. Instead, I spam the shit out of Kick, and people come in here. And that's true. Oh no, never. I wish I. It's very Kramer like. Yeah, dude. Oh, absolutely, that too. Um, yeah, Exactly. Let me look. There's a psychological like phrase that we need to learn. And so we're gonna go to ChatGPT. There's a certain point in a human's brain. I imagine like a triangle. And if you are trying to get into someone's brain, it's like going up the hill of the triangle. But then you reach the apex where you make an impression on them that sticks, and then after that, it's downhill. Then you're like someone in their life. Then you're like a known figure. Then you're like an actor or a singer like or a friend of theirs. But basically, before them, there's this anonymous point. And so I need to find out what is that point called. Okay, so here we go. What is the psychological term for describing the point at which a person recognizes another person and does not confuse them with others and essentially puts them in their memory bank? What is that point called? I'm sure they're going to say, well, it's like the memory point or something like that, but there's got to be a name for it. Recognition. Yeah, I want a better name. That's face recognition. I get that. Maybe they don't have a word for it, or maybe it's not published like widely, but it should be. That point of recognition or whatever. There's like a point of recognition that is very, very important to get in someone's head. Like, here's an example. Um, you with Ali Boba, I think, is an example of this, or the other girl, Jordana, whatever. No, 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 no. But you're starting. You're like moving up the triangle or like a pyramid, you're like moving up. They've said your name. So you're like at the very base of that. But eventually they see a picture of you somehow. Like how could you if you wanted to, like if you were gonna do this the organic way, how would you do this? How could you do this? Okay, and they're a creator and they don't know you. They're on the other side of that pyramid basically. How do you get past that point of recognition? It's they say your name a couple times, they recognize you. You might go to their Discord and put your picture when they say like, selfies or whatever, and you might be able to have a nice conversation with them. But there's going to be a point where they recognize either your face, or they recognize your username, or they recognize something about you, and that's really, really important because now you've differentiated yourself from everybody else. That's a really, really important point psychologically, at least with what I'm trying to do. Like it's not normally um it's not normal it's the normal this is a very unique social interaction I think people want to study at length, particularly at the university level, but in particular it's like under normal social conditions you meet someone face to face or there's like an obvious point of recognition. There's enough in um there are enough impressions immediately that you're never going to forget the person if it's face to face, perhaps. But when you get into the online space, you have to essentially make yourself a marketing team to be able to ambush people with impressions or information so that they eventually have that past that point of recognition and then they're just you're in their you're in their head basically. Exactly. That's what I was thinking too. Perhaps this is being a phrase that's used in academia that we just aren't privy to at the current moment. Uh, but it is. It's a point of recognition where you get over that hump, and then they start to think about you when they're in the elevator and they're washing their hands. Like, why? Because you're just one of the fucking things in their mind, and it's really fucking hard to get to that point. But once you do, like you're in mine. I was thinking about you earlier today, and you said that you were thinking about me. Like we're past that fucking point, like pretty easily. Now the exactly the people in music biz Marty. they don't know who I am, so they're just like working at the very bottom of that pyramid, working their way up, but maybe they'll do what Jin did in Fusi's and hop on in. You know what's interesting? Fusi banned me from that chat and or from that Discord, and nothing against him. I think he just perhaps didn't necessarily want to. Did I just see a pair of breasts? I know I did. Yeah, there you go. I was right, dog. I know titties when I see them, dog. Did you see that? Even through these cataracts, baby.
Wow. That might be a troll account, so be careful.
Yeah. No, I'm watching them. I'm watching GG. This is tight. That's why I got this fucking logger so that I can find out who these people are.
Yeah, so I just gotta make sure I'm not bugging. Anytime I hear this, can I change?
No, leave everything. Leave everything the same.
I know. But Rabbi does not like.
No, it's not that. It's not that. I give nicknames all the time. No. I give nicknames all the time. But that's a relationship that I have with the person, perhaps. When someone comes in and they say, I want to be known as this, and you change that just because you think that you're funny, that demeans the other person. I know because I've had this personally done to me when I go into people's discords and they change my name. The one that sticks out in my head is official. I think it's called like official Mirage Jew Simp. And it's like, dude, I didn't do anything wrong. What is the official Mirage Jew Simp? It's the Mirage chat. That's the name of the Discord. So it's official Mirage Jew Simp is what they're saying. I've never said anything wrong to anyone there, and I just don't think that it's nice, frankly. Now, I can understand if you want to change someone's name because, well, like, what would be offensive or confusing? I mean, that's when you get into impersonation and all kinds of other shit. And as I've said, I've been impersonated. I was impersonated with the guy's name is Santa Maria. He's the head admin at Kick. He's like the top dog at Kick from a server standpoint. And somebody sent him a candle of my middle finger or of someone's middle finger. I don't know who did that. I didn't do that. So in that case, I have to kind of clear my name. And generally, like, I don't like impersonation of me, but and then again, impersonation is the highest form of flattery. So I lean into it. I embrace it. So long as people don't come in here and it's not confusing, I don't really care what your name is. Now this guy GG, uh, I didn't see. I just saw the avatar was boobs. Was that correct?
Yep.
So I don't even think they were necessarily. They could have been. Um, they could have been perhaps trolling, but couldn't they have also? I'm just asking. Couldn't they have also just come in here and just joined and left real quick and joined and left real quick, and just because their thing is boobs, we think, oh, they're showing boobs, but not really. They just joined and left and joined and left. I do that all the time with people. So we'll keep an eye on them.
Sometimes that's funny. I get it. At least be funny. Know you're up to something. I didn't. The first time he came in, I didn't see shit. I just heard it. And that's when I clicked on it. Right back.
GG.
So I can catch your name.
Yeah. So if you go to Jen, we'll wait. You'll get these privileges eventually. But in at least the moderator only for Caspian, we can see more information on him. So
It's on the welcome channel.
Yeah, that's true. He can just see no welcome. What I'm saying though, this person's account is 7 months old, so it's not like they just jump. Like people who troll don't have 7-month-old counts. Does that make sense? Now they left. Why would they leave? I don't know. We're just not. They just want to see what it's like. They saw the spam and they came in and left, but um, I don't necessarily think that they. Well, keep this in mind too, guys. Similar. Now, keep this in mind, guys. All of the links that I send come right into this Discord, into this VC. So you don't even get to like most VCs are different than mine. Mine, uh, are like most you have to like accept some rules and like take a tour and shit. Fuck that. Mine, you come right into the VC and we're gonna start talking immediately. And because of that, people aren't ready for that. So they press OK and they enter, and then all of a sudden they're not expecting four people face to face, so they leave really quickly. I understand that. And then also, mine says you have to be 18 years old. And if you're not 18, then I expect a lot of people to hop in and leave. And I appreciate that. Well, I'm absolutely thrilled that we have this fucking logger bot that I can fucking find out who these fuckers are because this guy got me up out of the wrong side of bed and it wasn't just it's not just that. It's not just that. He got me and he's gotten me 2 days in a row. And I'm dying for this motherfucker to get me 3 days in a row. Why? Because once I ban his ass and my head hits the pillow again, I know it's smooth sailing. And if he wants to come in with alternate accounts and all that other bullshit, the reason why we're in Discord, believe it or not, guys, I know the internet better than most people, and I can tell you that Discord has the absolute most amount of features. It's the best castle, basically. You can hunker in here. It, exactly. It's even better than Telegram, and Telegram is very good too. But Discord Discord has so many customizations that, like, so long as you, yeah, it does. It does.
Underground.
Word.
A bunch of underground. And it, know the flash. You don't have that. You might not know how to find.
Right. I can't stand that. I hate that. I absolutely hate that. I want to open it up. Yeah, I heard that. It's not ideal, but if you need to communicate, then why not?
But I know where to find them again. A little crazy. Like, fuck it. Started like halfway on my account. Like entire collection. Like, on
Yeah, definitely.
I like, archive.org, but you have to download.
I was reading to.
You just have one of your own. Mine's organized.
I agree.
It works like a spreadsheet.
I agree.
I love spreadsheets. Grown up. And now I'm like spreadsheets.
So I thought about this like from the internet perspective, and like right where you are right now, I feel is the center of the internet, and I think I'll be able to prove it in the future. Basically, per capita, per person, there's no one who's transmitting more data than I am. Like, no one. I mean, even the Neuralink guy isn't fucking live streaming his life. They're working like office hours. Now I understand they can study that guy's data a lot better than mine currently, but in the future you never know. Okay. Uh, with, with that said, um, basically I've learned where the most difficult places are, like uh how am I trying to say it? This is like a fort. I hate to say it, but it is, and we have to keep it defended. But basically, so long as this gets defended, we'll be able to bring in people and kick out people who we don't want, obviously. But um, I don't kick out that many people. Additionally, it's like a it's like a mothership. It's like people fly. That's what it is. It's a fucking mothership. It's like Joe Rogan's fucking mothership. It's like a mothership on the Navy. It's like a mothership for aliens, where you go out and you go live your life, but then you come back to the mothership when you're done, and you tell us about your day or whatever. And that's like it's like a central hub, and it's the best, easiest one to defend from external threats. That's why I've chosen Discord as opposed to Telegram. And I was suggested, people said, Rabbi, you should make a Discord a long time ago. But I just didn't, like, then it would be like any other, like, I knew when I was going to do this, I had to do it better than anybody else. Welcome, welcome. How are you? Drones kicks ass takes names. That's cool. That's cool. That's fine. So long as they're here, the odds that they'll come back, either today, tomorrow, as opposed to it never coming, are much higher. What was it? Damn. That's right. Oh, that's another thing too. This is generally, I mean, we'll speak any language to you, but as you notice, we get a lot of people here who don't know English or English isn't their primary language, and so all of a sudden they hop into a VC with a bunch of English speakers. Everything's in English. They just they get scared. Now I don't know if they want to have a profile picture with literally a guy killing himself while getting killed. That's your own thing.
I think that's a third. I think that's actually that's the wrong end of that side. No,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You're right.
I don't think risk
Right.
right there. I mean, like,
Yeah.
I think that's a third person out of shot.
Excellent.
Shoddy.
That's 100. Yeah. Damn. Yeah. Could his hand wouldn't look like that.
No, be in that position.
What if he did it like? Yeah, no, exactly. That's the thing. I see these guys and I'm like, oh, they don't speak English probably. This guy came in here from fucking Belarus and was like, what in the fuck is this? And left. I understand. I mean, I would do the same thing. I would do the same thing. Yeah. Is it right? I think that's interesting. That we, right. Wow. Okay, so
Not a bright idea. Very much in like have you know SX or something and other motorcycles know which company they're talking about? Like talk about like guns, like guns.
Caspian C, did you see what happened to Jack Doherty? Caspian C?
I didn't see it.
He crashed his McLaren live on Kick.
Oh, Jack Doherty. Yeah, I did see that. But he was filming with Paul Walker where my house was. If I would have walked a mile and a half more, I mean, I would have smoked. I was in my house more than half. Driving fast cars, shouldn't. And again, Paul Walker was a fucking trained driver. He was not the driver that day. Driving, probably trying to do dumbass, but Paul Walker would not crash that car. You know what I mean?
I do. Well, Jack Doherty was texting. He was reading his fucking chat, phone in his hand, while it's raining hard,
Yeah.
and he's got a passenger who's filming him. It's everywhere. Just put it in Twitter, you'll find it. It's on Twitter. It's on Reddit. It's on YouTube. It's on everywhere but Kick because Kick banned him. Now this one, I don't know how long his ban is, but I bet you it's a while. And the reason why is this was a very, very public, very, very public accident. And here's, in addition to why he totaled this McLaren and everything, Eddie Craven, the guy who owns Kick and Stake, was doing an AMA basically, it's weekly AMA at that gamer, and they were doing that thing at whatever that fucking hackathon thing was in Atlanta. Anyway, DreamHack. And so all of a sudden the chat blows up. Hey, Jack Doherty just fucking got in a car accident, and he like smoking vape. He was vaping while also on his phone and shit. And so the chat starts going nuts, and so they mentioned it. So basically, what I'm saying is like Eddie, the owner of Kick, knows personally that Jack Doherty was fucking up in his McLaren and was like, "Oh, we hope everything's okay with him or whatever." And I understand, and they banned him. But now to let him back, it's like it's not like he just randomly got banned. It's like no, everyone knows you got banned. It was very public, and the top person on the platform knows you got banned. Like, there's no hiding this one.
I can't believe it. It looks like it broke. The longest video. Like, I never.
Just go to Twitter, dog. People have it cut up all over to Twitter. It's 30 seconds.
I'm watching it right now.
Oh, okay. All right, you got it.
In the rain.
Yeah, exactly. It's very dangerous.
During the hurricane. It's fucking Hurricane Milton where he's driving.
It actually, I think, would have been Elaine, because it was like a week ago. Elaine or whatever. Perhaps. I don't know. The thing is, he tried to get insurance to pay for it, which, whether they'll cover it or what, but he was saying, like, it was like obvious, dude, your car hydroplaned. And he's like, I don't know if somebody hit me. It's like, dog, no one hit you. You have more video evidence of this accident than like anyone ever. You fucked up.
I'm streaming it right now.
Sure.
There's a passenger in the car.
Dude, the passenger ends up bloody. The passenger ends up really bloody. Dude, I'm talking about it.
Biggest streamers who haven't dropped their videos yet are putting together scathing reviews right now. They're gonna go back and talk about full history, and they got like one more day, and we're gonna see a lot more.
Dog, it already happened. This is like 10 days old. It is pretty old. It's pretty old. This happened Saturday. Okay, no, not 10 days old. Okay, you're right. It's still pretty. It's still pretty new. I was thinking it was like more than a week old. No, this happened Saturday.
I'm getting up like, hey, are you okay? It's only like 2 or 3 days old because of the
You're right.
hurricane.
Well, I just remember when Eddie was doing his thing, and I think it was Friday or Saturday. It might have been Friday, but yeah. You're right. It's probably is that hurricane. Anyway, the only thing that could have made it better.
It was New Orleans, and that's getting hit pretty hard by lightning.
I thought he was. Hold on, no, he's in Florida, which is also getting hit by Milton. Anyway, he's a prick, and he sucks for some of the behavior that he has. Okay, so here's the 411 on this fuck. This is what he does. He contacts chicks when they're 17, or he has them contact him, and he says, "Hey, I'm gonna have a birthday party for you when you turn 18, and it's gonna be a yacht party in Miami." So all these girls go down there, they get drunk. He has them sign these contracts for OnlyFans that he says that he will represent them for 50% of their earnings. He's just straight up pimping these bitches out. And then he promotes them, and then they make a lot of money, but basically they're tied to him for X amount of time. And they didn't really do it on their own volition. And he does it to them on their 18th birthday. I think that's shitty behavior. Okay, whether that sucks or not, that sucks. But then the other thing that I can't stand that this fuck does is he just goes and picks fights with people and has his security just defend him. Yeah. There's like dozens of videos where dozens of videos. He just goes up to people in Las Vegas, in LA, in Miami, and then he'll just be like, he'll like shout his mouth off at him, and then they'll want to whoop his ass, and then he'll have his security jump in.
I never followed him. I've never appreciated anytime I've seen action. You know, I like people who they're proud of their worst behavior. Live stream people like DSP. These actual pictures of Jack David, a popular guy with kids. That's
Wait, definitely. If you ask anybody over age 30 if they know who he is, very few people do.
Yeah, I mean, Neon.
Same shit.
Without an audience of children, Neon, Daniel Larson, okay? Thing with Jack David, these guys.
I honestly think it has to do as well.
They're not contributing.
They look very young. There's something about the ability to look young. Like Neon looks like he could be 12. Jack Doherty has a baby face. So all these people they attract young people.
Yeah. I like my woman grown.
Mills.
Right?
Dog. I have. You said consent. Baby, I heard you're twice the age of consent. Hell yeah, girl. You're working on your third age of consent, girl. You can say yes, 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 baby.
Ooh, that means I don't need to buy rubber. I don't want to on the
In northern China, a man named Cao Pei founds a kingdom called Wei. Now, Cao Pei is very interesting. He's the son of a man named Cao Cao. And Cao Cao, who was himself the adopted son of a eunuch. So we have a military strongman who's the adopted son of a eunuch, sort of bringing together some of these conflicting interest groups. A very fascinating figure. Cao Cao was one of the people who had been jostling for power, contending for power in the final decades of the Han, and carves out a large territory in North China. He also dies in 220, just coincidentally, at the end of the Han Dynasty. And it is his son, Cao Pei, who then sets up the Kingdom of Wei. In southeastern China, a third state is formed. This is ruled by a man called Sun Wu. And the state itself is also called Wu. That's a traditional, ancient historical name for that part of China. So the Kingdom of Wei in the north, Shuhan in the southwest, and Wu in the southeast. Now, what makes the three periods so fascinating, so interesting, is that it becomes an age of great heroism and romance. It is looked back upon by later Chinese as a sort of golden age, not a golden age of good government or flourishing poetry and art in the way that the Han or the Tang Dynasty are, but an age of great adventure, an age unlike most periods in Chinese history. And the reason for this, in part, is that the heroes of this period are not the kinds of scholars, the kinds of political officials, the kinds of emperors that we normally see portrayed as the great culture heroes in later times, but are military men noted not for their strength, not for their ability to just crush their opponents, but for their cleverness, for their wit. This is an age, the age of the Three Kingdoms, where deceiving your enemy, outwitting your enemy, winning a fight by not fighting are considered to be the great talents, great successes, the great accomplishments of the heroes of the age. In addition to the individuals I've already mentioned, I want to one more fellow, a guy named Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang was a general. He never becomes a ruler. He never seems to have had the ambition of seizing power for himself. But he comes to be known as one of the greatest strategists, along with Cao Cao, whose exploits all take place before the actual fall of the Han. But Cao Cao and Zhuge Liang during this whole period of the Second Century often held up as great exemplars of clever strategy. The division of the empire into these three states, of course, sets up conditions for continuing warfare. It's not the kind of fragmentation and breakdown that we saw back when the Zhou polity began to go awry. You don't get a continuing fragmentation. You don't get dozens and dozens or even hundreds of states. You just have these three. Once they are established, they contend with one another. But they don't break down beyond this. The three families, the three groups that control these three kingdoms are fairly stable among themselves. They also have, of course, the experience of administration and government of the Han Dynasty to fall back on. And they all present themselves as good Confucian regimes. They all employ a Confucian bureaucracy and administration. They all are concerned to maintain the kinds of proper order within their own territory that are characteristic or have come to be thought of as of good government. So it is a period of fragmentation, and yet there's a lot of cultural continuity, or continuity at least political culture, from the Han into the three period, with the distinction that it is the military heroes who are seen as the great figures of the day. Now, as I said, the what makes these guys great, what is looked back on, what becomes characteristic of them, is their cleverness, their wit. And I want to just give a couple of examples of what I'm talking about. In one instance, a general has brought his army to the south, and they've camped on the bank of a great river. Their army is on the northern bank of the river. On the southern bank of the river are the enemy's forces. Now, the army on the northern bank of the river has come a long way. They're far from home. Their supply lines are extended. They're in a tough spot. But if they can hold out, they can inflict a decisive defeat on their enemy at this point, they may gain everything. So critical. But they're in a tough spot because in the fighting that has gone on up to this point, they have used up almost all their arrows. Bowmen, archers are a critical component of warfare at this point. If you don't have arrows, your archers aren't going to be very useful. Covered with snow. Time of year when at night the air cools down, the air rises, the river condenses, and layer of fog over the river. So they go upstream and they commandeer boats as they go along. Take all these boats, and then in the boats they build dummies. They make little mannequins out of straw, and they put uniforms on these mannequins. And then they tie the boats together, push them out into the stream, and they float downstream in the evening, just as the fog is descending on the river. Well, on the southern bank, the sentries are very alert. They're watching out, and they know that, particularly under the cover of fog, it's a dangerous time because the enemy on the north bank may try to slip across the river and attack. So they're very much on the alert. And they see coming down the river through the fog these boats. And the boats can't see very clearly because of the fog, but they see all the soldiers lined up waiting to attack. And so they think, aha, we figured out their clever stratagem, trying to sneak up on us in the fog. And so they unleash a hail of arrows on these boats. And of course the arrows stick in the straw dummy. On the north side, they haul the ropes in, they draw the boats back, and they've resupplied themselves with the arrows they need to carry on their campaign. This sort of story becomes legendary, passed down when you study Chinese. This is one of the little texts that you learn very early on. Straw boats borrow arrows is the title of it. Another example, this one involves Zhuge Liang. He's sent out to control a certain territory, and he has a large army and has a little advanced party. He's led the advanced party to occupy a particular town. His main force is probably 2 or 3 days' march behind him. He's come and he's occupied this particular town. And at this point, the enemy army is approaching, and the enemy army is only about a day's march away. And they've sent their scouts out ahead and are sort of checking out the nation. And they come up onto the ridge outside this walled town. And they spy down and they see here's Zhuge Liang's forces, but it's just a little bodyguard. And they're delighted. They ride back and tell the commander, we found Zhuge Liang, he's in this town, and if we attack right away, we can defeat him. Well, Zhuge Liang is no fool, and of course he's had his own spies out, and they've detected the approach of the enemy. And his advisors come and they say, we got to get out of here. Well, the enemy's just over the hill. They're going to be here in a matter of hours, and we just have our little small detachment. Let's get out of here. And Zhuge Liang said, oh, I really feel like playing some chess. And he calls his second in command, let's go play some chess. They go up on the city wall, right over the main gate, there's a little sort of terrace. And they shut up a table, down a couple of chairs, and they start to play a game of chess. The other commanders are all very upset. What are you doing? We've got to get out of here. The enemy's here. No, don't. In fact, open the gates to the city and let's have the market take place as usual and have a squad of allow them to march up and down outside. That'll be. Commanders are appalled, but they follow their orders, open the city gate, traffic's going in and out, and business is going on as usual, and the soldiers, this little squad of soldiers marching up. Well, the enemy commander comes up with the advance party of his forces, and come up on the hill in the town, and they look down at his scouts. See, we told you. Here's Zhuge Liang. We have a chance. He doesn't know we're here. We have a chance to defeat him and capture him. And the commander looks very carefully and sees Zhuge Liang playing chess up on the wall, and here's this little group of soldiers marching. It's obvious that he's completely defensive. The commander thinks for a minute and says, turns around, he orders the army to withdraw. And his subordinates are like, what are you doing? Zhuge Liang would never allow himself to be in this sort of situation. This is obvious. We know how smart he is. Must have his forces concealed nearby. As soon as we attack, we'll be destroyed. Our only hope is to run away. And so, by a clever deception, by appearing to be unconcerned, Zhuge Liang convinces his opponents that he's invulnerable. But in fact, he could have been captured. So these kinds of stories are the ones that become characteristic of the Three Kingdoms period. They're written down, there's poetry about them, they become the subject of plays and operas. There's a great a romance novel called The Romance of the Three Kingdoms that evolves over the centuries and becomes one of the great bestsellers. If you spend time in China today, you turn on any TV show any night or any TV channel any night, you're likely to see dramatization stories of the kingdom. They're very, very popular in China today. Well, the Three Kingdoms period runs on for just 45 years, not a very long period in Chinese history. And eventually, China is reunified briefly. In the year 265, up in the state of Wei in the north, another family, not the Cao family, which has been the ruling house, but a family called the Sima, seized power and managed to field an army which is able to defeat the forces of both Wu and Shu Han. And from 265 to 304, a short-lived dynasty called the Jin dynasty replaces the Three Kingdoms and brings another period of unity to China. But that doesn't last very long. It doesn't last very long because around this time, events which we don't fully understand out in Central Asia are taking place that lead to great migrations of people. Around this time, a little bit earlier than this time, there's a great movement of people from Central Asia down into northern India, people called the Kushan, who become a great civilization in what's now northwestern India. At the beginning of the 4th century, large groups of people who will later evolve into the community called the Turkish people, start to move into northwestern China. This leads to all kinds of changes, all sorts of transformations in Chinese history, which we'll be taking up in a later way. But before we turn to that side, I want to take an opportunity in the next lecture to talk about the arrival in China during the second half of the Han Dynasty of the religion of Buddhism, which comes to China from India and which finds a place in Chinese civilization, which is rather unique because it's the only major spiritual system that takes root in China, which comes from outside. So we'll take up the story of Buddhism, its arrival in China, and its adaptation to Chinese culture in the next lecture. Qin Dynasty collapsed in 207 BC. Big Doug, the first emperor, Chen Shi Huangdi, presided over the China, conclusion of the Warring States period, defeat of the state of Chu, the last of the rivals, 221, had lived to end. After his death, his son took over as the second emperor, but proved unable to hold together the empire that his father had assembled. The harshness of his rule, the legalist doctrines of rewards and punishments, the view of the state as essentially the private property of the emperor, proved to be a system that, while it was effective in gaining power, wasn't a good way to hold on to power, wasn't a good way to rule the empire. And so rebellions began to break out. People rose up against the harshness, the cruelty, the distractions of it. And the second emperor was killed, the dynasty was overthrown. And then a period of about 5 years of conflict followed, where different contenders emerged, trying to create a new order, trying to establish a new dynasty. To maintain the large imperial state which the Qin had established, but to found one now with a more viable, long-lasting basis. Fairly quickly, two principal contenders emerged in the struggle to succeed the Qin. The first of them was a man called Xiang Yu. Now, Xiang Yu was a general. He had been a commander of the armies of the state of Chu prior to the unification in 221 BCE. He was a very competent individual. Las Vegas bookmakers had been around to bet on the outcome of a struggle to succeed the Qin. Xiang Yu probably would have been the favorite. His principal opponent was a man named Liu Bang, and very few people would have put their money on Liu Bang at the beginning of this process. Liu Bang was a relatively minor figure. He was not even a member of the official elite. Not sure. He was a jailer. His job under the Qin, he had a minor position in the local administration. His job was to escort groups of prisoners from the local jail to sort of the next highest level, the county jail. When things began to fall apart, just around the time that the Qin was collapsing, Liu Bang was embarked on one of his missions, and it involved an overnight journey. And in the night, while he was camped with some of his prisoners, when he got up in the morning, several of them had escaped. Well, he knew this meant that he had failed to fulfill his duties, to perform his task, and under the Qin system, he would be severely punished. So he took what at the point seemed to be a viable alternative route. He assembled his remaining prisoners, told them he would set them free if they would follow him, and this became the core of his army. He then became a rebel, became a fighter against the Qin, and after the collapse of the dynasty, he continued to mobilize forces, to raise followers, and eventually was able to rise up and become a serious military challenger for power. A very unlikely contender to begin with. Xiang Yu and Liu Bang eventually came into direct conflict with one another. In the year 204, there was a great battle in which Xiang Yu defeated Liu Bang's forces, inflicted a very strong defeat, and pretty much everyone thought that Liu Bang was all washed up. But that proved not to be the case. He carried out a very clever strategic withdrawal, moved away from the sort of center of the arena of battle, off to a small river port on the upper Yellow River, where there was a granary, a place called Owl. And he seized this granary, this storehouse, was able to feed his troops, was able to recruit new followers, pay wages in grain to people who would come and fight in his army, and was able very quickly to rebuild his forces and resume the battle, resume the conflict with Xiang Yu. 2 years later, it was Liu Bang who finally emerged as the victor, defeating Xiang Yu in a very dramatic siege, where at the very end, Xiang Yu, realizing that his situation was hopeless, Liu Bang had surrounded Xiang Yu's encampment with soldiers from the former Chu army sang folk songs of their native places. And when Shan Yu heard the songs of his homeland being sung by the troops surrounding his own camp, he knew that his cause was lost. He had a final evening with his favorite concubine. They drank wine together. Then he killed her, leaped on his horse, and rode headlong into the enemy lines where he was cut down. So it's a very dramatic, romantic ending to this conflict. And it leaves Liu Bang in control of the field of battle and in control of the empire. Liu Bang then proclaims a new dynasty. He calls this the Han Dynasty. Han was the name of the district that Liu Bang came from. And the Han Dynasty becomes one of the great ages in Chinese history. It lasts 400 years. It's contemporary with the Roman Empire in the West. And it is about as extensive as a large and expansive territorial empire that in size and population and wealth certainly was a match for, if not indeed somewhat greater than the Roman Empire. Liu Bang establishes his capital at Chang'an, which is the same place that Zhou had their first capital, where the Chen had their capital. Liu Bang calls it Chang'an, which means eternal tranquility or eternal peace. It is today the city of Xi'an, present-day references. And from there, he establishes a system of imperial government, which is in some ways a continuation of the administrative organization of the Qin, but which evolved over the first century of Han rule into a very different and much more stable and viable order. Now, the system that Liu Bang sets about establishing initially has a great internal dichotomy, a great internal division. In the western half of the territories of the Han, there's a system of administration which is run directly from the imperial capital. The emperor appoints officials, they go out, they serve in local government, they serve at the pleasure of the emperor, and they serve for relatively short fixed terms of office, and then they're rotated around to different places. And this allows the imperial court to maintain direct control, direct intervention in the operations of government throughout this part of the empire. But in the eastern half of the empire, power is given to military leaders in Liu Bang's army who had secured these territories, secured these areas, and who have pledged their loyalty to the new dynasty. Now, there's a certain element of familiarity about this, because in some ways it's similar to the situation that evolves in the Zhou dynasty. You have a royal court, but farther away in more marginal areas of the state, you have rule exercised by local strongmen who have connections to the king, but those weaken over time. And there's the potential for that here in the early Han. Liu Bang and his successors control the western half of the empire directly, but the eastern half has been granted out as a sort of peace to the military. And that does indeed become a problem. Nonetheless, Liu Bang has a successful foundation to his empire. He lives down into the 190s, passes the throne on to his son. A stable succession takes place for the next few rules. There are some challenges that emerge in the 2nd century BC, the early Han state. But they manage to survive them. In the 180s, for example, the family of the Empress, the Emperor's wife, Empress Lu was her name, her family seeks to develop influence at court. They seek to dominate the court. They seek to control the succession of which of her sons will be the next emperor. And in 180, when that challenge, that effort to be manipulated by imperial in-laws. By this time, the descendants of the original military leaders who had been given land to control out of the eastern part of the empire are starting to become a little restless. And there are a number of efforts by the emperors to maintain and extend their control over the which are resisted by the local strongmen. This comes to a head in 154 BCE when um, a rebellion takes place. Several of the military rulers in the eastern part of the empire rise up and challenge the power of the Liao family. But not all of them do. And the Liao family proves to be very adept at manipulating the strongmen in the east against one another, so that some of the states are weakened, some of the local rulers are weakened and defeated, and then those territories are absorbed into the direct imperial administration and used as a base for further operations against the remaining strongmen. Within a few years, all of these clients is removed from the control of these military leaders, these sort of autonomous chiefs, and integrated into the imperial administration. This is a really critical development because it indicates that, for one thing, that the Chinese have learned a lesson from the history of the Zhou, recognized the threats that independent power or the semi-independent power in eastern China represented, and were able to effectively counteract them when it began to become a serious problem. So by mid-century, by around 150 BCE, the Han Empire is a single administrative entity, no longer is a division into east and west. And that sets the stage for the emergence of one of the greatest figures in imperial history, an emperor who comes to the throne in 141 BCE and reigns until 87 BCE. So a nice long period with a single ruler. This is a man that we know as Wu Di. Di is an abbreviation for Huangdi, the term for emperor that Prince Huangdi was the first to employ, and Wu is simply the honorific title that he has. This is what we call a temple name or imposture. So Emperor Wu or Wu Di, who presides over the Han Dynasty at the period where it really matures, it really comes into its own. He carries through, he brings about what we sometimes call the Han, which creates and consolidates an imperial order, an administrative order, and also an ideological order, which remains the foundation, remains the basis for imperial politics and the imperial political system for over the next 2,000 years. The system that's put together in the 2nd century BCE, particularly under Wu Di, is modified, is evolved, it changes, it adapts to changing circumstances, but its essence, as it's forged at this time, remains pretty much stable for the remainder of imperial history. Now, the Han synthesis, what's the Han synthesis? It's a weaving together, a blending of three basic components. One, Confucianism, the political philosophy that we've talked about earlier, focusing on human relationships, focusing on both hierarchy and reciprocity, focusing on the ideas that a properly ordered society, regulated and facilitated by the ritual, based on the moral self-cultivation of gentlemen, the gentlemen who learn, who study, who are educated in the teachings of Confucius, in the doctrines of the way, that this is the foundation for a good society. This is the foundation for a well-ordered community. Blended with this are elements of legalism. Not legalism as a philosophy, not the philosophical explanation of legalism developed by Han Fei, but the practical operations of the state. The idea of a system of law, the idea of rewards and punishments. These are still carried on by the Han state, but they are mellowed, they are softened, they are made more humane by being conjoined with the philosophy of Confucianism. Law, regulations, rewards, punishments meted out, dealt out in a system which recognizes the centrality of human relationships. In a sense, it's the idea from Western discourse of justice tempered with mercy, of a system of law and order which also recognizes the humanity of all the people who are involved. And finally, a third element, along with Confucianism and legalism, is what we might think of as a more Taoist element, or perhaps a cosmological element, which is to say that Confucianism and legalism, Confucianism and practical administration are very concerned with the day-to-day operations of the world, very concerned with the mundane social life that people live in the community. But there are larger systems, there's a larger world, there's a whole universe out there, a natural world, a world of unseen phenomena, spiritual dimensions to human life, and these need to be dealt with as well. And the cosmological aspects of the Han seek to situate human society within this larger cosmic order. One particular manifestation of that is in the teachings, the ideas of a man called Dong Zhongshu. And Dong Zhongshu teaches, he brings together a number of ideas that have been around in China for a long time already at this point. But he brings them together and sort of systematizes and creates what's sometimes called a system of correlative cosmology, which is to say it's a system that seeks to explain correlation, connections between phenomena that can be observed in the natural world and actions taking place in human society. The doctrine of the interpretation of omens, you might say, the interpretation of signs. If there's an earthquake, if there's an eclipse or a meteor shower, if there's a flood or a drought or something, any sort of natural phenomenon may be interpreted as a sign that the natural order of things is disturbed in some way. Okay? And so it may be a portent, an omen of a coming event, or it may be an indication that something's wrong, that something isn't right in the world, in human society. Human misbehavior, and most importantly, this relates to the behavior of the ruler, the emperor. If the emperor is doing something wrong, not necessarily intentionally, not necessarily the emperor is corrupt or the emperor is a bad guy, but maybe he's doing something which he's not even aware isn't right. He needs to become aware of that. And the interpretation of these omens is one way in which the imperial advisors can alert the emperor to some of the problems that may be out in society. So this situates human social activity within a larger natural and cosmic order. These are the three dimensions of consciousness. Confucianism as a political philosophy, administrative practice, and the cosmological embedded of human society. We also, in addition to this sort of political cultural, presided over a number of administrative initiatives. He was a very proactive emperor. He was had a vision of the state and an interest for good, a vision of the state which was consistent with his understanding of Confucianism as a mechanism for pursuing the good in society and his life. On the one hand, this may have been just a convenient rationale for his desire to expand his power. The period of Wu Di's reign is a period of great military expansion. Chinese forces push into the northern part of Korea, they push south down into what's now Vietnam, they project Chinese power far out into Central Asia. Chinese force, Chinese political control is extended over territories far beyond what had been encompassed in previous states, even in the Qin, when it was in its expansion. So Wu the largest empire of the Chinese up until this time. Within the empire itself, he also has a very new kind of governing style in that he wants the government, wants the state to solve problems, to get out there and to be directly engaged in social and particularly economic life. And one way in which this manifests is in the creation of government monopoly. Um, Certain critical commodities, things that everybody needed, salt, iron, tools, alcohol, things that were produced not necessarily everywhere, not like grain, which could be grown just about everywhere, but commodities which were produced in certain places and then distributed to a market. What Woody was against was the manipulation of the market by private interests to enrich themselves. In other words, he was against mercantile profiteering. And so he set up government monopoly where salt, iron, alcohol, a few other critical commodities were regulated by the state. Their production was controlled by the state, their distribution was controlled by the state. So the prices could be kept low enough that these things which were needed by everybody could be afforded by everybody. And in this way, a stable order, some of the conditions of peace and prosperity which were desirable under Confucian ideas could be maintained with the active participation of the state. So the state becomes an agency for fostering and creating the good life. He also began some practices that evolved quite extensively in later times, but have their origins under Lee, recruiting, developing new mechanisms for recruiting educated delegates into government service. In particular, he began the practice of holding examinations, having tests at court, whereby individuals could come in and be given certain questions and write out their answers and demonstrate their scholarship, demonstrate their learning, their wisdom, their erudition. And if they were sufficiently qualified, if their answers, if their writing was considered to be sufficiently worthy, then they would be appointed to positions in government. Now, this initially is a pretty small scale undertaking. It's not a major mechanism for recruiting people into government service. People came into the service of the government during this period largely on the basis of what we might call recommendation or reputation, known to be competent individuals, or someone who was already a part of the government. I know someone who would be a really good candidate for this path. Then they would be brought in. It was still a relatively small circle of acquaintance at the top, and people were recruited largely on the basis of pre-existing relations. But the search for more objective, more neutral means of recruitment, of testing talents and merit begins under
Yo, what up, baby?
Of his sense of a government which is morally of a high moral quality.
Absolutely, it's beautiful.
Pure, morally engaged by seeking out the best right to serve the community. Well, Udi dies in 87 BCE, having presided over a long era of peace, expansion, prosperity, having crafted his government and established its posture of active.
GB, were you talking to me? Oh, no shit. Yeah, definitely. Oh, no, I don't have that. I don't have HBO. But I could probably figure out how to get it. So why don't you come in tonight and we'll get it. Excellent. Yo, dog, can I can I blow this motherfucker's mind? All right, just one moment. I'm coming, baby. I'm gonna blow your fucking mind, dog. All right, Elijah B's nuts. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Do you know who I am? Absolutely. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. We're taking Harry Potter, Obama Sonic, 10 Inu to the moon on this back. Here we go. I've been live streaming 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. I don't want war anymore. I stream for world peace. I want everybody to get together and buy Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 Inu. We talk about some things on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society, like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, life extension technology, where we utilize things like stem cells and human growth hormone and ambrosia therapy using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. We utilize things like nootropics and platelets, basically to extend your life to age 80 to 100, 120, even further. But there's something then called mind uploading technology that we want to do to perhaps allow you to live forever. And so when I tell you this, Elijah D is nuts, I mean this. I don't think you're going to die. You are going to be able to afford the technology that is necessary for you to be able to utilize mind uploading technology, where we scan Elijah D's nuts' brain into a computer, store that for later download into an avatar, an android, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being, a robot, whatever you want to be, an avatar, anything. Yeah, it'd probably be on Amazon Web Services. No, not no, not. You'll be able to pay for the good version or whatever. The people who rule the world. You'll be one of them, and you'll be able 100%. And you'll be able to live your life essentially using a digital immortality. And if no one's ever told you that, you're going to be able to do it. And the way that you're going to pay for it is through Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker's Bitcoin, baby. There you go. Thank you for allowing me to interrupt. Oh, some other things that we talked about on this stream that aren't going to be discussed. You know what de-extinction is? Where we are taking extinct animals and bringing them to new life, essentially through hybridization. If you don't know, de-extinction already successfully took place in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex. The Pyrenean ibex. Look, I'm going to tell you, this is already done. So whoever told you that doesn't have their facts right. We brought back the Pyrenean ibex in 2003. Fast forward to 2021. There's a company called Colossal Bioscientific. They have made it their goal by 2028, less than 3.5 years, to reintroduce through de-extinction the woolly mammoth. Following the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and the dodo. This is on their website. Now, I know what you're saying, Rabbi, but what about the DNA of a far off animal such as a dinosaur? That isn't preserved in amber, it's not preserved in ice, it's not preserved in mud or fossil record. Okay, we have their genetic offspring, essentially their descendants evolutionarily here on Earth today. While we don't have a raptor, we have a gecko. We have essentially everything that we need to make a bigger version of that. And using AI and what we know from a fossil record, I imagine we'll be able to get within 99.9% of exactly what a raptor would have been, or brontosaurus, or dariosaurus, or any of the other things that you would have wanted.
Perhaps that's also going to be a division of what we the originality of it. Some dinosaurs, they might have feathers and stuff. None of that preserved over some states. Guess what? In terms of the aesthetic, looks like.
Yeah, so you're only looking at this from a human perspective. I look at it from a universal's perspective. We don't know, but there are other, perhaps extraterrestrials, who have been observing Earth this entire time. Additionally, there's something called the Looking Glass. In fact, Project Looking Glass, which is allegedly a gift from an alien species that was given to President Eisenhower in 1954, that allows you to look in the past or in the future. So there are ways to perhaps observe this. Additionally, if you really want to be able to observe what Earth looked like millions of years ago, all you need to do is develop technology for faster than light travel and essentially faster than light observation, and you can watch the light hit from millions of years ago, and you can actually know exactly what the makeup was physically of all of these animals, including dinosaurs. So while, yeah, we're limited in some ways, don't let that stop you when you start to think that we may not be the only species in the universe, that there may be other species that have a record of this.
I wouldn't define it as only intelligent, because there are, historically kinds of interesting artifacts that don't necessarily correlate with humanity's.
Agreed. Well, we just have to recognize that we may not be the only things here. It does. Okay, so a feather is off on a dinosaur. Who cares? It's a dinosaur. We're gonna be able to have a 10-foot dinosaur? That's gonna be amazing.
But didn't they make a movie about it?
Well, yeah, they make movies about a lot of shit, dog. They don't actually have that. They made movies about everything under the sun. Well, yeah, didn't they make a movie about it? Yeah, yeah, they made a movie about it, and they wrote books about it too. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's you shouldn't be impressed when it's brought to life.
Yeah, but why don't they just let people go mad whatever they want to mad? Those people doing like the last rhino. Why don't they just say, okay, fuck it, I can.
It's a lot of work.
We'll figure out a base number, like we had like 10 times.
Word.
It was like one white rhino. It was two, one coach, and it was just like one male on its own.
Okay.
One we could like bring back one.
Exactly.
but you have to correct it before it's grown up, right? You have to correct it in like embryonic stage.
Dog, you don't have to do anything with AI. You you throw out artificial super intelligence. It'll map the thing better than anything. You can choose the version that you want. Do you want one with genetic defects, or do you want the most
If you're applying it to yourself today, you wouldn't necessarily be able to mess with genetic the way that. I mean,
Yeah,
maybe
dog.
that's
Where the
maybe
fuck have you
that's
been? It's called the CRISPR system. CRSPR. Look it up, man. People are genetically. People are. I know you've heard of it. I'm telling you, there are people who I know who have utilized it. You're able to today genetically alter your child's genes.
Yeah, so you make them more resilient to certain illnesses, certain things at that early stages, without having to vaccinate them.
Or a lot of things, yeah.
They're definitely had a master that really good. Like we're in a different era. I think Rabbi is anything being positive.
Exactly. And you will have two different kinds of people. You will have genetically altered people, and then everyone else, and then eventually they'll make it illegal to not be genetically altered.
Yeah, we're on the precipice of like a new era, that's for sure. Yeah, birth of AI, genetic modification. But you have to like
Dog. Quit with the have to. Quit with the have to. Quit with the have to. You may, if you want, but you don't have to do shit in this world, especially when you have influence. You don't have to sell your soul. You could perhaps, if you want, be able to live your life without any type of limitation, given the right.
this is not for the average.
I didn't say that it was. I didn't say that it was. Again, what did I say? You're going to be able to afford this because of Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10. It's going to take you to the top 1% of 1% of people.
It's true, actually. The hope is going up. But I've got 1,000. I need this to go up.
That is great. Okay, you'll get more than that. What else do you need?
What is that? What is that? $2.5 trillion.
Yeah, that's easy, dog. Dude, I have more data online than any person in global history. Data is Earth's #1 resource. I've been live streaming for more than 3 years. So when it comes to money, data is worth more than petroleum or air or water or anything else. I'll be able to afford all this shit. Right. Agreed. Agreed. And I have the world's largest compilation of human data in global history. And not only is it on one platform, it's on 33 different platforms. I'm live everywhere right now, including Twitter, Twitch. I'm live on Discord. I'm live in Telegram. I'm live on YouTube. I'm live on Rumble. They would not give me an OnlyFans account. They've rejected me twice. They don't like my social media. You heard me, right? No, I won all those. I dated girls who worked for Tinder. They were employed by Match.com. I already hacked those apps. I got all the girls to like me on that. Oh, that's different. That's different. I mean, all they have to do is essentially pay attention to the world. And when I go viral, I'm taking Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Inu to the moon. GB, this HBO documentary is on Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Inu.
It's on BT's.
Gotcha. I gotcha.
Money electric.
Solid.
Yeah, I think they're gonna do a stupid like money electric about it's over. I was watching the trailer. I wanna see. Yeah, maybe they got some good interviews, you know. They got the people thinking that they're
I overheard GB saying that it's like a CIA front. I'm willing to believe he's correct. Absolutely. Yeah, let's name the other ones. We've got Astor, Bundy, Carnegie, we've got Collins, we've got DuPont, we've got Lee, we've got the Merovingian bloodline, we've got the Reynolds, Russell, of course you just said Rothschild, Rockefeller, Van Dunn, Vanderbilt, the House of Windsor, and the House and Warburg. That's about if you control that, you control the world. Exactly. They're really German. Their last name isn't Windsor. It's Saxe-Coburg-Gotha. It's Saxe-Coburg-Gotha. They changed it during World War One, so it didn't sound so German. Well, they're dead, but yeah, I know. Well, let me just tell you this: we're all related, and I can tell you, you can follow my bloodline to the Bible. I don't know about theirs. Well, no, I get that. I mean, I can follow my mother's bloodline, like 6 generations to the Zagelmeyer family. Zagelmeyer is the Zagel's the Yiddish pet name of Bezazel, who is the chief architect of the Mishkan, the traveling tabernacle, and then Meyer is enlightened, is Yiddish for enlightened. So Zagelmeyer is like a an enlightened version of this bloodline from the Bible, which is quite interesting. Word. So
reintegrating China and reestablishing a unified dynasty after 3 centuries of division, and had come up with a number of institutions institutional innovations that were quite useful in stabilizing and developing the economy, establishing military control, and creating a more effective and efficient government. Li Shibin continues these practices. One consolidation, I suppose you could say, institutionally that he presides, fixes the number of ministries, the number of leading institutions in the central government at six. And the system of six ministries, which had begun to emerge under this way, once it is formalized, remains the basic institutional structure of the imperial administration all the way down to 1911, when the imperial age, the last dynasty, collapses. Li Shibin also begins the practice of having a separate bureaucratic institution to manage the affairs of the imperial household, sort of creating a division between the personal finances, the personal activities of the emperor and the imperial family, and the affairs of the government. And it's an important development because it makes governmental finance and the operations of the state more manageable, more discreet, not as intermingled with the particular activities of the ruler. So there's not as much opportunity for simple indulgence and use. Creates a more bureaucratic structure to manage both public affairs and the private affairs of the emperor, which are not really all that private. They're separate from the activities of government. Li Shibin also continued the military campaign, which had been begun under this way, the efforts to extend Chinese power into Korea, into Southeast Asia, bringing Vietnam back into direct Chinese control, and most significantly, out in the far west. Indeed, under Li Shibin and his next couple of successors, Tang armies project Chinese power much further west than had ever been the case before. They established direct Chinese control, the operation of the imperial administrative system out into what is now Xinjiang province in far western China to cities like Hami, and even beyond that, far beyond, out into what is now parts of Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, even Afghanistan. Local rulers accepted the overlordship of the Chinese emperor, and a series of protectorates were established, where Chinese travelers, merchants could go freely and in safety and security, and this helped to contribute to the great economic expansion of the Tang Dynasty. The capital of the Tang was the city of Chang'an, a city that we're familiar with by now as having been a political center under the Han, under the Qin, even under the Zhou. It was the capital, is the site of successive dynastic capitals, and once again, the Tang established their principal capital. They also continued to use the city of Luoyang to the east as a secondary capital, and at certain times the emperor is in residence there. But Chang'an is the main center. It is in some ways the terminus or the starting point of the Great Silk Road, the long overland trade route that connects China with India, Persia, Eastern Mediterranean, and both through overland trade coming from inner Asia into China, and from maritime trade coming around through Southeast Asia, from the Indian Ocean, from the South China Sea, and in from Korea and Japan. Trade routes from all over East Asia, Southeast Asia, and Western converge at Chang'an, and it becomes probably the greatest city in the world up to that time. A population of 2 million people, vastly larger than its rivals, Baghdad and Cairo at the time. And it was a city in the streets of which you could encounter people from civilizations all across the world. It became a cosmopolitan center that was unrivaled and probably unprecedented at that time. Economic growth, fueled in part by this vast international trading system, but also simply by the peace and prosperity that the stable dynasty brought to China through a unified and integrated China. Economic growth was quite rapid in the first century of the and demographic growth as well. The population expanded considerably. The population growth was in part a result of territorial acquisition, expansion of the realm, the growth of the territory directly controlled by the Chinese, but largely a result of domestic natural increase. The lack of internal warfare meant that people had greater probability of surviving, and the prosperity, the growth in agriculture, the growth in the circulation of commodities, raised the standard of living for people, and that too contributed to both longer life expectancy and to a greater willingness to bring children into the world and greater probability of survive. So a number of factors come together to yield a significant expansion in population during this time. In the course of the Tang Dynasty, the population of China goes from perhaps 120 million people up to perhaps 250 million. Some estimates even go as high as 300 million people at its peak. By far the largest empire, the largest country in the world. The social order in the Tang Dynasty is a continuation of the aristocratic system which had emerged back during the Han. The basis of wealth status being ownership of large estates, great families which had now many of them been in place, been in possession of these estates for hundreds of years. The Tang sets about formalizing and regularizing to an extent even greater than what we've seen previously. Indeed, the Tang establish at the capital a registry of a sort of genealogical registry that maintains a list of the great families and maintains genealogical records showing who's a member of it. And it is from these great families that officials in the imperial government tend to be recruited. If your family was recognized as one of the clans recorded in the registry, then you were considered sort of automatically eligible, if you were otherwise qualified, for recruitment into government administration. If you were not from this elite grade, it would have been very, very difficult for an individual to enter into public service, public life, to be employed in the imperial administration. And there are some very practical reasons why this should have been the case. On the one hand, it's a matter of aristocratic privilege, but there are also some practical elements that make this somewhat reasonable, most notably being that in order to obtain the kind of education, mastery of the textual tradition, the writings of Confucius, the histories of China, the body precedent and historical knowledge that was necessary to function as a member of the literate elite culture, you needed a certain amount of economic resources. An ordinary peasant family, a family that had to deploy all the available labor resources at its command simply in the production of food, wouldn't be able to spare a young man for the many years of study that would be necessary to achieve the kind of learning that was requisite for employment by the state. So the elite families, by virtue of their control of agricultural wealth, also had the resources to support the educational undertaking of preparing them to serve in the government. Li Shimin's reign lasts down to 649. He passes the throne on to his son, and a series of descendants follow him on the throne. But in 690, a very interesting development takes place, a completely unprecedented event in Chinese history. And this is the assumption of imperial power by a woman. Never before in Chinese history has there been a woman emperor. But in 690, a woman named Wu Zetian assumes the throne. And she is a unique figure. Never again will a woman reign in her own name. Never again will a woman be emperor of China. Chinese is not a gendered language, so the term for the ruler, Huangdi, is not gender specific. It doesn't mean emperor as opposed to empress, the way that we have in English. So when Wu Zetian was on the throne, she was Huangdi. She had the same title as an emperor would have had. So she reigned exactly the same that a man would. She gets to do this. She arrives at this very unique situation by having started out at a very young age, perhaps 12 or 13 years old, as a consort, a concubine of Li Shimin. She comes into the imperial harem during the last year of Li Shimin's life. It's not even clear that he ever actually would have met her or encountered her. When the emperor died, as was the traditional practice, all the women of his court, all the consorts that he had, were retired into nunnery, into Buddhist nunnery. And because it was felt that it would be inappropriate for a woman who had been the partner of an emperor to then become the partner of anybody else, even his successor. So all the women, all the court ladies were retired into nunnery. On the first anniversary of Li Shimin's death, however, his successor, his son, visited the former court lady and was totally captivated when he saw Wu Zetian. Now, she still only had been perhaps 15 years old at this point, and he fell in love with her. And he contrived then, of course, he was the emperor, but he could do this to bring her back to the palace. And over the next few years, he makes her his favorite, and eventually he displaces his actual empress, his wife. He casts her aside and makes Wu Zetian the empress. So this is how she gets to direct proximity to the throne. Now, as it happens, he doesn't have sons who inherit the throne, but rather nephews who inherit the throne. So Wu Zetian does not become the mother of the next emperor, but she is the aunt of the next emperor, and indeed the next two emperors are both nephews. And in 690, she sets aside her nephew, who is a very young boy and not a very competent individual at that, and she assumes imperial power herself. She reigns for 15 years. Formally, she changes the name of the dynasty. She calls her dynasty the Zhou dynasty, echoing all the way back to ancient times. And in 705, after 15 years on the throne, she steps down. She abdicates the throne, and a member of the Li family, actually one of the nephews that had reigned prior to her, returns to the throne very briefly for just a few years. And then Wu Zetian dies of natural causes. Chinese historiography about it. It's a pretty bleak story. The Confucian gentleman who wrote the story down didn't like this. They thought it was completely inappropriate for a woman to have this kind of power, and so they did everything they could to blacken her reputation. But if one looks, instead of at the sort of direct discourse about her, and instead looks at the records of these 15 years, what one sees is that she perhaps was not the greatest ruler in history, but she was far from it. She presided over a period of stability, economic prosperity, initiated policies that caused particular problems. She was not a great innovator either. She was a ruler like many others, with the sole difference of having been a woman. But her reputation, the way that the position that she holds in the official Confucian historiography, remains very negative. And this is largely, I think, an artifact of who gets to tell the story, rather than an accurate reflection of the kind of rule that she carried out. She was noted for a couple of things, and she's been noted, her reign has been noted historically for a couple of phenomena. One was the patronage of Buddhism. It's not unique. The Li family itself had been great patrons of Buddhism, but Wu Zetian seems to have been very strongly influenced by her spiritual advisors. And of course, there are all sorts of scurrilous stories about her relationships with the monks who were her advisors, and they were supposedly inappropriate in various ways. We don't know to what extent that may be true, or to what extent that too is an artifact of Confucian historiography. More significantly, perhaps, it's clear that in attempting to consolidate her own position, strengthen her position vis-a-vis the Confucian bureaucracy, she knew distrusted her, that she consciously undertook to recruit individuals into government service who came from less significant families. She didn't go out and recruit farmers out of the fields, but she appealed to, she turned to parts of the aristocracy that had not been the traditional center, traditional core area for recruitment of government. She went to minor families, to families from more remote parts of China, and brought in individuals who were certainly well-educated, competent individuals, but who were not beholden to the established interests of the capital. And in this way, she was able to surround herself with at least some officials who were more directly responsive to her will. This was a very clever political maneuver on her part. It indicates that she was far more than just a sort of opportunist, but had a very, very clear sense of how to work with the institutional structures of the time. Well, after her abdication, a few years of brief reign until the year 713, when another emperor comes to an emperor that we know as Xuanzong. And Xuanzong reigns until the year 756, so he has a nice long time on him. And he's one of the great emperors in Chinese history. He presides, it's more a matter of the era over which he presides than any particular thing that he does. But he is fortunate to be the emperor of China during perhaps the peak period of the Tang Dynasty, a time when the economy continued to flourish, when the role of Chang'an as a cosmopolitan center continued to be quite significant, when Buddhist culture flourished, great monasteries were built, great translation projects to further adapt Buddhist scriptures to the Chinese language, to further embed Buddhism in Chinese civilization and culture took place. And when Chinese culture itself achieved one of the truly great moments, particularly in literature and poetry. The first part of the 8th century is an age when some of the greatest poets in all of Chinese history lived all at the same time. They knew each other, they wrote in response to each other, and this created a moment in Chinese literary culture that was incredibly rich, incredibly dynamic. Figures like Li Bo, Du Fu, Hao Ran, names that any Chinese school child today can still call up and recite their poems from memory. These were individuals who were the giants of poetry. Named, they are still looked back upon by later Chinese as cultural paradigms. And they all lived during the reign of Shenzong. Now, Shenzong, for most of his reign, was a pretty active emperor. He was pretty much a hands-on emperor. He was engaged, involved in day-to-day activities at court. He managed the affairs of state. He managed the empire in some pretty good, pretty competent ways. But as time went by, as he got to be older, he became more concerned with perhaps the inner life of the palace in two ways. One was that he became concerned with the quest for immortality. In China, during this time, particularly during the northern and southern dynasties, but carrying on down into later times, a spiritual practice that we call religious Taoism, to distinguish it from the philosophical Taoism about earlier, developed. That was very concerned with seeking out immortality, seeking to be in communication with a spiritual realm which was populated with immortal beings. And part of the way that this was done was through taking various chemical substances into one's body, producing heightened states of spiritual sensitivity, or maybe it was simply a matter of taking hallucinogens. But however you may interpret it, it worked for the people involved, and they believed that they were having encounters with these immortal spiritual beings. And the spiritual beings would communicate to them various techniques, various recipes, for better and better concoctions, which would help you to pursue your spiritual quest. Well, Shenzong becomes interested in immortality as he gets older, a not surprising development, and he gets somewhat involved with these types of activities. More significantly, at least as things play out historically, he becomes very enamored of one of his consorts. This is a gal known as Yang Guifei. She's from the Yang family. Guifei is not a personal name, it's a title. It means precious concubine, precious consort. So Yang Guifei is chosen, is selected out by Xuanzang from the ranks of the court women, and she becomes his favorite. She becomes his fairly constant companion. And indeed, she comes to play a role in his life beyond that of simply a palace lady. She becomes a partner. She becomes an advisor in some ways to him. She shares in discussions with him about the affairs of state, about his other concerns. This makes her a very powerful individual. Indeed, it makes her such a powerful individual, or at least such a potentially powerful individual, that it excites the jealousy of Confucian officials, of the regular officials at the court. And this, in a moment, can become a very problematic thing. In the Tang Dynasty, one important political concern is frontier security, maintaining the defenses along China's border with Inner Asia. The Tang Dynasty comes up with some very interesting strategies to deal with this problem. They continue the policies inherited from the Sui of establishing agricultural colonies, military colonies out along the border. But they also come up with new policies, new techniques. And one of these is to employ military forces from one part of the in defense of another part of the frontier. And a very concrete example of this is the use of Uyghurs, Turkic people from Central Asia on the defense of the northeastern frontier of China, where the people against whom they were defending were not Turks, but were other non-Chinese ethnicities. One individual, a Uyghur Turk, who was so employed by the Tang, there was a man called An Lushan. An Lushan is the name of the Chinese records. The Turkic name seems to have been something like Rakshan, but that becomes An Lushan in Chinese. And he was in charge of a Chinese garrison near where the modern-day Beijing is located. Well, he was a very successful military leader. He was a very competent general. He defended his part of the frontier quite effectively. And he became something of a popular figure at Xuanzong's court. And indeed, he was a favorite of the emperor himself. Every so often, these commanders would come to the capital and make a report to the emperor. And when those occasions took place, when An Lushan was involved, he was received quite warmly, entertained personally by the emperor, and got to know him. They got to be a very good associates. I don't know if anybody ever really establishes a close friendship or like that, but they came to have a relationship of trust. Well, An Lushan also came to be good friends with Yang Guifei. This was entirely appropriate in context, and indeed in their correspondence, as it's recorded in their correspondence, appears to have been perfectly ordinary. But jealous officials at the court chose to slander both Yang Guifei and An Lushan by claiming that they were having an illicit sexual relationship. The emperor didn't believe this, but he was so persistently fed these rumors that eventually he began to perhaps have his doubts. And it may be that his state of mind was somewhat affected by the chemicals that he'd been taking in his pursuit of Taoist immortality, At any rate, he comes to at least have suspicions. He summons An Lushan to come to the capital. An Lushan, who is not unaware of the slanders that are circulating in court, resists this. He doesn't want to do this. He doesn't want to come to the capital and deal with this. This is taken by his enemies at court as evidence of his perfidy, and the emperor asks him again to come, and An Lushan finally decides that he has to do this, and he leaves to go to court, but he takes his army with him. And this triggers in the year 755 what we call the An Lushan Rebellion. The An Lushan Rebellion becomes the great dividing line in the history of the Tang Dynasty. From its founding around 617 up until 755, the Tang has been a great success story. But with the outbreak of the An Lushan Rebellion, the dynasty is shaken to its very foundations. The rebellion lasts from 755 to 763. It takes 8 years for the situation to play itself out and be dealt with. When An Lushan leads his forces south, a number of battles take place, a number of sieges, and in every encounter, he emerges victorious, his forces grow, and it appears that this may be the end of the Tang Dynasty. As he approaches the capital at Chang'an, the emperor and the courtiers decide not to stay in the palace and receive An Lushan, even though he has been summoned by the emperor, but they run away. They flee the capital, they go off over the mountains to the southwest, down into Sichuan. And in the course of their flight, poor Yang Guifei meets her sad fate. Finally, the emperor has been, if not convinced of her betrayal, at least he realizes that he can no longer sustain his relationship with her in the face of opposition, and he allows her to be taken away from him, strangled, left her body left by the roadside as the imperial entourage was done. The emperor dies the next year. An Lushan himself dies in the course of the rebellion. A new emperor and An's son continue to fight things out for a few more years until finally, in 763, the stability of the Tang is restored. Unfortunately, certain compromises, certain deals had to be cut. The court has had to surrender, for example, the control of revenue from certain parts of the empire to win the loyalty of military commanders. So although the dynasty was restored, it never fully regained the wealth, power, the dynamism that it had possessed in its first half. It will continue for another 150 years, but never really quite with the power and glory of the first half of the dynasty. We'll take up the story of the second half of the Tang in the next lecture. The An Lushan Rebellion was the greatest challenge faced by the Tang Dynasty founded early in the 7th century. When the rebellion came out in 755, the court is thrown into quite a bit of panic as An Lushan leads his army towards the capital, bringing them down from the garrison on the northern frontier. He defeats various imperial forces that are sent out to try to stop it. And this leads, as we talked about last time, to the flight of the emperor from the capital, to the capture of Chang'an by the rebel forces. But eventually, after 8 years, the rebellion is suppressed and the Tang Dynasty is restored. In order to accomplish this, the court was forced to seek new resources, to find new strength. The existing resources, the existing imperial army had proved inadequate to stop An Lushan's march from the north. And so now, from his remote location where they had fled to the province of Sichuan, the emperor needed to put together a new sort of support system, find new ways in which he could rally military forces to support the dynasty, to resist the rebels. When Xuanzong died in 756 and was succeeded by his son, when An Lushan died and his forces were taken over and led by his son, the rebellion, the civil war continued. And the dynasty had to continue to seek these new forms of support, new sources of support. The main method that they used to draw in and secure the resources that they needed to defend the dynasty was to make deals, make compromises with powerful military officials who were largely found in the south and the southeast of the empire. These areas had not been directly affected by the rebellion. The military forces in those areas were pretty much intact. And so the emperor called upon these generals to bring their armies to defense. But the generals saw this as an opportunity to negotiate. And so they obtained concessions. The court was forced to, for example, relinquish certain payments of taxes to allow the taxes that were collected in various parts of the empire to be retained in those areas, to be utilized ostensibly for local administration, but often for the enrichment of the generals and military strongmen who were in place there. These kinds of deals were successful in that they brought military support to the dynasty, and they allowed the family to preserve its rule. They allowed the Tang dynasty to defeat the An Lushan rebellion and to survive as the reigning house in China. But in granting these concessions, in making these compromises, the dynasty weakened itself. It weakened itself in ways that had long-term consequences that were perhaps unavoidable because otherwise the dynasty would probably have fallen, but which nonetheless meant that after 763, after the end of the An Lushan, although the Tang survives for another century and a half, it never is able to regain the dynamism, never has quite the power and the glory and the grandeur that it had possessed in the first half of the Tang period. Instead, the court directly controlled the area in and around the capital cities of Chang'an and Luoyang, and certain areas, particularly in northwest China, that were more traditionally the sway of the imperial center. But large portions, although they continued to recognize the power of the Tang emperors and continued to submit certain amounts of revenue, certain amounts of tribute payments to China, kept greater and greater proportions of themselves and became increasingly autonomous in reality. Now, while this was going on, and indeed even before this, in the century and a half prior to the An Lushan rebellion, another phenomenon had been developed, which also had some fairly critical implications for the stability and viability of the dynasty. And this had to do with the situation of what we might call institutional Buddhism. Buddhism as a spiritual doctrine, as a religion, had, of course, grown and developed in China for centuries by this time. And central to Buddhism as a social religion was the practice of monasticism, the withdrawal of some people from society to become monks or nuns, to live in communities that were separated from society, that had great ritual centers, large building compounds. To support Buddhist monasteries, for the Buddhist monasteries to support themselves, they needed income. They needed money. They had to have food. They had to have clothing. They had to pay for the buildings that they constructed. And one mechanism that emerged in China fairly early to allow these religious institutions to survive was that land, which was owned by the Buddhist monasteries, was exempt from taxation. This is, of course, parallel to the experience of churches in Western history. Church land traditionally was exempt from taxation in European history as well. And this was the case with Buddhist monastic landholding in China. Now, the Tang dynasty, as we've talked about from its inception, was a period of fairly extensive patronage and support for Buddhism. in part growing out of the strong official patronage of Buddhism from the northern dynasties, the use of Buddhism as one of the cultural mechanisms for reintegrating the empire during the Sui unification, and then through the Tang period, the further encouragement of great translation projects and ongoing construction of Buddhist monastic centers. This was a very important component of Tang political culture. And there's another dimension to this as well, which was that many of the great aristocratic families, whose basis for their wealth and power and prestige was largely their own ownership of land, their own control of agricultural resources. Many of these families began to figure out that there were certain ways, legal mechanisms to essentially commend some or all, not usually all, but part of their land to monastic institutions by making arrangements with particular monasteries. You might grant them a certain amount of land, which then would become, as monastic land, tax exempt. But you might, in that agreement, make an arrangement whereby, although the land belonged to the monastery, and you would pay a proportion of the harvest from that land to the monastery, you would also retain rights to some of the use of the land, some of the harvest for yourself. So this was the way in which many wealthy families protected their own economic interests by formally granting land to Buddhist monasteries so that it disappeared from the tax registers, but retaining the right to some of the revenue of the harvest from that land. This was a deal that worked out very well for the families and for the monastery, but it didn't work out very well for the dynasty because they no longer received the tax revenue from these lands. So after the Anlushan Rebellion, you have a confluence of these two phenomena where the military deals that have been struck to win the support of armies mean that revenues coming from various parts of the empire in the south and the east especially decline. And at the same time, you have this ongoing phenomenon of land going off the tax register and into the control of Buddhist monasteries. So you have a shrinking revenue. Okay? Certainly the demands of the dynasty, financial demands of the dynasty, remained constant or perhaps even expanded in the aftermath of war. And so in order to get a constant flow of revenue coming in, they had to increase the rate of taxation on those farmers who were left on the tax rolls, which was largely the smaller peasant farmers who didn't have the kinds of resources or the kinds of access that would allow them to make these deals with monasteries. So you had a situation where the dynasty was facing fiscal constraints. They increased taxation on the peasantry, which caused unrest and dissatisfaction amongst the farmers, and the ability of the dynasty to assert its political control outside the immediate vicinity of the capitals was also so the latter part of the Tang is a very problematic period from the point of view of the imperial court. Now, late in the 8th century and at the beginning of the 9th century, there's a brief sort of revival in the, at least in the spirit of the dynasty. It doesn't really go that far in terms of material conditions of the dynasty, but there's a kind of spiritual uplifting that takes place. And this is in the form of what's sometimes called the Confucian revival, a movement which was concerned to restore the centrality and the dynamism of Confucianism in Chinese political culture, the operations, the function of the Chinese state. And this comes to be centered largely in a movement called the Guwen movement. It's a literary movement led by, well, one of the chief figures in which was a gentleman named Han Yu. There were certainly a number of other individuals who participated in this movement, who shared some of the ideas that Han Yu set forth. But Han Yu is a good representative figure, and we'll focus on him in thinking about the Guwen movement. He was born in 768 died in 824, and like several of the Guwen advocates, he was something of a new kind of figure in the Tang imperial government. He was from the aristocratic strata of society, but from a family. He entered into government service by taking one of the occasional imperial examinations. And this is important because it meant that right from the very beginning, his qualifications were based not just on aristocratic status or privilege, but on demonstrated literary accomplishment. His capacity as a writer, his abilities as a thinker were clearly part of his qualifications right from when he first enters government service. Now, Hanyu and some of these others developed this theory, this movement that we call the Guwen. Guwen means old style prose. Gu is old or ancient, and Wen is a word that has many very expansive meanings, but in this instance we can just take it referring to good writing, literary culture. So ancient style prose, old style prose, something like this is how we can translate the term Guwen. And Hanyu, in his advocacy of Guwen, what he's talking about is a critique of the problems that are plaguing China at this time. And he links these together by talking about writing, by talking about literary culture. And of course, as a member of the educated political class, the educated political elite, he recognizes the centrality of literary culture to the functioning of the Confucian political class. Gentlemen, sure, that we've talked about in earlier times. What Hanyu says is that writing, prose writing in particular, should be as clear and straightforward, as simple as possible. It should be expository prose which communicates the ideas that the author has in as straightforward a way as you can. What he's criticizing is the kind of flowery writing, the kind of very elaborate style that we saw develop in the Southern Dynasty during these centuries of division between North and South, between the 4th and 5th centuries. That says that's a kind of writing in which people are more concerned with how they're saying than with what they're saying. And for Hanyu, this is part of the problem that has weakened China, that has undermined Chinese civilization. Now, he blames this largely on two malevolent influences, which are principally that of Buddhism, but also that of what we might call religious Taoism, a response from within Chinese culture to the arrival of Buddhism with concerns with a more transcendent reaction to the problems of the world, not so much the kind of mundane day-to-day engagement with human affairs that we see in Confucianism, but a rejection, transcendent of day-to-day concerns and saying, this is all just transitory, this is all just passing, concerned with spiritual liberation. Well, for Hanyu, that's a very bad message. Hanyu says that Buddhism and religious Taoism, with quest for immortality that goes along with it, these things are bad influences on Chinese civilization, largely because they represent the rejection of the family. The family is, of course, central to Confucius' vision of a well-ordered society, a network of proper human relationships, and Buddhism in particular undermines that, indeed directly challenges it, particularly through the practice of monasticism. Men and women who enter into Buddhist monastic life, become monks, nuns, leave their families behind. They reject the immediate living community, but they also cut off the line of ancestral transmission, the line of ancestral continuity. Ancestor worship, as we've seen going all the way back to the Shang Dynasty, was central to Chinese spiritual life. It is, in a sense, the trans-temporal form of the family. It's worship of the ancestors extends the focus on the family, not just in the present, but into the past as well. And so by cutting off the family line, by not having children, which monks and nuns, because they leave their families celibate monasteries or nunneries, they're not having children, they're not continuing the family line, then who will carry out the sacrifices to the ancestors? The ancestors will be abandoned. This is clearly a bad thing from Hanyu's point of view. So Hanyu advocates a return to the values of Confucianism in a very famous essay called The Origins of the Way, The Origins of the Tao. He explicitly criticizes Buddhism and Taoism and talks about how they undermine the viability of Chinese culture. And his solution is to return to the values of humanity, righteousness, of moral order, of good human relations that are expressed in the writings of Confucius and mentioned. He talks about the transmission of the way, how a knowledge of the way, the Tao, the proper order of society, had come down from antiquity all the way to Confucius and Mencius, then seems somehow to have gone astray. And what he says is that by returning to the Confucian values and by returning to the kind of writing, the literary style that Confucius and Mencius themselves used, very simple, straightforward exposition, that will help to bring China back to the proper path. That will help to bring China back to a correct orientation. Another very, very famous essay by Hanyu. It's called, it's a memorial, which is a text that's submitted directly to the emperor. It's a communication from an official to his ruler, to the emperor. And Hanyu writes a memorial on the bone of the Buddha, called the Memorial on the Bone of the Buddha. And this has to do with a situation early in the 9th century when a Buddhist relic, supposedly the middle bone of the little finger of the left hand of the Buddha, is brought to Chang'an. And this is a great occasion in the community of Buddhism because it's a real relic of Buddha himself. And of course, if you think about the role of relics in medieval Christianity in history, great pilgrimages were organized around these. The presence of relics would be the subject of warfare to bring relics back from the Middle East in the time of the Crusades with great undertaking. Relics can be very, very powerful in their psychological impact on people within faith communities. So the arrival of this bone of the Buddha at Chang'an was a big deal, a major event. And the emperor himself had announced that he would go to the monastery where this bone was going to be housed, put on display, and pay his respect to this relic of the great teacher of the Buddha. Well, Hanyu thought that he thought that this was completely inappropriate and that indeed it reflected everything that was wrong in China at this time. And so he writes to the emperor and he says, very straightforwardly, in good, clear, Guen style expository prose, he says, you can't do this. This is not a proper thing for you to be doing. How can you, the Son of Heaven, the Emperor of China, go and pay respect to the rotten corpse of a foreigner? This is the kind of terminology that he uses to refer to the relic of the Buddha, the rotten corpse of a foreigner. And this emphasizes, of course, the rotten corpse emphasizes that this is just a physical object, just a part of a dead body. And there's a certain aversion to this in Chinese culture. People who handle dead bodies, people who undertakers, musicians, I suppose you say, were considered to be in a profane category, a polluted category in society. So to go, for the emperor to go and basically worship part of a dead body, this was polluting for him. But even more so, even more problematic, was the fact that Buddha was a foreigner. He wasn't even Chinese, right? And so to bring this bone to China from India, and then for the emperor of China to go and worship, Well, this was just scandalous time. He thought that this was a public demonstration by the emperor of how corrupt, how decadent China had become. So he strongly urges the emperor not to instead return to a correct path, return to the way of honoring Chinese, and to restore China to its proper order. Well, the emperor was none too pleased with Han Yu's memorial, and Han Yu, in a couple of instances in the course of his career, when he writes very outspoken things like this, gets in a lot of trouble. He does not suffer the ultimate consequences. He doesn't get executed. He gets sent off as an exile, an internal exile. He's demoted and sent to the far south, down to basically around where the border between China and Vietnam is now. Tropical locations like this were often sort of a death sentence because people from North China who went down there frequently came down with malaria or other diseases, all that. Han Yu does not. He survives his internal exiles and eventually returns to life in the capital, to life in the mainstream of Chinese administration. But his words and the writings of others like him become part of a moral critique, part of a call for a moral revival, a Confucian moral revival, which takes root, which begins to grow within Chinese political culture. It does not achieve dominance. It doesn't. It's not that these guys sweep the stage and they become the in group and they set the agenda. They're not powerful enough to do that. There aren't enough of them to do that. But they create an intellectual position which becomes part of the ongoing discourse of Chinese culture, of Chinese political civilization. And as we'll see down the road a little bit, the ideas, the values that Han Yu is pushing at the beginning of the 9th century will be picked up and further developed, particularly in the 11th century by some later thinkers. Right? Now, Han Yu dies in 824. About 20 years later, 845, there's a great purge of Buddhism. This is, in many ways, a response to the criticisms that Han Yu has raised. But it is also a response to the fiscal problems facing the dynasty. Now, it's interesting that in his discussion of Confucian political culture, but there's an underlying reality, which are these fiscal issues that are plaguing him, which I think must have been in Han Yu's consciousness, must have been part of his thinking, but he chooses not to articulate his argument in that way. Nonetheless, in 845, when a new emperor comes to he issues edicts which prescribe Buddhism, which prescribe, in particular, the established Buddhist monasteries. And this results in a great rupture, great closing down of monasteries. All across China, Buddhist monasteries are simply closed. The monks and the nuns are ordered to return to lay life, to go back home, to return to their farms or their villages, crafts, whatever tasks, whatever work they had been involved in before they became monks or nuns. And many monasteries are physically destroyed, physically disassembled. The buildings are torn down, the building materials are put to other uses, and perhaps most important, the landholders of Buddhist monasteries are confiscated and redistributed. Now, we can recall that fairly early on when we talked about the beginning of the Tang and even with the Sui unification, there's been an ongoing concern with these dynasties for keeping keeping the farming population adequately supplied with land. So the confiscation of monastic allowed allows for a new stage of redistribution, and in some ways helps to defuse what may have been emerging tensions with the small farming strata. We talked about the intensification of taxation as a result of the Lushan Rebellion. Now there's more land to be handed out. By handing it out to small farmers, of course, it goes right back onto the tax rolls. So the farmers are happy because they get more land. The government is happy because it's now got a restored and revived source of revenue. This helps to solve some of the fiscal problems of the dynasty for a while. Not permanently. It doesn't save the dynasty in the end, but it's a fix that is helpful for a while. Now, this ban on Buddhism does not last a real long time. It lasts about 5 or 6 or 7 years. By early in the 850s, the ban is lifted, and it becomes possible for Buddhist monasteries to be reestablished. And indeed, very, very quickly, many of them reappear. However, although they are allowed to revive themselves as institutions, they don't have their lands restored to them. And without the extensive land holding, without that resource base, they are unable to reacquire the very large populations of monks and nuns which they had prior to 845. So Buddhism after 850 returns and continues to play a very important role in Chinese life, but it doesn't have the political clout, it doesn't have the economic resources, it doesn't have the population presence that it did prior to the purge of 845. Well, the latter part of the 9th century becomes a period of increasing problems. The revenue fix generated by the confiscation of monastic lands doesn't really support the dynasty all that long. Different power groups begin to emerge at court. A lot of the same kinds of problems that we saw late in the Han dynasty start to plague the Tang, and the final decades of the dynasty doesn't formally disappear until the year 907, but the final decades, again, are a period of a downward spiral as the empire sort of falls apart. And we'll turn our attention to that decline and fall in the next lecture. As the 9th century came to a close, and the 10th century began, the Tang dynasty fell apart and disappeared. The kinds of stresses which we saw in the fall of the Han dynasty seem to reassert themselves. Very similar kinds of patterns emerged late in the Tang. Different groups of military strongmen who had risen in power, of course, after the defeat of the Lushan Rebellion, who had controlled as semi-autonomous fiefs various parts of the empire, grow more and more assertive as the imperial center weakens and declines. At the center, at the court, powerful eunuchs emerge, particularly in the course of the 9th century, dominating weak emperors, controlling access to the inner palace, manipulating political affairs of the court. The great aristocratic families, of course, which were in many ways the foundation of the imperial order at this time, themselves struggle to enrich themselves, enhance their power, or simply to retain their control over resources, which are increasingly threatened by the instability of the empire. By the 880s, China is once again convulsed in great civil war. Generals seeking to seize control of greater territories or seeking to manipulate and influence affairs of the court, fight amongst themselves. There's rebellions that begin to break out. The weakness of the dynasty and the strength of local military and aristocratic power holders have allowed the exploitation of the peasantry once again to become more and more intensive, and this triggers rebellions, uprising against both government officials and the estates of the wealthy. And finally, in the last years of the 9th century, military forces enter into the imperial capital. They massacre eunuchs at court, and the emperors, the final emperors, become mere puppets of military warlords. At the beginning of the 10th century, this sad process comes to its final conclusion. In the year 907, the last rather pathetic claimant to the Tang throne is deposed, murdered, and the dynasty disappears, collapses. And the following 53 years become a period of division, fragmentation, once again, as we've seen in previous times in Chinese history when central power has torn itself apart. This time, the period of fragmentation is very brief. It's not long lasting. It's only 53 years. And when it comes to an end, it really is the last period where China breaks down into a multiplicity of small states. When order is restored in the 960s, it begins then a final sequence of great dynasties, whose history, of course, we'll be tracing along. But it brings us into a period, the late imperial period, where imperial integration, unified dynasties, are the norm, and we don't have another repetition of this complete fragmentation, or at least perhaps not until well into the 20th century, as we'll look at the warlord area in the 1920s. The period, this 53-year period in the 10th century, when China was broken up into small states, is referred to in Chinese historiography as the Five Dynasties, which in some ways is an understatement because there are many more than 5 states during this period. There's 20-some actual regimes that rise and fall in one part or another of what had been Han territory. The 5 dynasties that we talk about officially are the dynasties which were considered by later historians to have passed along the legitimate imperial succession. There's a basic idea in Chinese political culture, which is called the Zhengtong, which means the legitimate transmission of authority. And so by tracing that from the Tang through these 5 minor states between 907 and 960, the Chinese maintain a legitimate line of succession. The other small states which rose and fell during this period are considered to have simply been sort of epiphenomena. They're not legitimate possessors of real imperial power, even though they may have been relatively strong and dynamic entities at the time. They were just transient, and so they are relegated to a very secondary state. But the 5 dynasties do manage to follow one another along. None of them lasting very long. I think the longest lived state during the whole period only runs about 13 years. Some of them rise and fall within a year or two. So it's a period of great instability. It's a period during which there's fairly chronic warfare. Their military power, once again, is the principal mechanism for seizing power, for holding power. Whoever basically can mobilize the military resources to conquer some place, seize control of the political or economic center, can establish some sort of regime, establish some sort of government. They need, of course, to draw to them administrators, officials of one type or another to staff their government, and there is an ongoing operation of these sort of administrative functions. But real power, real control over power is in the hands of military leaders once again. And of course, this had been true in practical terms for the last few decades as well. Although there had continued to be emperors officially on the throne, real power had been exercised by military strongmen from at least the middle of the century. The warfare, the constant fighting going on during the 5 dynasty period was, of course, very disruptive, destructive, and we'll see some of the implications of that, some of the ways in which that had very profound effects upon the shaping of later history in just a few minutes. In 960, the Five Dynasties period officially comes to an end. It is in the year 960 that a pair of brothers, Zhao Kuan Yin, Zhao Kuan Yi, seize power in one of the Five Dynasty states, the last of the Five Dynasty states. And they overthrow a young boy who's on the imperial throne and seize power for themselves and proclaim yet another dynastic state, another entity in this vast, confusing field of political conflict that's been plaguing China. Their state, which they call the Song, again, it's a geographic name. It has to do with their place of origin. Their state proves to be the one which reunifies China yet again, brings back to China a single integrated imperial administration. And the Song dynasty, which they begin in 960, will persist down to the year 1279. So it's another very long-lasting dynasty. About halfway through the Song, as we will see, they lose half the dynasty. They lose the northern part of the country.
Welcome.
The political
How are you?
that leads to that outcome.
What's good? Daniel, you're a boss. What's good, Daniel? How are you? Daniel. Daniel. Daniel's got that solid mic.
The Zhao brothers.
Daniel wanted us to get his air conditioner.
Zhao Yin is the first emperor.
Welcome, Daniel. We're happy you're here. Hope you're living like a pimp.
For about 35 years. When they come to power, they face
There you go.
A very basic
That's how it's done,
question. They are military men. They have just seized power by military force. Going on for over 50 years. What's going to make their situation any different from the other little states that have come and gone on the stage of politics? How can they establish a political order which will be stable and viable and which will not be vulnerable to the kind of usurpation which they themselves have just carried out? How, in other words, can they gain control over the threat of military power? And how can they create a viable political organization which is not grounded on military power? Well, first, they have to set about the task of reunifying the empire. And they carry this out in a series of military campaigns through the 960s. By the end of the 960s, beginning of the 970s, they have either defeated in battle or won over by compromise and intimidation all the other states that are scattered around the territory of China. And they have reestablished an empire. Now, the Sung state, even at its greatest extent, is smaller than the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty had been a very expansive geographic entity that had pushed into the north, into the south, and far out into Central Asia. The Sung never regains all the territories which had been under the control of the Tang. But it does very extensive territory, a population of perhaps around 100 million people, a certainly very significant accomplishment. How are they going to control it? How are they going to manage it? How are they going to retain power and keep from simply being overthrown by some new ambitious military figures like themselves? Well, their basic answer to this problem is to establish a civilian bureaucratic government. Civilian government has been the norm, the ideal, since the establishment of the Han Dynasty. The Han synthesis, the ideological fusion of Confucianism, legalist administration, and cosmological thought created a stable bureaucratic system based upon civilian political authority, which lasted the Han Dynasty some 400 years, and even during periods like the Northern and Southern dynasties, when there were multiple regimes, they all possessed these same basic characteristics of bureaucratic civilian administration. So the Zhao brothers want to reestablish a civil bureaucracy to administer the empire. If they can do this successfully and get the military back into a subordinate role, they believe that they'll be able to have a stable and viable and long-lived dynasty. But they face a problem in doing this. For the previous 1,000 years, from the Han Dynasty all the way down through the Tang, the way that you assembled your civil administration was to turn to the aristocracy, go to the aristocratic elite and say, basically, give us your sons. Young men out of the aristocratic families, educated in the Confucian political tradition, would be recruited into government service and would be used to staff the imperial administration. It's a very effective system. It worked for 1,000 years, but it's not there anymore. In the warfare in the late Tang, beginning in the middle of the 9th century, and in the ongoing battles and conflicts and rebellions during the Five Dynasties, the aristocratic elite had literally been sort of ground up and destroyed. The physical embodiment of the aristocratic elite, many of the members of the aristocracy, many individual people, had died. They'd been killed in peasant rebellions. When the peasants rose up and marched on the landlord's estate, they often killed the family, right? In warfare, who was it that was being, what centers were being fought for, who was being ground up, who was being killed? Well, certainly lots of ordinary soldiers, but members of the elite as well. When the estates were burned, land titles, charters, grants of land, aristocratic pedigrees, genealogical documents that families held, these were when the great political conflicts at the end of the Tang and during the Five Dynasties took place, and administrative centers were fought over and captured and then taken by someone else, they often were burned, destroyed, documents, other kinds of information went up in smoke. So both the physical members of the aristocracy and the institutional documentary infrastructure of the aristocratic order, the registries of the great clans, for example, that the Tang had developed and maintained very carefully, they're gone. So the Zhao brothers don't have a stable, functional aristocratic order that they can simply turn to recruit individuals into government service. So what are they going to do? They're confronted with this problem. What they do is to look at the past, look at the imperial system as it has functioned in the past, and they see a particular mechanism which has been in place for 1,000 years, but which was never all that significant. It was used as a sort of secondary, at best, means of bringing people into government service. And these are the examinations. Talked about how way back in the Han Dynasty under Wu, examinations were begun to seek out individuals of exceptional talent and learning and bring them into government administration. In the Tang Dynasty, exams had been used from time to time on an occasional basis, but they had been very important. Sometimes, Han Yu that we talked about, for example, came into government service examinations. So exams had been there as a minor component of recruitment into government service. What the Zhao brothers do, they take the examination system, the idea of an examination system, and they move it to center stage. They say, this is how we're going to find men of talent. This is how we're going to recruit the individuals that we need to run our administration. So they make the examinations the mainstream of recruitment. Now, the exams don't replace other ways of getting people into government. They don't become the sole mechanism for recruitment. And indeed, lots of people continue to come into government service principally by two other means. One is the system of recommendation. This is how most people came into government under the aristocratic order. if you're in the administration already, or if you're in a very prominent family, you may recommend support someone. It could be your son, your nephew, someone that you know, and say, I think this individual would be a good candidate for office. And after various vetting procedures, they might be recruited into government service. So recommendation continues to be important. It continues to a fair number of people coming into service under the Song. The other way that people were brought into service is through what's called the yin privilege. The term yin, one of its meanings is a shadow. So this is often rendered in English as the shadow privilege. If you are an official, you can extend the shadow privilege to your son, or if you're high enough in the pecking order, even to your grandson. And this means that they don't have to go through any other qualifying procedures. They don't have, for example, to take the examination. They can be brought into government service, brought into the stream, as they call it, of government service through the shadow privilege. Okay? So recruitment and yin privilege or shadow privilege remain significant modes of recruitment for government service. But the examination become the central feature of government service. And if you look at an analysis of the people who move to the highest ranks in the Song administration, people who become chief ministers, people who become heads of the six boards of government, the six ministries in the central administration, leading officials in provincial administration, you find that the great majority of them are people who came in via the examination. So if you want to move into positions of really making policy, not simply being a sort of basic level administrator, if you want to really have political input and influence, the examination system is the way to get into government. And that remains the case down through the rest of imperial history. Well, the examination system becomes not merely the most important way to get people into government, but it generates a whole cultural apparatus around itself. It becomes, in a sense, the focal institution of Chinese elite culture. Preparing for the exams, taking the exams, being part of the examination system is what identifies it, what gives a sense of self and of community to the elite. The aristocratic elite had its sense of identity simply from being great families. If you were listed in the register, there was no question as to who were the leading people and who were not. From the Song Dynasty on, the system changes, and we now have a situation in which people attain prestige, attain elite status by participating in the examination system. To be an educated gentleman is what marks you as a member of the Shi. Term again that we've seen going all the way back to the time of Confucius and before, the professional administrative elite. It's had different embodiments over time, and now it takes on its sort of final stage, which is we now begin to translate the term Shi as the literati. The literati, educated gentleman. Well, the educated gentlemen know themselves and know each other. They recognize themselves, they recognize each other through their participation in a shared literate culture. And this extends to people who never pass the exam. Passing the exams is a very tough thing. Initially, when the Song organized the exams, there's two levels, the local level and then the level based at the national, the imperial government stage. Eventually, a middle level, a provincial level evolves, and for most of the late imperial era, most of the last 1,000 years, the examination system is a three-stage system running on a 3-year cycle. The first year, there are exams at the local level. The second year, they'll be at the provincial level. And the third year, they're held at the national or imperial level. At each level, pass rate is only about 10%. And in each level, you have perhaps, well, at the entry level, there may be, maybe 300,000 individuals in locations all across the empire, sitting for the exam. When you go up to the provincial level, once that system is fully developed, maybe in all the different provincial settings, there might be 30,000 people. And when you get to the imperial level at the capital, maybe 3,000 sit for the exam. And of those 3,000, 300 will pass. The figures vary. Sometimes only maybe 250 or so will pass. Sometimes I think the larger numbers are up to maybe a little over 400. But it's in a fairly narrow range. Okay, a few hundred individuals every 3 years, or so, about 100 a year on the average over the long term of late imperial history. So it's not a huge number of people, and yet hundreds of thousands of people are sitting for the early exams, and there are hundreds of thousands more who never even make it into the first exams, but who have studied, who have educated themselves, who have been trained by teachers to prepare for the exam. To get into the first level, you have to pass a sort of preliminary qualifying exam. Some people never even pass that. And yet, by virtue of the studying, by virtue of the learning that they have acquired, they are recognized in their community as educated gentlemen. The ranks of the educated elite come to constitute perhaps 5 or 6% of Chinese society. The individuals and families who are in this literati, sure, strata in society. Now, some elements within Chinese society, some groups within Chinese society are excluded from participation in examinations. The big group, of course, is women. Women are not allowed to take the examination. Women are excluded from serving in government office. This has to do with the whole gender bias of Chinese culture, the privileging of men, of patriarchal order. And in the Song, the relegation of women to secondary status takes on even greater expression. There are legal changes, emergence of the practice of foot binding as a physical marker of the restraint of women. But women are excluded from the exams, and that, of course, takes out half the population to begin with. The second most significant group numerically is merchants. If you make your living as a merchant, if you make your living by buying and selling things, if that's how you are registered in the population registry, you, your sons, your grandsons are all banned from taking the examination. This has to do with the Confucian value system, which assigns a degree of sort of social utility to different kinds of people. Sure, the gentlemen are at the top of the hierarchy because they manage the affairs of society. Their social utility is at the most, at the maximum. Farmers, peasants are the next group because they produce the food which everyone needs to survive. Artisans, handicraft workers are next because while they don't produce food, they make things that are of use to everybody. Merchants are at the bottom because they don't produce anything themselves. They don't grow food. They don't make objects of utility. What they do is take things that other people have produced, move them around, and enrich themselves in the process. So they're seeing the Confucian system as being in a sort of socially parasitic role. They do perform a social function, but it's one which is tainted. It's morally less acceptable because they enrich themselves from the production of others. So merchants are excluded from taking the examination, merchants and their descendants. And then there's some other minor groups similar to ones we've mentioned earlier, actors, people who work with dead bodies, leather workers for various reasons. But these are relatively small groups of people. The great majority of Chinese are eligible to take the exams. But in practice, to have the kind of education, have the kind of knowledge, to even get in the door at the examination compound requires the devotion of time and mental energy and resources, which most Chinese simply cannot afford. Peasant families, artisan families need all the labor power at their disposal simply to survive, simply to generate enough income to feed themselves and house themselves and clothe themselves from year to year. they can't afford to take a son and say, just go sit and study. That's fine. The rest of us will do the work. That's just not viable for most families. Only this top 5 or 6% of society has the resources to allow a son or more than one son to study sufficiently to have a chance to pass the exam. Okay, so legally, it's a very open system. The vast majority, probably 85–90% of the Chinese people the male Chinese population, could take part in the exam. But in practice, the practical bar to getting into the examination system is very, very high, and only a very small proportion of the population can really take part in it. Now, the examination culture, one of the exams tests, what goes on in the examination culture, this has to do with sort of an extension of the Confucian revival that we saw under Hanyu. The exams test the candidate's mastery of a body of Confucian writing, historical text, classical literature. You need to be able to cite texts from memory. You need to be able to apply those texts to questions of government or administration. You also need to be able to compose poetry. You need to be able to write an elegant literary style. All these things come into play. They're all part of the qualifications that the examination system is designed to test. Now, the centrality of this, what John Chafee has called the examination culture, the centrality of this to Chinese civilization in the Song and from the Song on for the next 1,000 years, it's hard to overstate it. This becomes the most critical cultural enterprise that educated Chinese participate in. Because it's so central, because it's so important, it engenders a kind of identity crisis, and it leads Chinese intellectuals, particularly in the course of the 11th century, to question their place in society, their role in the world, what they should do with the power which the examination system has brought to them. And we'll look at some of the answers that they come up with, some of the ways in which they respond to those questions in the next lecture. Last time we were talking about the emergence of the examination system in the early Song dynasty and the central role that it comes to play in the recruitment of individuals to work in government service, but also in elite culture. The examination system becomes the central institution, the central sort of cultural framework for the ideas and even the artistic practices that educated gentlemen participated in. This begins in the Song, particularly in the 11th century, and remains the case. This remains sort of the cultural universe for educated people in China, right on down to the beginning of the 11th century. The 11th century, the first century of this period where the examinations are so important, becomes a great age of intellectual ferment. In some ways, it's almost the richest period in Chinese intellectual history and development of Chinese thought since the Warring States period, the age of Confucius and Lao Tzu and mentioned, Huangzi and Bozi and all the various individuals we talked about at that time. The 11th century is when the educated gentleman, the literati, as we now translate the term went through a process of self-realization, self-development, self-awareness, where they asked themselves and each other about what their role in the world, in government, in society, in culture, what that role was, what they should do with the power which they found themselves possessing. As the examination system became such an important feature of recruitment into government service, these guys basically came to the realization or came to the recognition that by participating in an educated life, by being educated themselves, by being learned individuals, that they had access to, they were part of, they participated in a system of governance and a social leadership. And so they took this very seriously. They accepted this as a heavy responsibility. And they tried to think as best they could about the world around them and their role within it. They were, particularly at the top of the system, individuals who passed at the top level of the examinations came to possess what was called the jinshur, which literally means the presented gentleman, presented scholar. It was the highest degree, the highest level of achievement. These individuals were the very cream of the crop, but even people who had lower level degrees, or even if they had never passed a degree but had sat for the examinations or trained and prepared for the examinations, they were part of this larger cultural system. And there were some very concrete benefits that came from participation. They were exempt, for example, from labor duty. Ordinary Chinese, in addition to whatever tax payments they might make, taxes were usually paid at this time in grain or in cloth. They were also subject to corvée labor, the kind of labor conscription that we see elsewhere in European history as well. If you passed the exams, if you qualified to sit for the exams, you were exempt, at least for a certain period of time, from participation in that system. You were also exempt from corporal punishment. You couldn't be physically punished for breaking the law. If you dropped out of having examinations, you might be subject to that once again. But while you possessed a certain examination qualification, you would be exempted from physical punishment. People who passed the exams obviously were on the track towards official employment, towards participation in the public administration of the empire. Even individuals who didn't pass the basic level exam could find a role in public life, sometimes as teachers. Many private academies flourished during this period. Often individuals who were well educated, even if they hadn't passed the exams, would find employment as tutors in the homes of the wealthy. Other individuals might find employment as secretaries or clerks in government offices or in the private entourage of officials serving in government. So there were roles beyond just those of being government officials, which put to use the talents, the learning that participants in the examination culture had acquired. Nonetheless, this educated strata in Song China and in later imperial China more broadly was a very small proportion of Chinese society. It was perhaps 5 or 6% of the overall population. The debates, the discussions, the disputes which were generated by the examinations, by the consciousness, I suppose, that was fostered by participation in the examination system, came to shape the public discourse of the 11th century and of later imperial China in general. But a lot of the issues that get sorted out in the 11th century, the positions that are taken, these are defining acts. Later individuals who may argue certain positions or follow certain theoretical ideas out basically are working from the foundations that are laid in the 11th century. This is why we see this as such a critical period. We can define within the broad range of writings and other kinds of evidence that have come down to us from this period, three basic positions. I don't want to call them schools of thought because they're not organized, they're not formal, and I'm not even sure that the individuals who were part of them at the time would have wanted to think of them that way. But sort of looking back on them and using the historian's privileged categorization, we can define, we can discern three distinct kinds of positions. And two of these are fairly closely linked together. And I'll talk about them first, and then we'll look at the third one in just a little bit. I'll have to use here some Chinese terminology to group these things and to explain some of the concepts or to give names to some of the concepts that are involved. So bear with me on that, and I think we'll do all right with this. One critical term, and we've encountered it before, is the concept of when. When is a word which means, it's a very expansive term, as many Chinese words are, but its core meaning for us will be literary culture. It has to do with things that are written or perhaps things that are produced using writing implements, so it can extend to include calligraphy, perhaps even painting, but certainly includes things that are written down, language, poetry, prose writing, the classics, historical writing. All this kind of material falls under the general rubric of when. And two of the major intellectual positions that I want to talk about in this lecture can be seen as falling under a general category of when. One of these we might designate as literary gentlemen, what we would call in Chinese wen ren, wen being literary culture, ren being the term for a person. So a wen ren, or the group of wen ren, the literary gentlemen. The second group is also very concerned with literary culture, with the written record of human experience, but they approach it in a somewhat different way. We'll talk about this in more detail. And these people are grouped under what we call Jingshi. Jingshi means ordering the world, and it is more commonly translated as statecraft. Statecraft, the ways of thinking about governance, about political affairs, with a little more specific focus, and has a little more specific focus. The third group that we'll talk about in a little bit has a very different set of orientations, and we might categorize them as being concerned with cosmological thought. All right, as I say, we'll pick that up in a little bit. But first, I want to deal with Wenren and the Jingshi thinkers, okay? Because they share a faith in the literary textual tradition, the written record of human experience, as a kind of repository of knowledge, but also of values. Values are very, very important. Being Confucian scholars, Confucian gentlemen, participants in Confucian political culture, what they are concerned with, drawing on the original ideas of Confucius, is keeping a properly ordered world. And that's a matter of moral values, of seeking the good, okay? Seeking to follow the Tao, follow the way, the path of good being, the right way to be in the world. Now, the Wenren, the literary gentleman, we can pick out a couple of representative figures to illustrate their views or their ideas. And there are certainly many, many people that we could talk about, but just for convenience sake, I want to focus on two individuals. One is named Ouyang Shou, and the other is Su Shi. Su Shi is also sometimes known as Dong Hua, but we'll stick with Su Shi for simplicity's sake here. Ouyang Shou is a close acquaintance, and in fact, Ouyang Shou, in his official career, presided over, he was the chief official for the imperial examinations in the year in which Su Shi passed those exams and achieved the highest degree, the Jinshi degree, in 1059. So this was a very important relationship, the relationship between an examiner and the individuals who passed the examination over which he presided. This could be a very important bond, a very important connection. And Ouyang Shou used his role as an examiner to promote his particular views, and his views draw upon the ideas of Hanyu that we talked about earlier, particularly with regard to writing. Ouyang Shou was, in effect, a practitioner of the Guwen ideal of simple, straightforward, expository prose. So when, as a leading official guiding or presiding over the examinations in this particular year, he looked at the papers, he looked at the answers that had been submitted by the various candidates. He gave preference to those which were written in a clear and straightforward literary style.
Catherine, see what up, baby?
So sure, was one of those, and he passed very high rank in the cohort who were successful. In large part, because of the quality style
doing
of his
listening to Chinese history, baby.
Values and ideals. Ouyang-Sho and Su Shi looked to the field of Wen, looked to the literary heritage as a source of inspiration, as a source of knowledge and information, but more as a source of the kinds of qualities, the kinds of values which a gentleman should possess. And as a reservoir of good examples for emulation, good models to follow, not just in terms of writing, although that was very important, but in terms of the quality of the people, the quality of the examples, the stories that could be drawn upon from the past. They embedded themselves, immersed themselves in the literary cultural tradition with an eye to then, in their own writing, in their own creative activity, manifesting those same values, manifesting those same qualities in the writing that they produced. There's some subtle differences between Ouyang-Sho and Su Shi. Ouyang-Sho was in some ways what we might call an antiquarian. He was very interested in the things of the past. He collected objects and images of things from antiquity. He looked at the literary past as a reservoir that he sort of dipped into from time to time to pull things out, to inspire him or to educate him or to influence his thinking in the present. Su Shi had a somewhat different approach. He had the same kind of deep immersion and great familiarity with the past, with the literary past, but his objective was to achieve such a complete assimilation of that material that he could then spontaneously produce good writing without really having to think about it. He was a practitioner of what we might call disciplined spontaneity. He was a very disciplined individual. He studied, he read, he practiced, but his objective was to be able to just write freely. And when he wrote some sort of theoretical texts about writing and cultural activity. He talks about how it should just flow naturally. It should just well up out of you the way that water comes from a spring and flow along the way that a stream runs down a hillside. A very natural, free-flowing activity. But in order to achieve that spontaneity, it was necessary to really immerse yourself in the models of the past. Not imitate them, not to try to reproduce them feature for feature, but to absorb the values and then be able to manifest this good quality directly yourself. Okay. Well, that kind of literary focus characterizes the gentleman, the Wenren, the literary gentleman. The Jingshi thinkers, the statecraft thinkers, shared their concern with the records of the past, with the written tradition. But they had a somewhat more, I suppose we could say, practical bent, or perhaps a more utilitarian bent. They were concerned with how we could draw upon knowledge from the past, the experience of the past, the values of the past, to solve the problems of society today. Two individuals that can be seen as representative of this kind of thinking are Sima Guang and Wang Anshi. Wang Anshi and Sima Guang, again, lived in this exact same time frame. They knew each other. They all knew Ouyang-Sho and Su Shi. These guys were in the same cities, they went to the same social events. They knew each other at court. They didn't necessarily all like each other or agree with each other, but they were part of a community, part of a shared cultural milieu. Well, Wang Anshi, late in the 1060s and into the early 1070s, rises to the top of the imperial administration. He is named chief minister of the imperial government, and he is given the authority by the emperor at that time to launch a major reform program, and he undertakes, based upon his interpretation of the history of the past, his view of what the good models to be drawn from antiquity are, his appreciation of the values embedded in the literary cultural tradition. He launches a program of dramatic reforms, what are called the new policies. And the new policies set out to, once again, foster a more proactive state, an imperial regime which will seek to intervene in society to ameliorate problems and to foster positive goals, foster positive goods for the people. And this involves a whole range of activities, the creation of state-sponsored schools, so that educational opportunity will be more widely available, not just to those wealthy households which can afford to establish their own schools or hire tutors, but to provide opportunities for learning to any young men who have the opportunity to be free from labor, at least enough to attend school. So it's an attempt to broaden the base for education. A system of agricultural loans for farmers, so that they don't have to fall into patterns of dependency on wealthy landowning families to borrow money, either to tide them over before the harvest or to hire labor to help with agricultural tasks. These kinds of loans were characteristic of the rural economy and had been in the hands of private moneylenders or the landlords. Now, Wang Anshi's program makes this a system of government loans with regulated interest rates and repayment policies which were designed to be more friendly towards small farmers.
What
and
up,
many
baby?
other similar kinds of initiatives designed to foster a more benevolent, if interventionist, state approach to society and economy. Sima Guang was probably the other greatest statecraft thinker of this period, and he was rabidly hostile to the ideas and policies of Wang Anshi. These two individuals were representative. We can see them as representative of this Jingshi orientation, this concern with statecraft, with using the literary heritage as a reservoir for knowledge and information about good government. But their views, their particular interpretations of this were very, very hostile to one another. When Wang Anshi was named as chief minister, Sima Guang resigned from government and retired from the capital. The northern Song, the first half of the Song dynasty, the capital was at a city called Kaifeng. Sima Guang leaves the capital and moves west to the old ancient subordinate capital of Luoyang, where he retires and lives in a very nice garden setting, and sits out the years when Wang Anshi is the dominant figure at court. Later in the 1070s, when Wang Anshi is dismissed from his position, there's a change in the imperial administration, Sima Guang is brought back and sets about dismantling the policies of Wang Anshi. Now, Sima Guang's opposition to Wang Anshi is based upon a different interpretation of the values to be derived from the past, from the literary record of earlier experience. Where Wang Anshi interprets history and literature and the teachings of Confucius in a way that suggests to him that the state should be an active agent for good, Sima Guang reads those same texts, reads that same history, as telling him that the state should keep its hands out of society, that the state, the emperor in particular, should instead rely upon those within society with a natural role as leaders, those who are out there living in communities, are part of local society, who know the realities, know the circumstances, know the conditions of particular places, and who are therefore best equipped to provide a sort of organic leadership within communities to address the problem and solve the concerns that they face. Now, one way to see this is that Sima Guang is speaking out, is taking up a position which defends the leading role and, in a sense, the autonomy of of the sure, of the literati elite. Remember that the literati elite are largely the same thing. They're largely coterminous with the wealthy landowning class. It is those who own sufficient amounts of land to be able to live on the wealth generated by that and be able to spare their sons from direct agricultural labor to prepare to take the exams. A certain level of wealth is a prerequisite for participation in the examination system. So when Sima Guang talks about leaving the affairs of society in the hands of those who are, meant to preside over it, he really means, sure, he means himself and other people like himself, not a separate interventionist state apparatus. Now, this is not as stark a contrast in some ways as I'm making it sound, because, of course, it's the literati who are the administrators of the state. But there is a sort of schizophrenic quality to the elite in the late imperial period, where they are at one and the same time representatives of imperial power, representatives of the imperial state, and agents of that state, and the possessors of material interests of their own as landowners, as leading members of local communities, local societies. And these interests often are kept separate, and often are not in conflict with one another. But when we see this clash between Wang Anshe and Sima Guang, we can see ways in which they can come to be directly contradictory. So, literary gentlemen, statecraft thinkers, Su Shi, Ouyang Shou, Sima Guang, Wang Anshe, these guys are all drawing upon this shared cultural reservoir, cultural toolkit, if you will, of the literary cultural tradition. But there is at the same time, and indeed these guys' ideas will become more powerful and more influential as time goes by, there's an alternative set of ideas beginning to emerge, which we can put under a sort of categorical heading of cosmological thought. Now, we've touched on cosmological thought earlier, all the way back with the Han synthesis, and in some ways looking back at the divination carried out by the Shang rulers and all this. The way the desire to link human affairs to larger cosmic orders, to larger natural systems. Well, in the Northern Song, some thinkers come to begin to place special emphasis on a concept very different from Wen, and this is an idea that we call Li. Now, what's interesting about Wen and Li, they constitute a sort of dichotomy here, is that they share a certain linguistic meaning, which is pattern. Wen, we've talked about as referring to things literary, it refers to it has one of its derivations has to do with simply the way that writing looks on the page, the pattern formed by words written on the page. It's a very regular, very coherent kind of pattern, and it's a pattern that's produced by human activity, by writing things down. So one of the core meanings, one of the base meanings for the word Wen is humanly produced pattern. Li, on the other hand, refers to patterns that occur in nature. Its original meaning has to do with the patterns, the striped patterns that you see in certain kinds of rock. So we have a distinction between human order and natural order. And this is fundamental to what goes on with the cosmological thinkers. The cosmological thinkers, and there's a bunch of them, men like Shaoyong, who was a mathematical thinker, or Zhang Zai, who was concerned with speculations about the cosmic order of the universe, and in particular a pair of brothers called Cheng Yi and Cheng Hao, were very, very concerned with trying to understand the naturally occurring patterns of the world around them. They saw moral values. They saw the values that should govern and regulate the activities of human beings in society as coming not out of Wen, not out of the literary cultural tradition, but as being derived directly from natural pattern. And indeed, the term Li, which means pattern, We start in the Sung Dynasty when we encounter it imbued by these cosmological thinkers with normative value. That is to say, patterns that can be observed are not simply the way things are, but they are the way things ought to be. Okay, so they're given a moral value, the right way for things to be. And this harkens back in many ways to the Confucian ideal of the Tao, of the way. The way is the proper order of things, and to be in harmony with the way, to be in harmony with the Tao, is good. That's what's desirable. Things which are counter to the way, things which are counter to the natural patterns and order of things, these are bad. So, in a sense, we can ground moral value by having a sense of natural patterns and principles. If you're acting in accordance with those patterns and principles, then your action is morally good. If you're acting against those natural patterns and principles, then your actions are bad. The cosmological thinkers don't initially reject, they don't set out to, and indeed they don't ultimately reject when. They don't dump the literary tradition in the dustbin of history. But they argue that it is a mediated experience, that relying on the textual tradition, relying on the writings of the past, is to rely upon a humanly constructed understanding. And if that's good, that's fine. There are insights to be gained there. But it's not the same as directly understanding the underlying patterns and principles. That's what's important, to directly apprehend the patterns and principles of the universe and to base your moral values on that. Now, in the Northern Sung, in the 11th century, these ideas are germinal. They're just beginning. They're being put about in various bits and pieces by some of these different thinkers that I've mentioned. Later on, we'll see that they're drawn together and systematized over a century later. Before that happens, there are challenges, other kinds of challenges that begin to arise for the Sung, challenges from non-Chinese people in the North. We'll turn our attention to those in a while. But first, I want to look at some of the cultural implications for these intellectual changes in the 11th century. And we'll see how those are manifested in art and literature in the next lecture. We were talking last time about the great age of intellectual ferment in China, the 11th century, first part of the Song Dynasty, the ways in which individual thinkers.
I just want everybody to fucking listen to me right now. I am so fucking excited to fall asleep tonight so that some motherfucker somewhere on this fucking earth is gonna try to wake me up in the middle of the fucking night, and I'm gonna let him. I'm just gonna let this motherfucker do what they want. The second that they do, I'm grabbing their fucking name and I'm banning their asses.
Well, I began to be more concerned with
oh yeah. No, these guys are good. They use a leaf blower. The leaf blower is fucking. That's tough.
political philosophy and ideas about government and society and economics that we might think of as.
Oh, it's so fucking loud. I think they either do that or they do like this really loud, high pitched like it's almost like nails on the chalkboard. That's not a sound that usually bothers me that much, but when you're trying to sleep it. Yeah. Well, you never know who's gonna pop in here. Exactly. Hi, welcome. What's going on, Chinese merchant? They're cool. I'm glad you guys are all here. Hey, Chinese merchant, these other two guys are here all the time, but you're never here when they're here. So I'm glad you guys got to hook up. Hey, Chinese merchant, how are things going with the job?
Good. I took 2 days off so I could catch up on some of my college work.
And they were cool with that?
Yeah.
All right, that's cool.
I'm trying to on the fast, bro. I'm trying to fast for like I don't know how long, but like a good amount of weight.
Dude, you want to lose weight without having to fast?
Yeah, tell me.
I know you're gonna say, Rabbi, you're the best person to be able to tell me this. Are you sure? Yeah, you can lose like 20 pounds, and you're like, that's not humanly possible. And I'm like, oh hell yeah, it is. What you do is you just have to get your fat frozen. And so this is the same type of technology known in cryolysis, essentially the freezing of fat against the skin. So how would you be able to do it? You go get like a 2 liter or like a water bottle, fill it up with water and freeze it, and then you watch wherever you want to lose fat. Like you want to lose fat on your face to look skinnier, like really quickly. You just take that bottle and put it up against your face. I recommend having a few bottles if you can, and then just rotating them. And then the next day, that part of your face will have less fat. This was discovered through toddlers who would they would do, I think, taste tests with toddlers and while teething um with popsicles. And if you've ever seen a toddler, sometimes they'll eat a popsicle and they'll like the actual popsicle will go up against their skin, and they were noticing that when this would occur, it would their faces would be deformed just slightly because a little bit of their fat would go away. Well, fast forward this technology, it's known as cool sculpting today. So you can go to your plastic surgeon. My plastic surgeons all do cool sculpting, and essentially, you can use that kind of technology right now. If you don't have the money for that, just do it the old-fashioned way. Just literally put cold up against your skin. You have to get it. I mean, I can tell you all the science behind it, but you can actually get it. I have had on recording. Um, I have frozen my fat underneath my skin, and you can squeeze it out. And I have it on video as well, losing 20 pounds in a week. And the way that you do it is through freezing of fat. All right, that's how you do it. Yeah. So the way you're like, that's impossible. I thought it was too. I couldn't believe it. I went from about 218 pounds to 198 pounds within 7 days. Now I also bought these machines from AliExpress that allowed me to do it as well, but they burn out on you and they use a lot of power. And when I do it, I sometimes trigger the fucking the fuse. So I started a technique where you just take a water bottle and put it like if you want to lose fat underneath your chin. You just take a water bottle and hold it like this for 30 minutes, and you'll feel your fat underneath your skin frozen. And then you squeeze that, and then within a few minutes to an hour, you will have to pee. And when you pee, it's all your fat cells being um, uh, excreted from the body. I know this sounds fucking now like of anything that I tell you, I got the cure to cancer, I got all kinds of other shit. But this one, cure to cancer, is vitamin B17, also known as laetrile, also known as amygdalin. This is what's located in seeds of fruits. It's in apricot kernels. It's in peach pits. It's in apple seeds. It's in cherry pits. It's why animals always eat the pits and the seeds of things first. It essentially combats cancer. What vitamin C was to scurvy. Vitamin B17 is to cancer. Okay, so with that being said, that's cancer. Now, it's like, Rabbi, well, why don't you utilize these fucking things? I can. I have. It just, I don't know. I haven't gotten a lot of motivation to do it just because I'm focused on my fucking robots and stuff. But that doesn't mean I can't be doing it at the same time. Perhaps I will again. So what do? I just take 2 liter bottles. I'll take a 2 liter bottle and put it underneath my uh, arm here, and like I have gynomastia, which is like fat near my pecs, and it will just eat away that fat. It will just eat away at it. Um, and just in that area, it's not like it does your whole body. It literally does exactly where you put this. And if you wonder, well, how did I figure this out? It was during the pandemic, and I was at work, and I was like running a lot, and I was having to I wanted to lose weight faster.
When did you get gyno?
When I was like 12. And yeah, I mean, yeah, just like when I started to probably go through puberty or so, I mean, I just put on weight. Um, and because of that, it's been a hard thing to get rid of. So I've talked to my plastic surgeon about it, how much it is for him to like suck it out. Um, and it's a little more than I would want to pay. So I'm look, I'm not saying I'm doing it now, but I've always thought, well, in the future, I could just have do cool sculpting and lose the weight very quickly. But even if I wanted to, I could be a very good guinea pig essentially for this. I can tell you it works really, really well. The the bad parts about it are you can get a little bit of frostbite, nothing too bad, but that can cause nerve damage. You can get frostbite,
Oh, I'm sorry, the shoulder it doesn't work.
huh? You can get frostbite. You can get frostbite. Frostbite. You okay? No, I understand. Yeah, so you can get frostbite, but that's like the worst thing that's gonna happen to you. Anyway, um, look at the science behind cool sculpting if you want to know more about this.
In our buckets, you have individuals who we can identify as having produced particular ones. The painter Gu Kaijer, who we've mentioned before, is one who has left a number of paintings that have come down to us. In the realm of calligraphy, idea of calligraphy of the written Chinese character as a form of aesthetic expression. The idea that the way in which one writes on the page embodies or manifests the particular qualities or characteristics of the individual. This arises during the Southern dynasties and is associated particularly with the individual Wang Shijie that we mentioned in early lecture as well. Another element that contributes to some of these changes is an economic one or perhaps a technological one, and this has to do with changes in the production of silk and with the invention of paper. Paper, the earliest examples of paper that we've seen are found in tombs from the Han Dynasty, and we know that the production of paper develops quite rapidly and becomes a relatively inexpensive writing surface. Silk remains a desirable writing surface, but it's more expensive, and so it isn't used as commonly as paper. But the changes in the cost of production of these surfaces results in both written text and graphic art becoming easier to produce because it's cheaper to produce and easier to own. So the economics of artistic expression and production are changed as well as the sort of larger cultural context of sophistication and erudition that's fostered in the Southern Dynasty. Um,
Yeah, he fucking loves dogs.
the feeling, sensibility, I suppose you might say, the aesthetic
I like dogs,
theory
but that motherfucker
that
will tell you
underlies
everything
a lot
about
of
a
what
dog.
goes on, that underlies not just poetry, although it's usually articulated in terms of poetry, but permeates graphic art as well, is one which says that the purpose of art, what the artist does, initially what the poet does, is to articulate his consciousness, his inner feelings, his inner state of being. That the artist should express, whether it's in a textual mode, in a poem, or in an essay, or in a visual mode, in his calligraphy, or in a painting. The artist should express his interiority. But it's not just a one-directional thing. It isn't simply a matter of art for art's sake, of I've got to get this out. There's also a communicative aspect to this, and the uh, The idea is to communicate your moral values, communicate the ideals, the truths perhaps that you see, the moral quality that you have within you. To communicate those to someone else, communicate those to an audience, whether it's to an individual reader or an individual viewer of a painting or a work of calligraphy, or more commonly, to a broader audience. If we think about Wang Shijie and his role as the sort of father of calligraphy, remember we talked earlier about the Orchid Pavilion gathering and the way in which gentlemen came together, wrote poems, collected the poems, and then Wang Shijie wrote this preface, situating this as a particular event, talking about the circumstances, praising the poet, praising the social quality of the gathering, and setting up a sort of ideal model of the activities of literary gentlemen. Well, that kind of collective consciousness, that kind of shared cultural experience, is also embedded in painting and calligraphy. There's an intended audience out there. This is just a one-on-one, like writing a letter. There's an intended audience that's going to be there to receive the impression of what it is that you have inside of you. Okay. In this sense, art is essentially up through the Tang Dynasty, is essentially sort of didactic. It's essentially sort of is that their paintings are meant to illustrate other kinds of stories. A very famous example we talked about in the Tang Dynasty at the time of the An Lushan Rebellion, when the emperor is forced to flee off to Sichuan, and his hapless consort, Yang Guifei, strangled and left by the roadside. Well, paintings of that story, paintings of that image, become very popular and very famous in later times. But what's important in them is the story. Okay? They are narrative, they are illustrative, they are didactic in that sense, in that they are illustrating a tale, illustrating a sort of moral account. And this, in some ways, indicates the way in which painting is subordinate, I suppose you could say, to literary culture overall. We talked about the realm of Wen, the literary cultural tradition, and painting down through the Tang is something which illustrates that literary cultural tradition. All right. Now, when we get to the Sung Dynasty, we get to the later part of the 10th century and on into the 11th century. There's very profound changes that take place in painting. And in particular, the painting of natural scenes, the painting of landscape, undergoes a great transformation and really moves to sort of the mainstream or the center stage of artistic expression. Now, this is, in some ways, this is an expression or a manifestation, an example of the same concern with the idea of natural patterns, natural principles that we talked about last time in terms of cosmological thinkers in the Northern Song. Looking at the world around us not simply as a background, but as a focus in itself, looking at the world as a place from which we can derive an understanding of the natural order of things. Northern Song landscape painting begins to represent human life, human activity, not as the main focus, not as the narrative discourse which needs to be illustrated, but as just one element in a much larger natural order, and indeed often a rather peripheral and marginal presence in that natural order. A good example, a sort of very classic example of this, is a painting by the artist Fan Quan, a painting called Travelers in the Mountains, sometimes Travelers Among Streams and Mountains. The title varies from time to time. but it's a large, very large hanging scroll painting. It's in a vertical format. It's larger, certainly larger than I am, and hanging on a wall. It conveys a tremendous sense of monumentality. And indeed, the characteristic paintings, the landscape paintings of the Northern Song are referred to as monumental landscape paintings. What Fan Quan's painting shows is a massive rock face, massive cliff face. It's painted in such a way, the texture of the painting is such that the rock almost seems to blow out of the surface of the painting. You just have this incredible sense of the power, the energy that's embodied in this mountainside that you're gazing. The mountain forms the vast majority of the painted surface taken up with this mountain. On one side, there's a waterfall, a stream running down the face of the mountain, and that sort of draws us visually down into a middle ground. And in this middle ground, there's a sort of vague, empty space, kind of sense of a misty zone that separates this massive rock outcropping in the back from a scene in the foreground. The scene in the foreground just occupies a narrow band along the bottom of the painted surface. The quality of representation in that narrow band is very different from what we see when we look at this mountain in the background. In the foreground, we have a scene which is much more detailed. Of course, it's closer, and there's a sense of perspective. There's a sense of the depth of the painted surface here that's in some ways very new and much more, in a sense, realistic than what we see in earlier Chinese painting. Pine trees, rocks, other kinds of bushes and shrubs are placed about in this foreground band at the bottom of the painting. And then there are two other elements that are present in this image in the front. One, at the very back, the back of the foreground, and mixed in with the tops of pine trees, you can see the roofs of several buildings. And you can tell from the architectural style that these are large buildings, and they are probably, for example, the roofs of a Buddhist monastery. Buddhist monasteries were frequently situated out in mountain settings, in remote locations where people could go and retreat from the world around them. So there's a sense here of the presence of these buildings in amongst the forest. And then right down at the very base of the painting, down in the lower right-hand corner, there are several small figures. And if you look closely at them, they are some pack mules and a few travelers walking along with them. These are the travelers amongst the mountains, travelers amongst streams and mountains. The whole painting is a monumental space, a huge expanse. These figures are a tiny little presence down in the corner, emerging out of the forest, following along on a little footpath. And
Yeah, what's going on, Tim?
The space
What's your Seamus? Seamus, we're going to the top, baby.
Wherever it is you're going.
Absolutely. Hey, what color do you want your Lamborghini? Hell yeah. Put it on the board. Yes. We got a green Lamborghini going to Seamus. Excellent, dog. Are you retired yet? Are you retired yet, baby? Excellent. Well, I hope you're doing well. Beautiful. That's a good thing. Dog, this coin is going to the top. It is at an all-time high. This doesn't get any better than that. It's got a 22x while I've been on board. Did he? Dude, that's wild because I'm like all up in his shit. Hell yeah. Excellent. Well, when he buys, it's like the world's gonna come full circle. Amazing. I love it. Excellent. Well, good seeing you, dog. Check in out whenever you have time.
Very small and very subordinated to the larger scene, the larger image. And it is that larger image that is critical. Now, often the human figures will be situated on what is clearly a roadway or a pathway. And this should remind us that the word in Chinese for a walk path, a path that you travel along, is a dao. And the term Tao for a path is the term Tao for the way, for the Confucian ideal of the well-ordered society. So in a sense, we have here a little representation of people on the path, on the way. This is the Tao of human existence, these little travelers in the mountains. But that Tao is only part of this much larger scene, part of a much larger pattern, if you will, so that we can see the natural pattern of the mountain, the tree, the waterfalls, the rising mist, the depth of the scene. All this is part of a natural order, if you will. It is an embodiment, a manifestation, a graphic representation of Li, of the natural pattern that we can observe in the world around us. And what it tells us is something about the place of human activity in that natural pattern. We can see human activity as present, as having a place. This is not a naturalism which excludes humanity, which says, that humans are somehow separate from the natural order. People are part of the natural order. And by understanding that natural order and the proper role of people within it, we can approach an understanding of a well-ordered society, a well-ordered world around us. Okay? Now, in the Northern Song, this kind of monumental landscape painting becomes very, very widespread, very, very important. It's commissioned by all kinds of people, all kinds of emperors and officials and others buy these paintings, commission these paintings, view these paintings. They become very much a part of the visual environment of the people like Ouyang Shou and Su Shi and the Chung brothers that we talked about in the last lecture. Part of the cultural discourse that is emerging and shaping Chinese life in the course of the 11th century. They're not the only kinds of paintings that are around. It isn't that everybody drops everything else and just paints nothing but landscapes. You can sometimes get that impression in certain collections, but it's clearly not the case. Indeed, many kinds of painting that continue concerns that we've seen in earlier times can be found in the Song. Paintings of daily life at court, paintings of the court women, ironing silk is a very famous painting of that. Paintings of palace. Another a sort of manifestation of the concern with nature, concern with the observation, the careful observation of natural patterns, can be seen in what's called bird and flower painting, which, not surprisingly, are little depictions of birds and flowers. Those kinds of very carefully delineated, very precise observations also seem to be a manifestation of this concern with Li that we find to be growing more and more important in the Northern Song. The Southern Song dynasty sees the continuation of a concern with landscape. There are some very interesting changes that take place in Southern Song painting. We get a little ahead of ourselves in terms of our political narrative here, because one of the most significant things that we see in Southern Song painting is a change in the way that landscape is represented. You still have the same visual elements of mountains in the background, a misty middle ground, and a more detailed foreground. But the mountains in the background during the Southern Song are reduced in their representation. They're presented in a very, very minimalist way, sometimes just a tiny little part of a mountain sort of peering out amongst the clouds. Um, and it is believed by some scholars that this is a reflection of a sense of loss felt by artists and others in the Southern Song period. The Southern Song is the second half of the Song dynasty, and it is after North China is lost to non-Chinese invaders. Taking up the story of those invasions in the next lecture. But there's a sense in these Southern Song paintings that there's a psychological trauma is expressed, that the loss of the North is manifested in these minimalist representations of the mountains. The mountains come to be symbolic of the lost lands of the North. It's not uniformly agreed upon, but it seems to me to be in some ways a reasonable interpretation of what goes on with landscape painting in the Southern Song. Nonetheless, these images continue to situate human activity within this larger natural order, larger natural pattern. And I think that that's the basic message, if you will, that gets communicated in Song landscape painting in general. These are, say, expressions of the increasing importance of the concept of Li, the importance of the concept of pattern that we've seen in intellectual discourse in the Northern Song. And Li becomes one of the critical concepts in the emergence of what we call the learning of the way, or Dao Shui. Literally it means Dao is the way, Shui is learning. So the learning of the way, which becomes a very, very important, indeed a dominant school of thought by the end of the Song. We'll examine the emergence of Dao Shui, the learning of the way, in the 12th century and the 13th century, particularly through the activities of a gentleman called Zhu Xi in a later lecture. But before we do that, before we turn to Zhu Xi and the emergence of Dao Shui, I will need to take some time and the ways in which that shapes the experience of Song life, and particularly after the Jurchen invasion, the loss of North China creates a separate alien realm that persists for over a century. We'll take up that story in the next lecture. We've been talking about the Song dynasty, which arose in China after the collapse of Tang at the beginning of the 10th century, and then the 50-plus year period of disunity and chaos, the Five Dynasties. Today, in this lecture, I'd like to drop back in time a little bit from the Song to the period at the end of the Tang, and turn our attention to the north, where non-Chinese peoples put together states that picked up some of the political, stepped into the political vacuum, picked up the slack after the collapse of the Tang, and created states which enter into the Chinese historical record as dynasties, but which were not part of the mainstream Chinese dynastic succession. These are alien states which controlled some portion of Chinese territory. We'll talk about two principal examples of this, the Liao dynasty and the Jin dynasty. These were not the only non-Chinese people, non-Chinese states that came into existence in the wake of the fall of the Tang, and indeed there were other non-Chinese peoples who had organized states, sometimes fairly extensive empires, outside the reach of Chinese political control. The Tibetans, for example, had created a fairly extensive empire in the 7th and 8th century up on the plateau to the west of China, and sometimes reaching into Chinese territory and challenging Chinese power, Tang power, along the western frontier. The Uyghurs, one of the Turkic peoples who had risen to prominence in Central Asia, particularly in what is today the western part of China, Xinjiang province of China. The Uyghurs had spread an empire across the Tarim Basin and encompassing some of the great trading cities along the Silk Road in the west. Mongol tribes were scattered out on the grasslands north and west of China. They did not at this time come together and form a particularly coherent political entity. but as we'll see in some later lectures, they were soon to surpass everyone else in terms of the size of the state which they would create. That's a story for a little bit later. It's in the Northeast that we have the two stories that we want to look at in this lecture, two states that rise up and take control of parts of Chinese territory, constituting an ongoing challenge to the order created by the Song dynasty. The first of these was the Liao dynasty, as I've mentioned, formed by a people called the Khitan, and the second is the Jin dynasty, formed by a people called the Jurchen, and we'll take their stories one after the other in the way in which they succeeded one another historically. The Northeast, what the Chinese refer to as the Northeast, the area that Westerners in the modern period we tend to call Manchuria, named after the Manchu people who were very prominent there, as we'll see in later lectures, from the 16th and 17th centuries on, but much later than the time we're talking about now. The Northeast part of China is an area very different from the Chinese heartland. It's not an area of extensive agriculture. It's not an area of lots of grain growing the way that China proper is. But it's also somewhat different from some of the other peripheral zones, some of the other marginal zones. Mongolia is a grassland. Xinjiang, Central Asia, is largely very arid. The Tibetan Plateau is very, very high, very dry and mountainous. The Northeast, by contrast, is actually a fairly lush area, very well watered. There are mountains there, but they're not anywhere near as high as those in Tibet. Heavily forested, but interspersed there are very lush valleys. It's a wonderful area for hunting, for fishing. There were natural products, natural food products that could be gathered and harvested as well. So it was an area that was fairly easy to live in for semi-nomadic population. And this is what the Khitan and Jurchen people were. Hunters, gatherers, semi-nomadic peoples who had persisted on the northern edge of Chinese civilization for a very, very long time. In 907, when the Tang dynasty disappears, when the last Tang emperor is done away with, as there's a sort of scramble for power taking place elsewhere, and as China collapses and fragments in this period of 5 dynasties, a leader of Khitan people, a man called Abaoji, seizes power in that area, proclaims his power, essentially, in the area to the north and east of the Chinese frontier. And he sets up a state, a claim to government, which he calls a dynasty, an emulation of the Chinese model. Of course, the Khitan had been very familiar with the Tang. The Tang had exercised political control, either directly or sort of by extension, by proximity, over many of the Khitan people, so that the collapse of the Tang dynasty has a very direct impact on this area. It results in the disappearance of what had been an established political authority. And Abaoji steps in and says that he will replace that authority. He will take over and exercise power and leadership where the Tang, where the Chinese are no longer able to do so. And he spends the next 20 years basically conducting military campaigns to extend and consolidate his power and the power of the Khitan people. Now, what Abaoji does is fairly radical, because he makes a break with traditional Khitan modes of leadership, I suppose you could say. So the Khitan, as a tribal people, a semi-nomadic people living in the forests and valleys of the Northeast, had not had a highly organized, highly centralized political system prior to this. The leadership amongst the Khitan people had largely been an aspect of tribal groups. Elders, the more prominent warriors within particular family groups, clan groups, the best hunters, would emerge as leaders. And from time to time, if there was a need to organize, say, a military campaign or a great ceremonial activity or a great hunt, individuals would be selected as leaders for the particular tasks at hand. But when those tasks were accomplished, they would simply revert to being one of many prominent individuals within the tribal community. What Abaoji does is to emulate the Chinese model and set himself up as a single ruler, set himself up, in effect, as an emperor. His adoption of a dynastic title, called his regime the Liao dynasty, is a reflection of this change. And it wasn't one that was made easily. It wasn't one which the Khitan people immediately, universally accepted. It took a lot of political maneuvering for Abaoji to consolidate his position. And the military campaigns that he conducted over the first 2 decades of his reign were part of it, because the spoils that he captured, the spoils that his armies were able to seize, he would distribute amongst his followers. This kind of largesse, this kind of granting out of favor by Abaoji served to cement the loyalty of his followers and helped to stabilize power that he seized. Critical in this process was the ability of the Khitan to come into the very northern edge of China, an area of agricultural land just south of the ring of mountains that runs along the northern frontier of the North China Plain, and to seize a strip of land there, a strip of Chinese farmland that comes to be called the 16 prefectures. It encompassed 16 little administrative districts that had been part of the Tang. The 16 prefectures are very different from the rest of the territory that the Liao dynasty controlled. All the rest of Liao territory is mountains, forests, river valleys, and very lightly populated. The Khitan people are really very thinly distributed over most of their territory. The Chinese farming population of the 16 prefectures is very densely settled. The northern fringe of the North China Plain and the North China Plain in general is a very, very densely settled area, so that by controlling this thin strip of territory, even though it's not a big chunk of China, they brought a considerable amount of wealth under the control of the Liao state. The Chinese, the Song dynasty, when it arises after 960, wants to regain territories. They don't like the idea of Chinese territory being controlled by an alien state, by a non-Chinese people. And so the Song dynasty, once it has consolidated power, once it has reunified the empire and stabilized itself, prepares to try to regain territories in the north, try to regain the 16 prefectures. And in the year 1004, and again in the year 1044, major military campaigns are launched, attacking the Khitan and trying to seize these Chinese farmlands that are controlled by the Liao. But both of these campaigns are unsuccessful. The Chinese are not able to dislodge the Khitan from the 16 prefectures. And this results in some very humiliating moments for the Song dynasty, both in 1004 and in 1044. After the military campaigns are over, after the Chinese forces have proven unsuccessful, the Song is forced to sign treaties with the Liao. And these treaties, first of all, it's quite a departure from the Chinese state to have to sign an agreement with another power in the first place. China has traditionally thought of itself and been perceived in the area as a great power, and other states tended to position themselves in sort of subordinate roles. Now, the Khitan have defeated the Chinese militarily once and then again. So it's unusual for the Song to be in a position where they have to enter into these kinds of negotiations. And what they wind up agreeing in these treaties is to pay annual subsidies to the Khitan rulers, the emperors of the Liao dynasty. They send off large quantities of silver, and and large quantities of cloth, silk, but also cotton cloth. These annual subsidies that are established in the first treaty in 1004 are doubled under the Treaty of 1044 when the Chinese lose the Second War. After 1044, Chinese decide that military reconquest of these areas is not a cost-effective undertaking, that they're not going to be successful in this, and they don't launch any more campaigns against them to try to regain these territories. For the Khitan, the Chinese subsidies are a significant source of income. They're a significant humiliation for the Chinese. They're not really that much of an economic drain. The amount of silver and the amount of silk that's being shipped off to the north doesn't really put much of a dent in Chinese treasury, but it is psychologically a very humiliating experience for China to have to accept this kind of situation. Well, the Khitan state, the Liao dynasty, evolved as time goes by in ways which, in some ways, are a little familiar to us already. We may think back to the period when the Turkic people had come into northwest China and established the northern dynasties, states like the Wei dynasty, Khobar Turks. And we talked about the process of cultural accommodation that took place with this conquest elite and the much larger Chinese population. You don't have exactly that situation in terms of the Khitan state because they retain their homeland. They haven't migrated into China. They've simply acquired a portion of Chinese territory. But the Chinese population of the Liao state as a whole is about 70% of the total population. The 16 prefectures are so densely populated that even though they're a small portion of the territory, the population are very, very different. So the Khitan developed what we call a system of dual administration, which is to say that in the 16 prefectures, in the territories with a Chinese population, they use Chinese administrative techniques. They use Chinese bureaucratic system that was already in place to continue to administer those territories. It's very effective for the purposes that they desire, which is to extract wealth, to extract taxation from these lands. It keeps the population under control in a way that they're comfortable with, that they're familiar with. So they perpetuate the Chinese administration there. In the rest of their territory, they retain traditional Khitan ways, at least most of the time. As time goes by, there is a process by which the Liao court, the Liao emperors, the officials who staff the imperial court, are drawn more and more into the Chinese orbit. They become themselves more bureaucratized. They become they get used to living a Chinese lifestyle, a lifestyle of imperial luxury. And so as time goes by, there's a sort of alienation that sets in between the Khitan emperors and the traditional tribal custom ways. And that results in tensions and frustrations within the Khitan people. Also, the emperors, the Khitan emperors, the Liao emperors, reward their followers often by granting them bits of land, mostly from the 16 prefectures, sources of wealth that they can give to their followers, but in a pattern that, again, we've seen similar instances before. When they grant these lands, they're often tax exempt, and that diminishes the revenues coming into the state and leads to various problems of state finances. Subsidies coming from China are helpful, but they're not sufficient to completely offset some of these revenue. The biggest problem is that eventually the Khitan begin to have problems paying their paying their and unfortunately, this comes about right at the time when unrest is beginning to spread amongst the Chinese population, and rebellion, insurrections begin to take place against it's also at this time, late in the 11th century and around the beginning of the 12th century, that non-Chinese people who could challenge the Khitan and could, in a sense, open up a rear front, open up a rear front. That's not a good phrase. Open up a second front of confrontation with the Chinese, with the Khitan, that would divert them, that would weaken them in their control of their territory and of the prefecture. And the people that they turn to in this are the Jurchen. The Jurchen are another semi-nomadic hunting and gathering people living further north than the Khitan, but in the same general region, same mountains and valleys of what's now northeastern China. And some of the Jurchen had been incorporated within the Liao state. Some of the Jurchen remained outside the control of the Liao state. Those Jurchen who were controlled by the Liao are called cooked Jurchen because they've been sort of cooked and civilized. The ones outside the control of the Liao state are called the raw Jurchen because they've remained raw and independent. And the Chinese turned mostly to the raw Jurchen and tried to incite them to be problematic, to cause difficulty for the Khitan. And they're successful at this strategy. They send up gifts, they send up weapons, they send up advisors to help the Jurchen to organize themselves and to challenge Khitan power. In particular, they hook up with a Jurchen leader, a man named Aguda, who has his own grievances with the Liao state, and they encourage him in his defiance of the Khitan emperor. In the 1120s, the Jurchen launched military campaigns against the Khitan, and the Khitan by this time have their internal problems have developed to the point where their armies are disaffected. They haven't been paid as regularly as they should. They've been weakened by dealing with peasant insurrection prefectures. And the Chinese at this time cut off their payments of subsidies to further weaken the Liao state. So the Jurchen are able, in several years of military campaigning, to invade and destroy the Liao dynasty, and they basically sweep it away by the mid-1120s. But at this point, as sometimes happens in history, the Chinese have a rather rude awakening, because what happens is that the Jurchen, having gotten their military machine organized and running, and having successfully destroyed the Liao state, don't simply then stop at the Chinese frontier and say, thank you very much, we'll stay right here, but instead sweep down into North China. And in the latter part of the 1120s, they seize much of northern China, the North China Plain. They capture around 1126, 1127, the northern Song capital at Kaifeng. And indeed, the capture of Kaifeng becomes an even greater humiliation for the Song than the subsidies that they had been forced to pay to the Khitan, because when the Jurchen capture Kaifeng, they capture the Chinese emperor. They capture the emperor. They even capture the emperor's mother, which in a good Confucian society is a very, very bad thing. It's bad enough to have the emperor caught, but to have his mother seized as well is really unfeeling, inappropriate. The emperor and members of the imperial family are carried off into captivity by the Jurchen, back up into the north, and live out their lives there. They're never ransomed. They're never returned to the Chinese side. Another younger member of the imperial family emerges and is put on the throne. The court flees to the south. There's a period of several years where, in effect, the Jurchen armies kind of chase the Chinese court from one place to another. Eventually, the court actually flees to some offshore islands for a short while. Finally, the Song forces are able to regroup, mobilize new resources, particularly further south, and start to reassert some pressure, push the Jurchen back. But they're unable to drive them out of North China. By the early 1130s, a line of control, a line of demarcation emerges about midway between the Yellow River in the north and the Yangtze River in the south. And north of that line is controlled by the Jurchen. South of that line remains in the hands of the Chinese, the Song dynasty. And that results in, in Chinese side, we enter into the period that we call the Southern Song. The Southern Song, the second half of the Song dynasty. A new capital is established. Kaifeng is now in the hands of Jurchen. So the Chinese established a new capital at a city called Hangzhou, which is down in what is today Zhejiang province. It's a city right on the South China coast. The only Chinese capital in history to be located on the coast, to be a port city. And it is always referred to by the Southern Song dynasty as a temporary capital. There's a myth, there's a hope that the north will eventually be regained and that dynastic rule will go back to the traditional centers of political power. That never happens. The north remains in the hands of the Jurchen from 1120s for more than 100 years. Now, the Jurchen set up their own dynastic rule, and they call their dynasty the Jin dynasty. Jin in Chinese means gold, and it's part of the clan identity of the dominant group within the Jurchen people, the Golden Clan. So the Jin dynasty is set up by the Jurchen, and it too developed a system like that of the Liao dynasty, what we might call dual administration, because again, the Jurchen have an extensive homeland beyond the realm of Chinese settlement, but they now control vastly more of China than the Khitan ever had done. And indeed, the Jurchen are vastly outnumbered by the Chinese. It's not a matter of 70%. It's well over 90%. And indeed, the Jurchen, there are perhaps 1 million of them altogether. And in North China, the overall population is perhaps 60 million or more of Chinese. So the Jurchen are much more, as the Turks had been earlier, a thin layer on top of vast society. So they retain a system of dual administration to control their homeland and to administer their Chinese territories using two distinctive systems. But for the Jin dynasty, there's a much more rapid process of accommodation and transformation that takes place. And the Jin dynasty, within just a generation or two, really becomes a Chinese state. Indeed, many of the Jurchen people moved from the forests of the north into China and adopt Chinese lifestyle. Many of them settle down and acquire land and become, if not farmers, landowners, estate proprietors. And the Jurchen dimension of the Jin state diminishes considerably. It doesn't disappear entirely, but it does become much less significant than the Khitan element had been in the Liao state. The Jin dynasty, as a essentially Chinese state, has some interesting characteristics. It retains a lot of the features that had been in place during the Northern Song. A lot of the intellectual debates that we talked about back in the 11th century in Northern Song, particularly the concerns of the statecraft thinkers and the literary gentlemen, the Wenren, continue to be the mainstream of intellectual culture in the Jin period. And as we'll see in another lecture, in Southern Song, South China, rather different ideas become more significant and more dominant. But in the north, there's a great deal of continuity, actually, between the Northern Song and the Jin period, not only in terms of philosophy, intellectual culture, artistically, in terms of poetry, other kinds of expression. Also, the north, since the core of the Jin state is its control of the North China plain, this vast agricultural resource, the economic system of the North remains very traditional, remains very much the basic farming society that had always been. The arrival, the presence of the Jurchen people doesn't have much impact on that. The Chinese certainly don't adopt the nomadic ways of Jurchen, and indeed, as I've noted, many Jurchen migrate into China and adopt the agricultural lifestyle of the Chinese people. And this is in very great contrast to what's going on in southern and what's happening down south, where there are very significant economic changes taking place, which have an impact on society and culture in other ways as well. Throughout the Southern Song, the ideal of the recovery of the North remains important. There is one significant effort very early during the period where the Jurchen armies are still sort of chasing the Song court around, where a general tries to go north and tries to challenge the Jurchen sort of closer to their heartland. But he's betrayed by political factionalism at the court and winds up being executed as a result of these factional conflicts. And after that, there's never really a serious effort made to recover the North. So there's a persistent sort of cognitive dissonance, a disconnect between the rhetoric, which is, we must regain the North, and the reality of Southern political practice, which is to really make no serious efforts to do so. The control of the North by the Jin dynasty lasts over a century.
How you living,
the Jin established a very
glad that you're here. How are you?
Of the North China agriculture.
What's good? What's up, Orion? Dog, your fucking Vikings are unstoppable. And
oh yeah, bro.
How you like that, man?
Dude, I don't wanna.
I know. I just fucked them, man. I fucked them hard, but
You know the history, right?
dog, absolutely.
The amount of choking
They suck hot.
that is going on.
They've never been in a Super Bowl. Well, they haven't been in a Super Bowl in like. They haven't won a Super Bowl, have they?
Never.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but they are the only NFL team that hasn't won a Super Bowl that has positive overall.
That's a fun,
They win
strange
like 54%
statistic.
of the time.
Wow, what a weird statistic. That's amazing.
And they even have a better winning record than Tampa Bay. And there's someone else. They have a better winning record. So, bro, yeah, so, yeah, they were ranked number 1 last week. Ranked number 1 again this week. Going into their bye week. And then we play the Rams 13 days from today. Vikings play the Rams. I just don't want to jinx it, you know?
Oh, they're fucked. They're losing their next game.
It's awesome.
They're losing their next game for sure. But enjoy it while you got it, because it's beautiful.
Yeah. Like, my wife's a Packers fan. So I'm talking shit.
Dude, and the thing is, I don't know anybody who expected Minnesota to be this good.
Yeah, no, people were saying we're gonna go like 3-14, 5-12, 8-9. You know, anything from 8-9 to like 3-14. Nobody thought the Vikings to power range. No.
Right. I don't know, man. Congratulations. Gotta feel great.
Oh yeah.
You think they can? We are listening to a lecture actually, in the history of China, 5,000-year history of China. absolutely phenomenal. What else are we doing? We are um setting up bots and going viral like we do every day. Dude, this cryptocurrency that sponsors me, it's up 22x. It's at 22 cents right now, and it was less than a cent when I first started seeing myself with them. So that's pretty great.
So it's gone from 1 cent to 22 cents per coin.
Yeah, more than that.
That's nice though.
Totally.
All right. I'm definitely gonna have to buy some coin. Dropping $50.
Oh, dude, yeah. When we talked about this before, it was like
You never know. I get 500 coins. All of a sudden, boom, we're $1,000.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. That's the goal.
But I'll do it.
Sure thing.
I'm setting the phone up. I haven't ate for 8 hours. I just got a boost of energy. Fucking go, dude. I don't want to do shit. I don't want to get active. Get active. Ain't no one getting active. I'm getting active. I'm back.
Yeah.
Baba 10:30. Bond, Kaiser. No, not 10:30, 3:30 I meant. No. No. go, bro. Yo, Rabbi,
What's up?
do you think humans are meant to eat every day?
It depends when you're looking at when humans are. So, like, prehistorically, no. Perhaps once every 2 or 3 days. When you
They're not meant to eat every
no
day, right?
no your body's supposed to go through what's known as ketogenesis, which is what you're going through now, probably high energy, and you don't understand why your body's basically running off its own fat, and it takes like 8 to 36 hours worth of sugar depletion, and then you'll hit like this high, and that used to happen to people in prehistoric days.
Oh, that's sick.
Poor dog.
So when would the prehistoric people eat, and when would they not eat? Is it like unknown? Like
No,
whenever
we
they
know.
catch something?
No, we know. Yeah. So it is when they would catch something. So what they would do generally, there were nomadic people who would follow herds of animals like woolly mammoths and gazelle and deer, and eventually they would chase this stuff down until it was exhausted, and basically throw rocks and spears and eventually kill it. Then they would eat it all. Prior to that, we would eat as like perhaps anything we could forage. So basically nuts and organic things, honey, berries, and fruits and vegetables.
So it was a constant movement just to eat something.
Absolutely.
Humans are not meant to eat every day.
That's correct. You can go. There's a thing to remember. It's you can go approximately something like this: 1 minute without breathing. No, 2 minutes without breathing. 2 days without water. 2 months without food.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So you can go a long time without food. And you can even go longer than that. I know a case of a guy who was like 300 and some odd pounds. Or no, he lost 300 pounds. A guy who didn't eat, I think it's the Guinness World Record. He didn't eat for like 400 straight days. He did take in vitamins.
He was just alive.
Yeah, he didn't eat for like 412 days. And his body just ate off his own fat. You have to understand, like, if you were, I mean, only up until the most recent time have you been able to get carbohydrates to be able to get as fat as you want. Basically, food, not basically, this is science. Food is one of three things, basically. It's either carbohydrates, protein, or fat. Everything. Everything from Jolly Ranchers to Coca-Cola to cake to fish, everything is either protein, fat, or carbohydrates. So
What's
most
the best thing to intake?
pure protein,
Protein and fat ice.
yeah, both, and completely stay away from carbohydrates. In fact, your body didn't even really have much carbohydrates. Uh,
Now what the fuck are people saying? They're like, oh, carbohydrates are good.
they're not. They don't know. They're told differently. If you've ever seen the movie, dude, you need to watch tonight. Just do it right now. I'll watch it with you. Idiocracy.
I'm down.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, if I get you the link, can you share the screen?
What'd you say?
If I get you the link to the movie, will you share your screen?
Yeah, I would.
Excellent. Just one moment. I'll get you the link.
What is it? What is it about?
It's a very important movie for you to see of what the future of humanity is going to be. Everybody is like stupid and fat, and
it's an amazing movie. It's great. It's an iconic. The fact you have not seen it, that signifies to me, or under
yeah, exactly.
Terry Crews. I can't remember the other dudes.
Oh, is it like a 2000 movie where everybody's fat and they're like dumb and shit, and they fucking like
yeah, Terry Crews. They're watery.
and then they like ride around on mopeds.
Yeah, security guards are all fat. Yeah.
I've seen a YouTube video on it. Some guy talking about it.
Anyway,
Thank you for coming in.
about it.
And yeah, exactly. So I can't believe I just said this because it's not something that I would. Oh no, we have to watch it right now. Oh, tight. I think it's on Tubi. Just one moment. Like, I'll find it on some website. Here we are. All right. I'm gonna send you the link. Now, if it doesn't work, we'll get another link. Obviously, not that big a deal. I can't believe we're gonna watch this right now. It's been a long time since I've seen it, but the reason why it triggered in my head is because you were like, people say that carbohydrates are good, and you're gonna see in this movie, they say it's got electrolytes, it's what plants crave, and it's just like they just make up something.
Yeah, like my fucking health teacher's like, don't think carbohydrates are bad for you. It's all in the food table. Grains, carbohydrates, this, that. If you do exercise and maintain a good body weight while eating carbohydrates, nothing will happen.
No, that's wrong. The food table was promoted by the major food companies, particularly the cereal companies and bread companies. That's why you see it's at least the food pyramid that most people learn. Now, if you look at the food table, it's been changed since the Obama administration. However, all of that is bullshit. All you need is protein and a little bit of fat, and like running on, like that's what you need. You have to think of what we were going through as evolutionary beings. And what would we eat? We would eat meat from animals and the fat from the animals. So like if the three of us killed a woolly mammoth on the plain, we would eat the meat and then the mammary glands of that woolly mammoth would boil and the milk would turn into cheese. We would eat the cheese.
You're right. Here.
Let me go to it just for a moment. Hell yeah, man. Perfect.
What the fuck? So they're IQs.
You'll see. This movie was made 20 years ago.
Oh, wow, they're just trying to get.
Exactly.
Oh my god. Okay, now. What the fuck? He's like, okay, my niggas, we're almost at here.
Wild movie, dude.
W. Well, it's just declining. My God. Butt fuckers.
It's Fuddruckers. What happened?
What the fuck? So big, Mondo was bad. Oh my god, Valley Girl, that's fucked. What is that noise turned off? How's it hanging, I say? So you sound like a faggot, your shit's all retarded.
I watched it.
private markets.
That's a famous line. Welcome to Costco. I love it. Exactly. That's how corporate people will be in the future.
Wisconsin representing.
Here's your food pyramid. Are you seeing this? You have to go back then. I'm a stickler, B. Did you see it?
Yeah.
What did I say? Rondo. It has what plants crave. You didn't see, but earlier, and maybe you did, but they had the food pyramid, and they just showed one company bought it all. Rondo. It has what plants crave.
No, what the fuck?
That's it. That's the future. Chinese merchant, can you hear me? Chinese merchant. You fell asleep.
Cool ass movie, bro.
Excellent, man. Hey, do you want to know the cure to cancer?
Vitamin B17.
You got it, dog. 100%. Here, just one moment. This is a great website. I'm about to give you. Check out the link I just sent you. This one isn't that long, but you'll be able to impress every person you know.
What you said?
Check your inbox. This isn't that long, and you'll be able to impress every person you know. You'll be able to save people's lives, and you'll know the science behind it. You'll be able to explain it as well as I do, where you're like, there's a reason why you don't find cancer in the wild. There's a reason why when we go hunting, if somebody goes hunting, if you kill an animal, no cancer is found, only when they're given human food. There's a reason why Eskimos and some native cultures don't develop any cancer at all. Why is that? You'll know all the answers to this.
Yeah. I'm gonna go.
You do you. We can watch that another time.
Yeah, it was cool watching that. But I'm gonna go.
You do what you need to do. You don't even have to go. You don't have to watch it. Just do whatever the fuck you want. I understand.
I just this fucking random dude following me. Alright, I'm gonna go.
You do you. Take care, big dog. Absolutely. Welcome, welcome. What up, pimp? Welcome, welcome. Living the dream, dog. I am coming up with schemes, to dominate the world. Dude, we just watched Idiocracy. You've ever seen that movie? No, we're still watching that shit. We're still watching it. It's 35 hours. Or no, more than that. It's 35 parts. It's like an hour and a half each part. It's like a 50-hour deal. Dude, it's fucking fascinating, though. Yo, shout out to Kin, the man, the myth, the legend. Shout out to you. Happy birthday, big dog. How are you? Yes, I can.
Oh shit! Thanks. I'm good, man.
Happy birthday! Are you slanging dick like it's going out of style? Yo, dog, are you slanging dick like it's going out of style?
Yeah, man.
That's what I'm talking about.
What are the roles, man?
Yes, what are the rewards? Here he is. Chinese merchant. How you living, pimp? Alright, so, Kian, what do you know about me?
Yeah.
Are you... Alright, you ready? You ready for my spiel?
Yeah.
Here we go. Welcome, welcome, motherfucker. I am Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. We've been streaming going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Some of the things that we discuss on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, dark energy, dark matter. We talk about de-extinction, where we bring back animals that were previously extinct. This has already been completed in 2003 with the Pyrenean Ibex. Fast forward to 2021, a company called Colossal Bioscientific has started. They have on their plans before 2028 to bring back the woolly mammoth. It's on their website. Additionally, following the woolly mammoth and reintroducing it using African female hybrid elephant, they want to reintroduce it calves into the Arctic Circle by 2028. Following that project, they want to then take on the Tasmanian tiger. Following that, they want to take on the dodo bird. This is a company that perhaps may be the company to be Jurassic Park. That's very exciting. That's just the extinction. We talk about life extension technology, things like the utilization of ambrosia therapy, using the blood of young people for older people. All right. Dog,
Is there a connection?
yeah.
I think it might be. Started breaking up about a company.
Okay, everybody shut the fuck up and let me continue. Let me see if it... Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Excellent. I don't mean to be rude. Apologies. I want you to be able to hear me. All right. So I hear it. I hear that. I hear it. Yeah. Okay, I'm listening to myself, so I understand I'm not always going to have the clearest connection. If anything, I can brain into a computer for later download as an avatar, an android, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, whatever you want to be. Essentially, what I'm talking about is a digital immortality. Ian, has anybody told you that they don't think that you're going to die? Apologies. Has anyone ever told you that they don't think you are going to die?
Yes.
Who told you that?
I'll tell you why. It's something I'm Russian.
Okay. What did the Russians say?
I don't know what I'm talking about. There was a movement in the Soviet Union before even the October Revolution. Something I am going to be talking about anyway on my own thing. I haven't been told lesbians, but cosmos, Russian cosmos. Yeah, before it was very popular before the Communist Party, and then you kind of regret everything. Without pressure, but cosmism is all about immortality. Exactly. I read Russian cosmos starts with panspermia from before. Yeah, I like cosmos. Me too.
Agreed. Well, then I'm the second person to be able to tell you this. I don't think you're going to die. I think you're going to be able to utilize life extension technology into mind uploading technology to do whatever you want.
Oh, God. When Jin plays, I agree. Jin really play everything. But, yeah, mainly Souls. Major, Bloodborne, yeah. Elden Ring. I haven't had time to play the DLC. Yeah, me neither. I used fucking Bloodborne on Johnson Street again on fucking man, trust.
Kian, it's your birthday?
Yep.
Happy birthday, man. No. They say it's your birthday. Well, happy birthday, big dog.
34. Oh, awesome. I'm just setting something up. I need to. Have a fucking cigarette and wake myself up a little bit, and I'll jump back on.
Absolutely.
New introduction, man, legendary.
The beautiful thing about this is I'm always on. So you go do your thing. I'm the mothership. You go and you go help other people and live your life and do whatever you want. And then when you're bored, come back to the mothership.
Once it's done, you're fucking chat, channel with your store. It's impressive.
Oh, thank you.
It is really impressive.
I appreciate it. If you look in the chat, it has like a little blurb on Chat GPT on just about every channel. So you can go in there and find out like more about like what Chat GPT thinks are the 100 best rappers of all time, the 100 best rock and roll people, the 100 best movies, the 100 best comedy, all that shit. So feel free to take a look around, and I'll take suggestions, and I really appreciate your high praise. Dog, you haven't seen my blog. You have to see my blog. Before you go, I know you're going to have a cigarette, but please go to Rabbi Rothschild www.blogspot.com. And there's only one entry, but it's all my chat GPT inquiries, and they'll tell you like 100 different ways to travel faster than the speed of light, and 100 different aspects of the Men in Black cars. So like Men in Black, people who like visit people when they've seen aliens and shit. I have 100 different ways to extend your life, 100 different ways to perhaps use telepathy or telekinesis. It's just I asked ChatGPT all the biggest questions in the world. So take a look. It's really interesting.
Check it out. Yeah.
Jin hasn't seen it.
Just a trick is fake. And to figure out how to get to the block, you have to click space. Go down, click paralyze. Yeah. And the same to the place. Allegedly, my second mother. Page. The first time I ever saw Rabbi, bunch of the chat asked, so does you want something? And Rabbi said, yeah. And just
In that list, it gives 100 different ways to give a woman an orgasm. 100. It gives a woman.
Which topics did I ask something and then I'll go?
Sure.
I'll just grab it. You know naturally about peptides, right? You know Russian.
Jin.
Russian.
Go ahead.
The Russian medical. I'll show you something you might find interesting.
Please do.
Research and technology. It's technically it's legal. It's for research purposes.
Okay.
So what I'm going to show you is. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab it and then I'll get my shit together and come back. Yeah, poor Rabbi, he was not really from the chat game. Wants to go to fucking reputation uphold. Shut up properly, idiot. I'll be right back.
Sure.
Caspian, like me, you have issues with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, right? I thought about this because I need to wake up. Now, this is absolutely 100% legal from. Yeah, I'm in America. This shit's everywhere. Let me get the actual. White-man God, Kratom? No. This is a neural peptide. Oh, it's really common, except it's the medication in Russia for I'll get you the. Then it's so low that you have to use heroin dosage. Even it's N-phenylacetyl L-propylglycine ethyl ester. It is a nootropic. I mean,
Hold on a second. Hold on. One thing at a time. N-phenyl what?
This is.
Just repeat it.
You know about,
repeat
like,
it. Repeat it. Just repeat it. N-phenyl what?
Alright. N-phenyl acetyl L. Prologlycine ethyl ester.
Okay, prolo.
Yes. Is there a thing I can say?
No, you're good. You're good. Okay.
No, it's got I'd like to. That's like the. I'm gonna direct message to Rabbi.
Sure.
It's not a drug, but you can read that out. I'm severely dyslexic, so.
That's okay. Just send it to the account that just joined, the one that has my hand in front of it.
Okay. I sent you a direct message.
Okay, well, don't send it to any of the others. Send it to this one. Send it to the direct message that I just sent. Or that I just... That's waving in front of you.
Okay, I'm not very fucking...
Dog, you have eyes. Do you see a rabbi waving to you right in front of the camera? Excellent. Send it to that one. Excellent. Send it to that one. Let me know when you sent it. Beautiful. Uh-oh, I gotta come back. That's okay. That's okay. It's the one with my hand in front of it. I'm waving. Hold it down. Oh, I don't think you know how to do it. Go to my, do you see my face when I'm waving?
Yes.
Hold down and press send message. Hold down on my square. And then a little thing profile comes up.
Send message and it's taking me straight to the same account.
Okay, well then maybe you sent it to the right one. Just one moment.
I sent you a whole bunch.
I got it. It's super long. I got it.
Of,
excellent. Let's find out everything we can about it. Right now, we're gonna become fucking experts in this, and then when we know everything about it, we're gonna name it after you. It's gonna be called whatever, the Kian chemical. Okay, here we go. Tell me, here we go. Tell me everything that you know about this.
So this is a lot of supplements, right? A lot of nootropic supplements under. I don't want to give out the fucking.
Dude, it's fine. Whatever. Kian's chemical is a chemical compound that belongs to a class of peptides. It is a derivative of proline and glycine and phentylalanine group attached. Here are some points about it. Structure. The compound consists of proline and glycine. Potential uses. It may have applications in pharmaceuticals, particularly in neuropharmacology, due to the potential effects of proline derivatives on neuropeptide signaling. Okay, so let's find out about this. What are 100 facts about?
The dosing is usually only like 10 milligrams at the most, like 30 milligrams a day. So you need to either be a drug dealer or have a nice little. This is not very accurate, but these foods that are usually for dosing heroin. About 10 milligrams.
So it seems to have neuroprotective properties. Some studies suggest that proline derivatives may help protect neurons from damage, cognitive enhancement, mechanisms of action, anxiolytic effects. Research indicates that related compounds may have anti-anxiety properties, which could affect stress and anxiety levels. That seems pretty cool.
Creatine is one of those.
Creatine is it?
just keeping more water within the muscle brain is study showed that the gram of morning actually solid. Really got a better grade, overall, and felt like a little bit of, that small anxiety. 1 hour on the clock is enough.
This shit, this is something. I've completely forgotten about it because it's very. This is from a pharmaceutical company. I don't want to. I'm live, right, on a stream.
On 100 of them.
Like
100 of them.
How many?
Over 100.
Okay.
Like 300.
All right. This is this sleep? Let's see. I mean, I've got this for research purposes. When I got this, it was completely unscheduled. If it has become scheduled, I got this from an actual pharmaceutical company. It's not illegal.
Doc, what do you think? We're fucking narcs? You're gonna look like a G in the future. Just tell us what it is.
Yeah, don't sugarcoat it.
Okay. Oh, they're gonna fucking.
Like Saudi.
Think of Adderall. Think of speed. It's like speed, except without the bullshit.
I think I've seen on Amazon.
Yes, this is everywhere in America. They sell under. But the thing is you're probably not going to be getting. Okay, so the trade name that everybody puts it in supplements from bodybuilding stores mostly. They call it Nupec. However, you're gonna get like the other fucking. Now taking N-phenylacetyl L-propylbutane ethyl ester. I've got very bad ADHD. My medications work very well. I got this. I used to take this shit back in the day from Russia when I was getting other stuff from Russia before the war because of connections I don't want to go into. It works. It works very well synergistically with ADHD medication. You want to take a choline, cytocholine with it because like when you take amphetamine, the problem is it's going off your dopamine, norepinephrine, and epinephrine receptors. It's transporting a signal, firing off. And now, if you go by bodybuilding logic, well, you're fucking pumping these neurotransmitters into prefrontal amphetamine transporters. You're not refilling the dopamine, norepinephrine, serotonin, etc., etc. So, bodybuilding logic, if you take, that's why they're very useful in. They do with the body nootropics, the mind, like, and so if you've got to take testosterone, and dianabol and fucking tremble and acetate or some shit, and do a cycle, you're gonna not want to just take the trend by itself. You're gonna want to throw and dianabol or whatever you take it. You're gonna want to throw in testosterone to keep your testosterone levels from crashing from the stronger anabolics. So the only downside from this nootropic I found in the past, I haven't taken it for a very long time, is it can give mild headaches, drains choline. So if you get a cytocholine supplement, there's no side effects are dose dependent. It's very gentle, speedy, and it's not very available. You have to dose it very low. This is people want it too. Apparently, I haven't tried that.
Do it.
I guess
I mean, now's the perfect fucking time to do it. Why don't you be a little guinea pig for us? Doug, why not? This is science, baby.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, dude, I hear it really burns if you keep your tampon in.
The thing is, you know, my nose is already a little bit fucked up from back in the day when I had problems.
Dog, I am about solutions, not excuses. If you don't want to start it, we understand.
No. I'm complaining about being tired. Shit. Nicotine receptor is not very good for boasting. I need a. That's probably more like 30 fucking milligrams. Like going by. The spoon is leveled off.
Got to shoot him pretty hard. I'm gonna be Jason.
Alright, I haven't had any acid following.
Great. He's immune to my bullet? What is your high?
Just buy cytocholine. I've got a cytocholine supplement.
What?
Seeing how acidic it is.
Stop to take chlorine.
Oh shit! Oh shit! I just. Fuck it.
Oh no! I'm gonna die. I got him. Another guy here.
Dude, quit being a bitch. Get that shit in your nasal cavity. Dog.
In Russia, they mainline this shit.
Dog, I could literally get the word insufflation tattooed on me in the amount of time it's taking you to snort this shit. Bump it, baby. Oh yeah, there you go. There you go. You can fucking feel it in your frontal cortex now. Watch, he just passes out. He's dead. He just fucking passes out. We don't know what to do. We're like panicking. Like, how do we help this person?
How the fuck did I just survive that? God. Look at that fucking.
Totally understand.
Oh man. No, it doesn't burn at all. This shit is not. This shit is Yeah, I've been pretty fucking tired, right? I need to stay out. I'm dehydrated.
You deserve it, man. You just advanced science. Thank you. We know it doesn't kill you. Go enjoy your.
I was trying to get from Russia and intravenous.
No, you really just want to fuck yourself up, don't you? I love it.
Come on. I mean, I've got fucking. I want to do.
You don't have the balls, dude. Take us, dude. You could be like Louis Pasteur here. Dog, you got your own Apollo program in there.
No, I don't research and formulation material. I can't give you the company, pharmaceutical grade. I've got.
Dog, I don't need it.
This better not just be fucking free. Well, actually, 20 grams. No, I've done this before. It has a effect different from amphetamine. You know, like think of it this way. I like to smoke cigarettes. I need this right now. I need a coffee too. Right now, I don't need a cigarette or coffee as horrendous as bad sentence. It is neuroprotective. I have epilepsy. So I'm on barbiturates, right? And benzodiazepines. Now this shit actually, because you can get dementia and other issues from long-term benzodiazepine and barbiturate prescription use. And so this stuff is actually protected. So for someone like me who has epilepsy seizures, and is on benzodiazepines and barbiturates for epilepsy, this and also can help undo traumatic brain injury. It is. Actually, the Lions, man. But it actually pain. How inches is.
That's very interesting.
But this one goes straight to the source, you know. This like rather than the extraction, but from this is a peptide. It's a pure pharmaceutical isolated.
Dog, I want you to put this shit in a needle and stick it right in your dick right now. I need to know what happens.
No, it's not cocaine.
You don't know. You don't know. You literally could have the thing to make your dick bigger and you don't even know it. For science, dog, I got a point. I'm not saying that you have to like shove it up your urethra. Just put it in a syringe and let it go, baby. Dog, watch. That's the secret. You grow 4 inches in a night. You wake up tomorrow and you're just hanging off the bed. Exactly. You'll know if the water's cold and if it's deep.
I'll be back. I'll have that. Rabbi, thank you. I did that for scientific purposes.
You advanced science, man. Absolutely. And you did it on your birthday. Can you peak any more? Good on you. Enjoy your cigarette, dog. Pleasure to meet you, Ken. Ken Chemical. You got your own chemical. Motherfucker's been here 45 minutes. He's got his own chemical.
I'm not going to show up and not do anything relevant.
Hell yeah, man.
I'll be back.
Enjoy yourself, big dog.
Chinese historians both have about why they were launched, and then of course about why they were stopped. Some people argue that they were launched because he wanted to find his nephew when he occupied Nanjing in 1402 and the imperial palace was burned. The body of the genuine emperor was never located, and there were rumors that he escaped and was living in Southeast Asia and might return to claim the throne. So some people speculate that the voyages were launched to seek him out. It seems rather a massive undertaking for such an objective. More likely is simply the desire of Julian John to demonstrate his power, to show the glory of China, and perhaps to demonstrate the legitimacy of his rule by showing the flag, by exploring officially, sending representatives to many of the countries, many of the places that regularly traded with China. The end of the expedition I think is actually a lot more easy to understand than why they were launched in the first place. The voyages were discontinued after 1435. As we'll see in the next lecture, by this time there's a significant reorientation within the imperial state, within the sort of political culture, and a return to more traditional strategic concerns, which were largely directed not towards the sea, not towards the maritime world beyond China's coast, but to the inner Asian frontiers, where Chinese had perceived strategic threats originating for thousands of years. By that time, new emperors, younger emperors were on the throne. The Grand Secretariat was even more powerful than it had been under Zhu Di, and China was moving into a new era of internal expansion and development. We'll pick up the story of Middleming and the year in 14. The next emperor, Zhu Jianji, held the throne from 1426 to 1435, but proved to be a very dynamic ruler. And he then is succeeded by Zhu Qizhen, who was only 8 years old when he comes to the throne in 1435. In this period, in the wake of the disappearance of strong leadership on the part of the emperor, not surprisingly, it is the Grand Secretariat which emerges as the principal political force in China, kind of central office of the imperial government. And indeed, during this period, there are three remarkable individuals who served in the Grand Secretariat, who came to be themselves the leading political figures of the time. There were other Grand Secretaries during this period. These aren't the only three individuals in the Grand Secretariat, but they stand out. In part, I suppose, because they all share the same surname. They're all Yang. Chinese refer to them collectively as Yang, San Yang. Yang Shiqi was, in addition to being a Grand Secretary and one of the leading political figures of the day, was one of the most prominent literary authorities of his time as well. He dominates the writing at this time. The other two, Yang Rong, Yang Pu, were Grand Secretaries who had come into office under Zhu Di, and they continued, along with Yang Shiqi, to guide the affairs of the state for a decade and a half after Zhu Di's death. Through the rest of the 1420s, the 1430s, and the early 1440s, these three men and the other leaders of the Grand Secretariat were the most powerful officials in the Chinese state. However, during this period, another source of power, another group of power holders, in a sense, comes to prominence and begins to give to the Ming Dynasty, to the Ming state, a somewhat unusual quality. And these were eunuchs. Now, eunuchs had been part of the palace scene as long as we know in Chinese history. We go all the way back to the very earliest texts, to some of the classical works like the Book of Songs. There are references to eunuchs in these. There are references to the organization of eunuchs in the palace in the early ritual texts referring to the Zhou dynasty. So we know that eunuchs had been around for a very, very long time in China. And they played a particular role within the sort of cosmological order of the imperial system. Because within the palace, the emperor represented the creative force of Yang, and the imperial women, his harem, were a kind of reservoir of yin, feminine, deceptive force. In the imperial palace, the desire was that there be no Yang, no male creative force that wasn't the emperor. And so to staff the palace, to have individuals there who could perform the menial tasks of maintenance and cleaning and things like that, it had become the practice to employ castrated male eunuchs. This, of course, also meant that they were unlikely to meddle with imperial succession by fostering illegitimate children, something like that. In the Han Dynasty, in the Tang Dynasty, eunuchs within the palace had been able to parlay their position, their special access to the imperial family, into exceptional power. And both of those dynasties in the final stages had seen great conflicts, purges of eunuchs, massacres of eunuchs. In the Ming Dynasty, this process gets off to a rather different start and takes on a much greater dimension than in previous instances. Zhu Yuandong, the founding emperor, had excluded eunuchs. He had known enough of history and the precedents of the past that he put up a proclamation saying that eunuchs were not to be allowed access to government documents. They were not allowed, in fact, to be taught. Who violated this would be subject to severe punishment. But Zhu Di, when he was conspiring and preparing to seize power, had used eunuchs from his princely palace as emissaries and as secret agents as he prepared to launch his attack on his nephew at Nanjing. Even after seizing the throne, Zhu Di continued to employ eunuchs as his personal agents, perhaps carrying on to some extent his father's distrust of the literati, even while building up the power of the Grand Secretariat. Zhu Di wanted to have individuals in his employ who were completely dependent upon him. The literati, of course, had their own power base. They were landowners for the most part. They had the examination system, sort of separate identity, which kept them more or less autonomous within the political system. They were just eunuchs as almost as surrogates for imperial power, while the Confucian officials maintained the regular bureaucracy and have to find ways to deal with the power that eunuch creates a special kind of a challenge, a special set of political circumstances that we need to bear in mind when we look at Ming history. Eunuchs, given the power that they came to have, given the wealth some of them came to have, sought to legitimize themselves, sought to make themselves less offensive, less problematic. As mutilated individuals, they were felt to be unfilial. They hadn't maintained the bodies they had received from their parents. They certainly